This is Audible.
Master of the World, a Reincarnation LitRPG adventure. Dragon Core Chronicles Book 6. Written by Lars McMuller. Performed by Steve Campbell. Chapter 1. The woods are lovely, dark and deep, but I have promises to keep, and miles to go before I sleep, and miles to go before I sleep. Robert Frost. Night reaches this strange world as the wastes spread out before me. Eternally vast and lifeless, the near barren stretches of rock-filled landscape provide a vision that seemed close to a hellscape, bereft of all life. I knew, of course, that this was a deceiving sight. For one, what looked like plains from my vantage point were a pock-marked scenery filled with hidden caves. Tiny streams trickled through gullies and patches of hardy vegetation hidden away from the worst of the blistering wind. As for being bereft of life, my most annoying life companion, Timothy, insisted they were called the Wastes because everything out here tried to waste you all the time. Not so right at this moment. It wasn't for lack of trying, but simply because the denizens of this blasted land weren't dumb. They knew they might choke on this morsel. I let my gaze fall below the horizon, turned my head to encompass the entire side of our camp. They seemed to stretch into eternity. Huge gatherings and campfires studded the scenery below me, spread out in uneven groupings, allegiances mixed and muddled. Even during the day it looked like chaos. With the coming of night, it would be even harder to take in, except my eyesight tore apart the veil of night as if it were but a hint of fog. There, circling the edge of the camp, my own followers could be found. Their part of the defenses was relatively organized. They grouped up, not according to race, but by more imperceptible reasoning. Scouts slept with scouts, workers with workers. Shaman students stuck to their own. In short, there were no officially created encampments here. Still, everybody prepared to sleep efficiently without unintentional fires or much in the way of chaos. Warriors and scouts kept an alert eye on the surroundings or lay down to rest on the outer edges of camp, prepared for anything. They would all be ready to react within moments should the need arise. Right next to our camp lay the secondary. Where once the multitudes of non-humans had been a sprawling mass, left to die and soften any blow aimed at the human armies. Now they were transforming, adapting. Faster than what should be possible, they were stealing the playbook from their former masters, choosing discipline as a way to strengthen their ranks and make up for their lack of levels. Where our campground looked unplanned but easily navigable, theirs was all straight lines and clearly defined areas within, along with regularly placed cooking fires. The actual clusters still sprawled according to their earlier setup, leading to less practiced-looking encampments within. It was a work in progress. I released a sigh as I let my gaze slide over to the source of my constant headaches. The 2 cheese slices of my followers and the secondary accounted for a bit less than half our total numbers, but maybe a third of the space. The rest of this particular cheese wheel dominated our camp. Of course, that image allowed for a sense of order that just didn't exist. The remainder of our cheese was mold-covered, half-eaten, and infested with something black you didn't want to look closer at. The citizenry of Fire Peak were many things: diverse, survivors, adaptable. Being used to living inside a big city and having others to fetch food and amenities for them, they were not accustomed to camping, and it showed. Their campfires and people were one massive, uneven, unarranged blanket that seemed to continue forever and ever with little order. Here and there, a few armed bands traversed the edges of their area, but they were few. There were other groups that didn't fit entirely within these arrangements. The trainers, for instance. Emus had started training the monstrous clenchers. Lately, he'd expanded, with the arrival of the many flying beasts of the human army. He and his assistant trainers kept to themselves. Their little cordon was loud and smelly, but nobody seemed to bother them. Weird that. Apparently survival instincts were still a thing. The Firepeak citizens who'd adopted our cause inside the fortress were a different case. Not entirely minions, and not entirely Firepeak, they straddled the divide, keeping to themselves. They'd fit in with our people soon enough, though. The past year of my life sounded like a pipe dream. Finally kicking the bucket due to an unhealthy lifestyle, I expected to wake up in hell for what I said to my in-laws on that nasty trip to Kentucky. Instead, I woke up in a dragon's body in another world entirely. It all got weirder from there. The first people I met in the mountain were these hybrids of wolves and moles. Talpi. Nice people with weird concepts of personal hygiene. Sure, they tried to eat me. But then they joined me in my quest. Once I figured out how to operate 4 legs and 2 wings. I started with a desire to survive, but it all snowballed from there as I met more people to protect and love. Eventually, I found myself gaining more and more followers and enemies, until I finally faced off with the big nasty, Salus, the Burning End. That was one nightmare I had no intention of revisiting anytime soon. However, her death earned me the rule of the mountain. Following a few altercations with a number of underlings who needed to adjust to the new rule, we were ready to build a new era of prosperity and equality. That's when the humans arrived. Goddamn humans, always sticking their noses and swords where they don't belong. In this case, they wanted the mountain and everything in it, mostly because it held a blessing of Daira, a remnant from another age that allowed for increased growth, experience, and fertility, and they had no issues with using force to nab it. I could say a lot of things about the human empire of Nephron, most of them nasty. Yet they didn't hold back and didn't mind throwing lives away. Hence our current predicament, fleeing through the wastes with a lot of mouths to feed. Still, these people were mine. They'd earned the right by daring to stand by my side when it counted the most, even if we lost. Turning my back on the vast, sprawling scene of non-humans arranged below, I couldn't help but grin. Because while the forces could be said to be mine, it was a matter of degrees. The smaller group behind me, spaced out so everybody could see each other, they were mine, body and soul. I would kill for them, and I would die for them. But they were also... What the hell? Tim? What's your problem? Timothy was a ghost, or rather an ectoplasm. A gathering of energy held together as a ghostly remembrance of his former looks, with the ability to drain or boost people's attributes with a mere touch. That wasn't too far from his past self, a New Yorker able to drain the will to live with all his incessant nerd talk. Currently, the see-through gentleman look-alike blob was right in the face of Sigil, the Viperkin leader of the Secondary. He turned towards me as an accusing appendage pointed straight at her. My problem? My problem is that Sigil here is trying to finish what the goddamn Empire started by executing people left and right. I ignored Sigil and the others, lying down and lowering my long neck to end up at head height with the blue-tinged specter. Timothy, I am going to hear you out, but first I've heard about some trouble in the Secondary camp too. Can you look me straight in the eye and say that this isn't you trying to apply our world's rules to a place where it doesn't belong? His form wavered, then refocused. No! We are trying to make this a better place! We are. But we are also in the middle of a life-and-death situation where Sigil needs to keep order. So, is this something the Council should take up, or is this something we need to address at a point where we are actually able to create and sustain a proper set of rules? Where we're not struggling for survival? He looked around him at everybody observing in the small flattened area, then huffed at Sigil. This isn't over, but I guess it can wait. Roth looked visibly disappointed. The buff Telpus trainer had been grinning while observing the two facing off. Oh, here I was looking forward to some real fun for once. All this escorting and no action is bloody dull. Arthur shook his head at Roth. The imperious Talpa shaman never failed to show his disdain when he believed it was earned. Yes, fleeing off into the unknown with the number of battle-ready forces dwarfed by the number of people we need to protect. Dull. I laid down and got comfortable as I smiled at everybody assembled. I think that's as good a way as any to segue into a proper council discussion. People, we've been working non-stop and have been hard-pressed to find the time to do anything but handle the practical issues. We need to step back a bit and take stock. How are we doing? Grex fluttered down to sit on a rock. The ugly imp's one leg bounced up and down, with the other ending at the knee.
How are we doing? We're bored, is how. Bored. Guard duty is the worst. Can we change?
I grinned at the hyperactive imp. Here I thought you'd be hard-pressed to keep up. The wastes are supposed to be filled with dangers, right?
They are,
he moaned.
But enemies are clever. We're too many. They avoid us. Sneak at the weaker ones. No good fights. And the experience is bad.
A tall person cleared his throat and stepped up. Demodius, the officious Ethium, a creepy dark elf with extra joints look-alike, had gone from the obsequious servant of Salus to one of the most important members of our groups.
Grex here is right, though his conclusion differs from mine. We do not see as many clashes with the beasts of the waste as we'd anticipated. We are hard-pressed to keep our numbers and the size of our forces secret, and the most stupid monsters out here tend to die young.
I nodded. And the stealth attacks?
Few. We do lose some, especially when people break the circumference of our camp, where we can properly guard them. All told, our losses are acceptable.
Acceptable losses. Now there was a novel concept to me. Over the years, I'd grown accustomed to the fact that you could only minimize work accidents, not eliminate them entirely. Death, however, was a different concept, and I still struggled to wrap my mind around it. All right. Is there anything we can do to minimize those attacks? Real? The leader of our scouts was grim-faced but settled. The Talpus was still struggling to find his place, but he was slowly coming to terms with his newfound responsibilities. He pointed at the vast area of the camp. I doubt it. We have already done a lot. The area we need to protect compared to the number of our scouts is overwhelming. We have teamed up with the shamans to ensure that we have an earth barricade surrounding our camps each night, making it easier to spot and eliminate ground attackers. Still, most stealth attackers either burrow through the ground or fly. A good deal of flyers stay at a distance, satisfied to observe us and wait to see what happens. My lips curled up in distaste. I get it. That is problematic. Grex, you'd taken to training some of the imps of Firepeak, right? Are you still doing that? He opened his mouth and shut it again.
Maybe? Okay, no, I forgot. I should do that? We have no training chamber.
You should. Teaching them to follow orders would be damn helpful. Also, while they might not help in combat, having them out there ready to spot attackers might help with some of the flyers. Grex looked thoughtful, then grinned, head bobbing up and down. Arthur held up a paw. Next, you're going to talk about putting shamans out there to help find attackers burrowing underground. I blinked. Am I that predictable? You are. Also, no, it is a terrible idea. First off, sensing the tremors from single attackers in the midst of an army the size of ours is insanely hard. Next, most of them are young and untrained. We can't just risk them roaming everywhere because of a few attacks when they still need to learn. Kraziel added his 2 cents.
I agree with Arthur. However, I do believe that there are certain minor earth constructions that might help us attune our senses underground. I will experiment tonight and arrange things with Arthur as necessary.
The tiny Talpus had come a long way from the uncertain, nervous wreck I'd first met. Now his composure was undaunted as he spoke on the topic of his expertise. I had to agree with that, impressed with the partnership the two were forming. All right. Unless anybody else has any other possible changes to our security, we had better move on to morale. How are people holding up? Real smiled at that. A lot better than I feared. I have spent some time talking to the people of Fire Peak. I expected a good deal of panic, but they are handling it well under the circumstances. You have managed to instill a certain degree of awe in them, with your constant defense from monsters, attackers from within the mountain, and now humans. As long as they have food and water, you have their loyalty. Sigil nodded.
The same goes for my people. They are used to hardship. Hardship in the course of ensuring their future freedom is a trifle.
I growled in satisfaction. It's a lot better than I expected. I guess people got used to handling hard situations under Salus and in the Nephrin Empire. Still, unless I'm missing a guess, this isn't everything you have to throw at me. Demodius gave an apologetic smile.
You would be right about that. There are many positives if you decide to focus on those. However, the few overhanging issues do tend to dwarf those.
Those would be... food?
Yes. We emptied out the stores of Fire Peak and travel heavily burdened, pack beasts and people alike. Many people from Fire Peak decided to stay and fight in the mountain, which is why we are not having real issues yet. Even so, our stores are depleting at an alarming rate, and out here, we are hard-pressed to add to our provisions. Like Roth said, the monsters keep their distance.
I grunted. That's not unexpected. Unfortunate, but not unexpected. What has Firth said about distances? Arthur spat. Firth! It has been 2 days since we last saw her. I still think you should just hurry up and eat her. That annoying dragonling is a stellar example as to why we wiped out most of her kind in the mountain. I rolled my eyes. She can be aggravating, but she is the most competent scout we have. So? Demodius jumped in.
She estimated another 2 weeks for us to reach the area of the blessing at this speed. We should start meeting some of the area's plentiful monsters a few days before that. As for our stores, we have enough for at least a month beyond that.
That's good. I beamed. He shook his head.
That is horrible. I suggest we start rationing food at this point. Maybe 3/4. Even if we ignore that it may take us some time to fight our way to win the blessing, establishing new sources of food will take a lot of time and will be harder out here in the wastes than inside the mountain, where we had the entire mountain used to doing our bidding, especially because entire areas can be barren out here.
I had not expected that. I'm guessing that's even taking into account the flesh we're bound to harvest from all the monsters we'll have to fight? Demodius assented. I grunted and continued. The toll on morale will be hard if we cut down on the rations already. Real waved it off. Manageable. I'll help people understand. There will be complaints, but not important ones. I looked around the council and was amazed at the level of support and will looking back at me. All right. We'll do it. That's got our immediate plans covered. We've already talked about strategy and troop composition, which we'll revisit as soon as Firth comes back with more information on levels and species of the beasts near the blessing. We'll have to wait to divide the horde among our troops until that point, too. What else have you got? Grax tittered.
Oh, me! I have a riddle. It's blue, flies, is annoying, and will be trouble.
All eyes swerved toward Tim. His see-through blue form changed to hold a dozen arms, all sporting middle fingers at us.
Oh, screw you! Why are you looking at me? Crave! He's talking about Crave!
I knew that. Of course I knew that. I lied. It wasn't that I'd forgotten about Crave. I had, however, not been that sorry to see him go after he abandoned us in our hour of need. What about him, then? Grax floated up, wings buzzing loudly until he hovered in the center of our circle.
That, Firth? Good scout, probably, but not a good thinker. Not like imps. Imps are small, used to being ignored.
Arthur cut him off. Can we move on with it? Some of us don't sleep half the day away. Grax huffed.
Rude. My point is, we observe a lot, and we see some flyers in the distance again and again. More species together.
I groaned. Let me guess. Cauldron especially, some dragonlings and imps? Grax grinned in response and pointed at me. Okay, we're adding that to the list. I doubt Crave's going to try to make friends again, so we need to be prepared in case of a possible air attack from him. Anything else? It said a lot about what we've been through lately that the surrounding emotions were composed and businesslike. So, we're bound to get jumped by a blue dragon and his minions? Monday already, eh? People were getting inured to the idea of impending threats, and I couldn't tell if it was a matter of our own growth in strength or overexposure that left us dull and uncaring. Probably a mix of both. A tiny mental voice introduced itself, and one we weren't used to hearing in a large gathering. The emotions bubbling below were slightly anxious but composed, busy, like a mind constantly at a boil with worries and an overabundance of thoughts, but so accustomed to it that it was under control. Gert was a crawl, one of the uglier species of the mountain, short and squat with hefty slabs of muscle. However, she was slimmer than most of her kind and hadn't yet aged to the point where the species usually evolved the large, armor-like growths that protected them in battle. She was also uncommonly clever for a crawl, and looked down as she addressed us all.
What are we doing?
She paused to let her words sink in and continued, still not meeting our gazes.
We know where we are going, what we are doing, but I believe we should talk about the long term. There are enough threats out there that we should really get our plans in order.
I sat up straight, towering over the assembled forces. You were entirely right, and thank you for bringing it up. Let's lay it out there. I shared an earnest look with each council member. The humans of this world want us dead. Not regular ones, but their leaders. They will hunt us to the end of the world and back. There will be no hiding, no safe place for us where we can recuperate and be ignored. I met Arthur's gaze. The Talpi already tried hiding, and it just got them tossed into worse and worse situations until they were nearly done in. And they weren't even actively hunted. He bared his teeth, but didn't deny it. I continued. So what we're doing can't just be running away. We are going to find a fallback position with a blessing, a place where we will be able to establish fast, efficient growth and the infrastructure needed to get our forces back in order. Then we dig in and strike back. I raised a claw to point at the Scoured Mountain, still visible on the horizon. Back there, our people are already fighting against the humans who took over Fire Peak. Our people? Roth scoffed. Azel and his lot tried to kill me. You too. I laughed. So what? You've tried to kill me too. I shook my head. The old lines in the mountain have gone. We have all bled both with and against the people back there. What's important is that right now they are fighting to keep the humans from re-establishing the blessing and claiming the mountain fully. We have a few advantages there. The remnants of citizens from Fire Peak are on their home turf and know all the hidden routes. The aberrants are adept at traps and hiding in shadows. They will make life hell for the humans. On top of that, Azel will give all he has to produce magical items strong enough to challenge the Empire. But make no mistake, they won't be able to make it on their own. The humans have higher-level people and are better equipped and organized, and they have an Empire backing them. Not only that, but they already hold a blessing in the center of their empire. If we don't conquer one of our own, the mountain will fall. Then we'll be next. Arthur looked like he'd eaten something foul, but he didn't deny it. The emotions stemming from him were somber. You paint a grim picture, Lizard. How in the name of Dara will we be able to take them on then? I shrugged. The way they're already doing it. Guerrilla fighting, attacking and slinking away, illusions, cave-ins, and ambushes. We just need to ensure that our people aren't fighting alone. Once we're able to set up a system and get reinforcements continuously flowing to the mountain, we'll be able to bog them down and force them out into the wastes, regardless of their levels and numbers. We know the Scoured Mountain. We can see in the dark. We can choose our battles and whittle them down. And if all else fails, we have a secret way through the stairs into Fire Peak. Grazil frowned and scratched his furry neck.
That doesn't seem logical. They will be able to bring in fresh forces and equipment via flyers.
You're not wrong. But take it from somebody whose country went into this exact kind of war. You can't keep sending flying soldiers off to die forever. At a certain point, it's going to become too costly for them, and their support is going to erode from under them. But I doubt it'll even come to that. Soon we'll have a blessing at our back. Maybe, if we're lucky, we'll even find a way to take over that other blessing that's out there. From what we know, there are very few people who actually know about the blessings out here. Once we've got our tails covered, we'll be able to keep them supported forever. I show my teeth. Besides, there's one major difference between us and the humans. We're not afraid of the dark.
Chapter 2. The days passed by in a blur, disappearing as one minor issue after the other demanded my attention. Given our situation, however, the issues were minor. Some people had been used to preferential treatment back in Fire Peak and needed to accept the new reality. Others tried to bully those smaller than them for food, prestige, or even pettier gains. Most of these I only heard about through Demodius, as I was only involved in the more serious topics. The monsters of the wastes kept mostly ignoring us. That was both the advantage and the disadvantage of leading a force several thousand strong. Anybody with ears, eyes, a nose, particularly sensitive pseudopods, any kind of sensory organ really, knew we were coming. We lost people here and there, but Arthur insisted that we lost more to their own stupidity than to monsters, which, knowing people, might not be a bad thing. The terrain changed as we traveled. Where it started out as inhospitable, vegetation hidden in crevices or stubborn weeds, now grasses dotted the lands and trees sprang up, lending some much-needed color to the monotonous earthen tones of the wastes. We crossed rivers and streams on many occasions, and the landscape slowly came alive. We did see one concerted attack, or to be precise, a swarm. A wave of hundreds of dog-sized black chitinous beasts attempted to charge our flanks one morning. We'd been warned, though, as a scout came sprinting with a warning 15 minutes before we heard them. We barely managed to get our troops in place, and I was still ordering people in from the back as they thundered down upon us, clicks and whistles preceding their arrival. It was a slaughter. We had crawls and clenchers in place on the front lines to take on the brunt of the attack. Behind them, Talpi, raining spears from their atlatls, darkened the skies, while imps spat fire from above. The secondary harried their flanks with savage lightning attacks and arrow fire. Tim roamed the center of their formation, stun attacks raining unceasingly from him, even as he weakened anybody he touched. I used my powers wherever I saw an opening, knocking the enemies out with my weakening fog, confusing their senses with my shadow whirl, or blanketing them in magical shadow to blind them entirely. The monsters were tough, the chitin able to repel most non-magical attacks that didn't hit an exposed area. Yet they were also mindless, bereft of strategy, driven only by hunger. After less than 5 minutes, a half-dozen beasts tore away at speed, chittering in pain and defeat. Later, I learned that they were called Ragers, a near-mindless plague existing only to devour and breed. They were this world's upgraded locusts, except overpowered enough to be a real threat to any humanoid settlement. The Nephrin Empire sometimes sent entire companies to handle large groupings of the creatures. And we'd killed them in minutes, with little preparation and only a few non-lethal wounds. We've come far, haven't we? I mused, my thoughts languid, contemplative. I lay stretched out, enjoying the sensation of the forest keeping the ever-present wind away. We were encamped in a large wooded area just outside the massive ruins that encircled the blessing we were going after.
The scent of trees all around me and the meat Demodius carried over from our evening meal imbued the scene with a sense of relaxed adventure, almost like we were on a hike, preparing for a nice evening barbecue. Timothy hovered above me.
We have 200 miles from the mountain, perhaps.
I groaned and rolled my eyes at him.
I'm supposed to be the dad here, aren't I?
Sensing the burst of wicked pleasure from him, I continued. You know what I mean. We used to hide from everything. Now we roam the lands and nobody, well, almost nobody, dares challenge us. He looked down at me and slowly floated down to hover before my head.
Those ragers tried.
He chuckled.
But yeah, for a long time we've made do with a ton of replacements for strength. Stealth, tactics, magic, deceit, illusions, anything that worked really. At this point, however, our people are returning to strength. Real strength. I honestly think our close combat fighters would have been able to take them on by themselves. With losses, sure, but still. Too bad that the experience out here where there's no blessing is so shitty.
I snorted. The air expelled from my nostrils went right through his image without causing a ripple, but he still frowned at me. Probably bad form. You'd better tone that down, Tim. You'll end up sounding almost positive if you keep that up. He rolled his eyes.
Don't confuse things here, old-timer. You're the cranky old pessimist. I'm the feisty optimist who carries the day and has the real burden of making up for the myriad flaws of your scaly ass.
The side of my mouth quirked up. So, you're the sidekick? I'm glad you're finally admitting it. My raucous laughter drowned out his incoherent attempts at protesting. We relaxed for a while. Afterwards, I rose up into the air beside him, taking in our goal. The area in front of us sprawled for miles and miles, blanketing the entire valley in half-demolished ruins. It must have been some sight back in the day. Those buildings? Judging from what little is left, this was a huge city by medieval standards. Thousands upon thousands of people. Fire Peak is huge, but this must have been civilized. A metropolis to rival the size of capitals back on Earth. Timothy stayed silent, gaze fixed on the distant ruins. I took in his form. He had really taken to the image of an old-timey nobleman, replete with lace and everything. It did suit him. That wasn't what impressed me the most, though. Rather, the crispness and sharpness of his form did. At his first levels, the experience of looking at him felt like the equivalent of being at the optometrist, with his image wavering and diffusing constantly. Now he showed exactly what he wanted, with a vision as solid as a wall I'd built myself. His thoughts were contemplative.
Do medieval standards even apply here? I mean, it's not like they have electricity, but there were so many magical equivalents, even back in Fire Peak. I can't help but think that maybe we're looking at this through a skewed lens. Heating, lights, disease, sewage. Hard not to think that magic would have responses to any of those. Maybe by magic world standards, this is just a small city.
I swerved, accidentally passing a wing through his body.
Oops. So sorry I interrupted that extremely useful trail of thought.
He reacted by cursing and sending a stun attack at me. I gritted my teeth and bore the unpleasant sensation without an overt reaction.
It's train of thought, you uneducated cretin! Also, this is useful for judging which size of cities we're bound to be up against.
So, given that we need to troubleshoot our plan of attack for tomorrow, how is that useful again? His silence spoke for him. I stuck out my tongue again, relishing how I didn't need to keep up a facade here. I mean it, though. Not all the jobs. Our plan of attack. I'd like to hear your thoughts. His face went from mock outrage to all business in a split second. Then he looked out over the valley again, a wistful expression falling over him.
It's times like these I really miss your map powers from back in the mountain.
I sighed inaudibly. Oh yeah, I totally agree. And inspect. Being able to see exactly what we're up against would make for a world of difference.
Yeah. Instead, when Firth is away, we just have that single scout with his power to compare his own attributes against theirs. And all he keeps saying is,
dangerous. Very dangerous. Laughingly, Tim ended the sentence with me. I took in what might have been some sort of church before it was reduced to a single story. Shaking my head in dismay, I say, "Oh well, if wishes were horses."
Damn! Sometimes it feels like you're not old, then you come up with something like that and I totally see you on a porch yelling at kids to get off your lawn.
He smirked, pointing down at the ruined cityscape before us.
That down there? It's an unknown. What you told Crave back in the day is entirely true. They look like they're all land-based creatures, which should enable us to take them down from the air. Also, their numbers aren't endless. Still, they are so goddamn huge, and there are many species. You just know that a number of them are going to have some sort of defense against flyers, distance attacks, innate magic.
Tentacles. I shuddered, looking at one massive blob that just lay there. There were almost a dozen different races present down there, and some of them looked positively behemoth in size. In what I perceived as the center of the city, an enormous feathered quadruped sprawled, surrounded by a throng of its young.
Exactly. Makes one think about exactly what kind of miniature ecosystem we're looking at here, where they have some of the beasts sent off to hunt for the others.
No, it doesn't, I chided. Because this isn't fucking Animal Planet, and we're not trying to document this for the ages. We're going to squash them, and hopefully avoid getting sucker-punched by Crave in the process. Sour-faced, Timothy threw up his hand in a gesture of defeat.
Fine, you Philistine. Okay, I say our plan is bound to work. Work through the night as we planned. Then we go in hard and fast, catch the attention of everybody, and see if we can catch a blue dragon along the way. If we don't, we disengage and start picking the monsters apart little by little, weakening them as we go.
Just be careful. You've grown in levels, but you're still vulnerable to magic.
Pfft, I'll be fine, Dad.
Oh, gods. Don't even say that. My child was a saint compared to you. He sputtered with laughter.
No, you're right. That's an image nobody needed.
His mirth slowly settled into a bemused smile as he went back to observing the scenery.
I'll be careful. And I always have my emergency exit if things go really wrong.
Yeah, explosive redistribution. Blowing yourself up to escape. What could go wrong?
Right?
Chapter 3. Don't turn your backs. It's killing time. B.B. The dawn arrived bright and early with a heavy cover of clouds. Perfect for our plan, except it would also mask Crave's approach if he attacked. A troop slowly marched out of the forest, nowhere near our entire force. Anybody could tell this was a probing attack composed of our strongest people to test exactly how strong the monsters we faced were. My shadowy, sinuous shape led the force in the air, with Grex and a handful of his imps whirling around my large airborne form. Right below, on the ground, a mixed platoon consisting of Talpi, Kralls, and a few chosen soldiers from the secondary formed our ground troops. Behind us, near the edge of the forest, our fortress loomed. Okay, fortress was an extremely generous expression for a large palisade with a spiked trench in front of it. Still, for what little time we'd spent preparing, the one-sided construction looked like it might actually be able to ward off a good number of the less giant-sized monsters. We'd actually use it if our trap didn't hold up. Moving slowly from the forest past the outer edges of the city and into the ruins proper, our eyes were on stalks. We knew Crave was out there. Firth and her scouts had spotted hints of his presence. Not in the blessing, but lurking, watching. What we didn't know was whether he'd bite. As much as he liked talking about the advantages of raw strength over stealth and subterfuge, he sure loved stacking the odds for himself. The mood grew more somber as our forms passed into the first ruins. These had held just one or two floors, but they still had a story to tell. That was something to be distracted by later, though. Right now, there was nothing but the surroundings. The fog surrounding me, the wind in my eyes, the low noises of beasts nearby. Moving as one, the image of our ground troops snuck into the city like ghosts, aiming with precision at a predefined target. One clencher, even larger than Ursum, sprawled on the ground in the remnants of an old courtyard, at rest, lidded eyes roaming over his small group of female clenchers. The troops struck without mercy. The clencher alpha's head remained resting, right until the first throwing spear sprouted from his torso. With a ponderous movement, he scrambled to his feet, small eyes veering around to find his attacker. Then our flyers moved in. The courtyard lit up with the colors from the fire spat from our imps, along with the dark shadows of my weakening fog. The clenchers went berserk now, attacking indiscriminately. Seeing that they couldn't touch the winged attackers, they settled their eyes on the ground troops. They, in turn, were already retreating in an orderly fashion, back toward the palisades. However, the clenchers had other plans. They saw the group moving back across the ground and barreled after them in pursuit, silent and ominous. Slowly, they got closer. Within seconds, it became clear that the clenchers were faster than the people fleeing on foot. After a minute, it was obvious that our Talpi and Crawls wouldn't make it back in time. The speed of the bulky predators was impressive, and the smaller bipedal creatures were just too slow. The clenchers kept ignoring the flying forms. Instead, they went right for the Talpi and Crawls. It was going to come down to a brawl. With the decision made for us, our flying troops swooped down to join the battle, fiery attacks lighting up the open area in front of the city. Our fleeing Talpi and Crawls were resettling now, finding a place where they might be able to fend off the enemy. Everything had gone south so quickly. The clenchers didn't hesitate, but charged right into their formation. The smaller forms were tossed aside or clasped by the unnaturally changing bone formations of the beasts and dragged along. The ground troops wavered, right on the edge of collapse. Right until the lithe shape of a shadow dragon swooped over them and landed heavily, expelling a breath attack and moving into a melee with the blood-covered clenchers. My shape, here to save the day. Everybody was engaged in the battle now. The only ones emerging from this would be the survivors, standing over the bodies of the fallen. That was when Crave struck. The exact moment when I was away from my army, stuck in a battle against a strong enemy and fully distracted, he tore from the sky like the hammer of God. His lightning breath preceded him, erupting against my form in a blaze of blinding blue light right before his massive bulk struck. All around him, his flying minions followed, spread out to deliver a mortal blow against my defending fighters. Except there was nothing there. My illusions dissipated like the integrity of a politician when he's called upon to honor his promises. Within a split second, the scene changed. With a jolt, my focus was ruined, and the entire battle on the ground was revealed to be nothing but illusion magic. With a grim smile, I sent my telepathic yell to everybody. "Got him! Attack!" We sprung the trap. From around me, hovering in the air inside the dark cloud blanketed by my magical darkness, the imps let loose, dive-bombing with whoops and yells to accompany their firebolts. Timothy moved faster than them, using his improved speed feat to outpace them and strike straight at Crave in an unending barrage of stun attacks. On the ground around the ambush site, earth exploded as my Talpi cast off the thin layer of soil that had kept them hidden overnight and flung spears or applied their earth magic to flying rocks or divert soil. Among them were others, a smattering of mages from Firepeak, some of the best ranged attackers from the secondary. Every single person who could be counted on to deliver a lot of damage at range in a short period. They burst out of the ground and, without hesitation, laid down a world of hurt on Crave and his minions. I left them all behind. People can and will say what they want about shadow dragons. They're the black sheep of the dragons, liars, weak and sneaky. But nobody is ever going to claim that we aren't fast. And positioned as we were in the air above the enemy, having the drop on them, fast didn't quite cover it. I dropped like Hans Gruber, aiming to copy Crave's merciless ambush attack. The only thing that arrived before me was my weakening fog, wrapping Crave head to toe. Somehow, Crave managed to react. Within the few seconds between my illusion fading and my arrival, he managed to land his attack, avoid a complete wipeout, and even use the leverage of the soil to start taking to the skies again with a massive leap. I met him a few feet above the ground. My outstretched front claws took the brunt of the force, hitting him on the wings right below the shoulders. My impact slammed him down onto the ground again, and I immediately started savaging his wings from above with my claws, aided by the penetrating sharpness of my feet, razor-sharp claws. To add insult to injury, I placed a shadow whirl right over his eyes and bent my neck forward to release a deafening roar right next to his ear. For a few glorious, drawn-out seconds, I tore into the hard membrane of Crave's wings like a Jack Russell Terrier digging for rats. Blood flew, and I felt the bloodlust rising up inside me. I tamped that down hard, and just in time, as I recognized the telltale sign of him using his racial gift. I leaped up, beating my wings hard, and took to the skies. "Ground troops back! Move back now!" I shouted to everybody. I avoided being trapped by the smallest sliver. His blue, muscled form contorted like a cat trying to avoid a shower, and he leaped to catch me as I rose, impossibly fast. Along his back, living lightning traveled. His claws carved into my tail right near the tip, and I felt a brief shock traversing through my body. Then it was gone, and I was still moving up. Crave beat his wings and tried to follow. He rose, then started to sink down again as the torn fabric of the membrane refused to carry him. I turned my neck and sent another weakening fog after him. Then I sent a mental shout for everybody to hear. "We won't kill any of Crave's minions who back off now. Every one of my people. Attack only Crave and those who fight." Crave landed on the ground again. He spat lightning at me, striking my underbelly and stunning me in midair for a crucial second. Then his mental shout went out. "I'll eat anybody who doesn't help! Attack!" For a second, hesitation reigned over the scene and nobody moved further. Then the standoff ended, as everybody seemed to burst into motion at once. Some enemies dove after me, some went after easier prey, my imps or the ground troops. 2/3 of his forces fled. That ended up being the deciding factor. Within a moment of that standoff, Crave used one of his precious mana crystals, and the torn mess of his wings started knitting itself together at record speed. Had his flyers backed him up in force at that point? It was anybody's guess who'd come out victorious. Crave could have fled. Hell, he might have taken me down. Regardless of how we outmaneuvered him, he was still a powerhouse of muscle and combat reflexes, indomitable in the air. But he could not take on every single one of my ranged attackers, shamans, mages, and imps. And what few of his minions decided to back him up were so badly outnumbered that they changed their minds or died within half a minute. In the end, Crave cried out, "Yield! Yield!" I called out for a momentary pause. He looked like shit, even worse than before the healing. He'd lost an eye. Entire slabs of his side had scales torn out, burned black, or slashed open. His wings resembled a $20 tent after a hurricane. "I admitted you were right. Stealth beats strength. I've seen the light now. I'll swear to you. For real this time, in the name of Dara." His emotions came out frantic, erratic. I stayed in the air, beating my wings slowly above him. Like I said before, I would prefer both stealth and strength. I'm a trusting person. I prefer to see the good in people. I'm also slow in learning my lessons. One life wasn't enough for this one, it seems. I bared my incisors. But you helped it seep in. You had your chance, and you burned it. Spectacularly. From a close distance, I meticulously painted him with a weakening fog, watching a full-body shudder go through him. "Beat him! Don't kill him!" I ordered as I hardened myself for what was to come. Crave went down hard. Even in his wounded, weakened state, he first tried to escape, then tried to take as many of my people with him as possible. By the combined efforts of my gifts and different magic, as well as constant attacks, however, we kept him at a distance. Finally, my last weakening fog made him drop to the ground, growling threats but unable to continue the attack. Then, I painstakingly had every single person in my army cause a tiny wound on him, bringing in the Urgle twice to ensure he didn't bleed out. Only then did I tear out his throat. Chapter 4. That night, we celebrated in the center of the forest with our forces camped out all around us. It might seem crass, celebrating the death of somebody who had once fought alongside us and saved our lives on several occasions. However, with his actions, he doomed himself. And in death, he spread more joy than he ever had in life. Killing Crave earned me a boatload of experience points. Not for the first time, I missed the blessing we'd left behind, for the massive boost in attributes and especially for the added experience gain. The gains weren't quite enough for me to level. Still, the victory left me close to level 50. 50 had to be amazing, right? Thinking back, the final desperate battles in and outside of Fire Peak had seen me wading through blood. The experience gained back then was incredible and netted me a full 3 levels. After a thorough chat with Tim, I had decided there were no known feats I should go for, so I divided all my earned attribute points into agility and mental power. Those should be the game changers for when I came back to the tunnels of the Scoured Mountain. Hitting hard with my breath weapons and illusions, then running away from pursuit as fast as possible? Yes, please. I looked at my information. Personal info. Name, Onyx. Race, Young Shadow Dragon. Level 49. Experience toward next level. 32,370 of 49,000. Size, very large. Stats and attributes. Health, 940 of 940. Mana, 1,370 of 1,370. Strength, 44. Toughness, 94. Agility, 134. Mental power, 137. Mental control, 169. Mana regeneration rate, 8,112 per day. Health regeneration rate, 94 per hour. It was the weirdest mix of happiness and loss. I saw insane growth all across the board. I would never lack for mana. If we took over the new blessing in the next couple of days, I'd be able to establish an entirely new domain for us in a matter of days, not months. Losing the boost from the blessing smarted, though. Fighting, flying, even walking, I could feel the disappearance of the plus 50% attribute boost I'd gotten myself used to. I had to comfort myself with the thought that, hopefully, I'd have a fresh blessing soon to replace what was lost. Compared to what I gained, however, the others outpaced me for once. Usually, I was the one who earned, if not the most, then at least up there. The simple reason for that was the broken nature of whatever system ruled this world, where you gained full experience for any enemy you managed to tag. That, combined with my area attacks, was the source of my explosion in levels. This time, however, with a relative lack of numbers on the enemy side, and my feat, Codex of the Trainer, which netted an additional plus 50% experience gain to those under me, all of my minions earned more than I did. I did the math on the progression and realized that if one of my followers had somehow managed to make it this far without gaining any levels, they'd actually have exploded straight from level 1 to level 10 in a single battle. This was a game changer for the low-level people among us. The battle with Crave hadn't granted that much experience. However, when I added in everything from since we'd fled the mountain, Dayra delivered. Oh boy, she delivered. Roth. Good old Roth. My first choice in a close combat situation. The Talpus had spent a lot of his time in the defense of the mountain training others, and the final battle hadn't seen much close combat, right until the very end. Hence, he'd only gained 3 levels total, landing him at level 39. Level 39 was still a ways away from Gert. I knew this was an unfair comparison. The Crawl was extremely young, somewhat cautious, and preferred to think about things compared to the battle-happy Talpus. In fact, I was increasingly coming to rely on her when it came to situations where I wanted an input that wasn't as educated as Timothy's, but deeper than, say, Greg's. Or as scathing as Arthur's. She was still growing fast, though, and managed to gain 4 levels in that period and hit level 31. The feat she chose, mental power increase, was an addition to the trend, and I wholly approved. It granted her an instant plus 10 to mental power. She had no sorcery that I knew of, but I believed she would prove it a good choice. That girl was a living experiment in how far one could take personal development. Grex was about as far as someone could come from Gert. Where she thought about everything, he sometimes didn't seem to think beyond the next minute. As such, it was a wonder he'd even survived this far. Honestly, though, if he kept increasing his damage and speed at this pace, he might outlive us all. The one-legged pyromaniac burned his way to level 41, gaining a new feat in the process. It was very him. Very concerning. Burnout. For half a minute, you turn into a weapon of destruction. Your mental power counts as double for the purpose of casting spells and using spell-like skills. Your skills and spells do not use mana during this period. However, when duration ends, you go into mana starvation. Your mana is set to 0, and you regenerate no mana for a full hour. Any use of spells or spell-like skills during this period will cause damage. This would either kill him or propel him to the top. Possibly, he would replace me in the process and end up ruling the world. I'd give even odds on either outcome. Tim, my untouchable fellow Earthling, had been essential in the battles for the mountain. His constant stuns and drains on the enemies were a huge part of what allowed us to retreat to Fire Peak in an orderly fashion and defeat the 4th Legion of the Empire. He had been everywhere, deep in the action. It showed. He jumped from level 39 to 44, gaining the 3rd highest level in the army. His new feat was disturbing, but powerful as hell. I'd hoped that he would gain another defining feat, but apparently that wouldn't come until level 45. Soul Stun. Ectoplasms are non-corporeal. Your mana is your lifeblood. Should you ever deplete your mana entirely, your soul will return to Daira. As such, any investment of your mana is rife with danger. Choosing Soul Stun, you embrace that danger. Your regular stun attack is now reinforced by your own mana, costing you 10 mana for each attack. If you fail to hit your targets, you will be able to earn your final death through the use of your attacks. Even so, the addition of your life force to your attacks is not to be ignored. The distracting and stunning effects are vastly increased and damage is doubled. Choosing the feat made sense. Usually he'd be able to flee to our side and steal some mana from me or somebody else if things went south. The difference in damage and effect was undeniable, too. Even so, I didn't like it. If he was ever stuck in battle against somebody who could evade or ignore his attack, he'd be done for. I just had to make sure he never put himself in a situation like that. That left 2 very important people in my closest circle, Arthur and Craziel. I saved those for last because of another discovery. It was another addition to my long-time conviction that the underlying system behind Daira's world was broken. I knew a couple of the ground rules by now. If you attack somebody and the target is killed in the same struggle, you earn full experience. You do not need to cause lasting harm or outright wounds for it to count as an attack. I'd once had all my people throw rocks at enemies, and there were definitely weaklings among them who hadn't caused anything but annoyance with their throws. Still counted. Now I had another addition to the rules. It was very specific, and I had no clue how to abuse it. Neither did Tim, though he got extremely excited when he heard about it. If your magic causes a third of an army to slide to their deaths, you gain experience for their deaths. Tim wasn't ready to come to any conclusions, but he shared his vague theory as to why. It was something about the magic directly causing a status effect against the enemy, which would be interpreted as an offensive action. I asked him how he knew, whether this was a nerd thing. He refused to answer, which was enough of an answer in itself. I honestly didn't care much either way, except for being able to mock him. He'd tell me when he was ready with a conclusion I could use. What was important was the result. In this case, the result was that all the shamans involved in the magic causing the landslide gained a crap ton of experience. Did that include all the young shaman apprentices? Why, yes, it did. At this point, the young Kral shaman who joined the sorcery chamber training group under protests a short while ago had already reached level 25. Level 25 Kral shaman, born from a race who was generally regarded as being too dumb for homeschooling. That was insane. The little critter wasn't even fully grown yet. It was just nuts. In short, that single encounter had flung the progress of all our shamans into the stratosphere. Craziel was no exception. Including the experience from the battle with Crave, he made it all the way to level 43. He'd gained a feat at level 40 that I was looking forward to abusing. His feats were already all about earth manipulation and construction. This one added a new element to his earth-wrangling abilities that might be a game-changer. Call the Earth. This feat allows you to call the Earth to action once a day. For 5 full minutes, you triple your hold over earth and rock, allowing you to manipulate it faster and better than your abilities otherwise would allow you. There are no drawbacks to this feat. However, it cannot be used for combat purposes. Kraziel was, understandably, quite excited about the feat. After I saw him create a trench stretching halfway around our camp within those 5 minutes, so was I. Following a chat with Timothy, who got almost indecently intrigued by the possibilities, Kraziel promised that he'd try to the fullest of his abilities to figure out exactly how far he could push that feat. Could he create obstructions against enemies mid-combat? Raise our ranged attackers away from danger? Only the future could tell. Arthur. I saved him for last because the tiny Talpus humbled me. By all rights, he and the other Talpi were stymied by their nature, not allowed to gain enough attributes to keep leveling and succeeding. Despite all that, he kept constantly advancing, defying all expectations. He managed to make it all the way to level 46, making him the highest-leveled person among us, right behind me. Dayra definitely rewarded his growth, because the feat he got would make him an absolute menace. Flow of Stone. This allows you unprecedented control over stone. The difficulty of manipulating stone remains unchanged. However, moving stone around through the soil or air becomes second nature to you. Your mental power and mental control are calculated as triple for the express purpose of moving stone, and the mana expenditure is halved. For somebody who was already constantly pushing the boundaries on what was possible regarding stone manipulation, maintaining a link of several thin, floating tower shield-sized slabs of stone around himself for protection in combat, this was insane. At this point, there was practically no limit to what he'd be able to carry. I knew this to be true because he asked me to step onto a large boulder, then lifted the boulder and me into the air. Sure, it wobbled and it wasn't fast. However, that was with something extremely heavy and unwieldy. He told me he was working on several applications for using it in combat, and I couldn't wait to see them in action. Would he encapsulate himself in a moving box of rock and just trample enemies? Rain stone spears from the sky? Only time would tell. The gains from the latest times of struggle were immense, large enough that it was easy to ignore what little the fight against Crave gave. Even so, it was a nice windfall for the underleveled non-combatants. More importantly, the secondary were severely underleveled compared to our general forces. Crave's experience gave them a free advancement, granting most of them between 2 and 3 levels each, levels some of them had never expected to see. On top of that, we had a surprise for them. "What is this?" Sigil pointed at the eager faces in the mob all around the council. "Why are people gathering?" The Viperkin had stopped looking disturbing to me a good while back. Sure, her form still brought forth a bit of the old revulsion against snakes. However, her mannerisms, in any way, were as human as they came. If that hadn't been enough, her thoughts were entirely opaque and severely single-minded. She practically radiated concern for her people, to the point where it could be hard to get her to focus on any other subjects. Roth stopped barking at a group of Talpi who were clustering too close. He looked at me, then at the tense Viperkin. "She doesn't know? Man, oh man, this is going to be the best surprise ever!" Arthur sneered. "No need to keep it as a surprise." He pointed at me, then at Timothy, who was currently hovering in the air above the tree line, looking at something in the distance. "You'll have learned by now that these two aren't from around here. That comes with a lot of ridiculous ideas about how the world should be run, and also a lot of stupid sayings. But among all the bad, there is some good. When the lizard here says that he aims for equality and for raising everybody up, he means it. Back when he first started, this tradition was the first time I really started to believe that there might be more to him than you could see. With all the annoying habits he has, things like these are why I ignore— Oh, we're ready." He nodded behind her. The council moved in their ranks, allowing for a couple of crawls to make their entrance. They were dragging a tarp behind them with a heavy load that spread an enticing aroma throughout the clearing. Inside, I winced at the sight of the piles of meat on the old, much-used tarp. However, today was not going to be the day where we started on germ theory. Pavel, the Talpas cook, walked behind the tarp, keeping a careful eye on them, not disturbing the piled slabs of meat. He was a scrawny, rough-looking creature, looking for all the world like he was about to start screaming about idiot sandwiches. However, when he smiled, he came around, looking like that favorite uncle of yours who'd seen things before he mellowed out with age. "What have you got for us today, Pavel?" I asked.
"A treat, Onyx, a treat!"
His sincerity rang out alongside his thoughts.
"I'd have never imagined I'd be able to create something as special as this. As you well know, the meat of a dragon needs little to make it appetizing. Thus, I have kept my efforts limited, adding but a few fresh herbs and seasonings to add to the flavor."
He grinned as if we were sharing a secret.
"Of course, your piece of the meal is cooked extra rare."
I bowed my head in thanks. "I can't wait." Then I spread my mental voice out, speaking to the entire force at once. "I would like to address all of you for a moment. Most of you aren't used to how we run things in our group. The leveling from earlier along with this will be the first real introduction. When we say that we try to lift up everybody, this is what we mean. The resources here could be used to give better results to a few of us. However, that is not what we aim for. We want a society where even the smallest among us are able to stand up and aim for the goals held truest to our hearts. And we will do what we can to reach that place." I got up to my feet, ensuring that those within visual range of me would be able to see me. "Today, we will be serving the residents of Fire Peak and the secondary first. You did not have to follow. You could have aimed for a different path, one that might have been easier, less straightforward for you. However, you chose to join us. For that, you have our thanks and our wholehearted support." I allowed some levity to enter my tone. "As for the rest of you, don't fret. There's enough for everybody, and I won't eat until everybody's had their chance." What followed was, despite our organization, a chaotic experience. We were thousands, set in the center of the forest with no obvious paths and a lot of people who had to amble in and out. Add to that how people, very obviously, wanted seconds when they figured out how things worked, and it made for a bit of a show. Still, we'd tried it before, and Roth and Arthur had developed systems to ensure that cheaters were unlikely to snag more pieces. Eventually, things quietened down. The soil below us had turned into a muddy mess from all the wading back and forth. Sigil lay against a tree, the powerful coils of her body providing her with a comfortable seat. Her gaze was absent with a familiar look, part concentration, part shell shock. The awe swam from her as she addressed me.
"Nobody in the Empire would ever share anything like this. Ever. I gained 3 attribute points from this meal. That's an entire level."
I looked at the churned-up mud in distaste, then decided I didn't care and lay down my neck to face her in a splotching sound. "We have a saying where I'm from. Proof is in the pudding. As most sayings, it really only makes sense if you've grown up with it. But believe me when I say it's very on the nose."
"On the nose?"
I groaned. "Apt. Very apt." I shook myself into a more comfortable position. The mud really was rather nice, like a clinging waterbed. The gains from eating the meat decrease with the portion sizes. As such, I could eat it all myself and it might give me 4 or 5 times what I'm getting now. Instead, we're able to give everybody under our wings a noticeable boost. If you start thinking about the numbers, it's not really a choice. She scrunched up her face, then got up, gathered her hands in front of her, and bowed her head.
"Onyx, will you let me become your vassal?"
I blinked. That was sudden. I focused on her emotions for a moment. Nothing but sincerity and certainty. "What about your people back among the humans?" The way I understood it, the non-humans in the Nephrin Empire were barely seen as people. and kept down in non-human districts, used and abused by those in power.
The way I see it, if I went back, I might be able to help some. However, I would still be operating under the chains of the humans. Here, if you let me, I would do everything I can to help my people escape the Empire entirely. Get out and join our forces. Grow with us. Would you help save us?
She looked up, straight into my eyes with a burning sincerity. My mind roiled at the thought. The logistical nightmare of it. Having to help a shit ton of different races and convictions escape their chains, get away from any slave keepers, and make it across the monster-filled wastes. On top of that, there was the consideration of levels. The secondary we'd adopted were generally between levels 10 and 15. Well, they used to be at least. Those were all high-leveled non-humans. Those back in the Empire would be the weaker ones. There would be elderly people, babies, plenty of wounded and permanently injured. It would be a complete shit show. But if we made it, we'd undermine the strength of the Empire from within. My eyes bored into sigils. I can't wait to get started.
I, Sigil of the Secondary, charge Dara to mark my words as she marks my struggles. I swear fealty to Onyx with all that this entails. I swear that I will place him before me, will not seek his downfall, and will protect him as I would protect mine.
I didn't comment on her burning fervor, didn't question her word choice, only made my own vow. In return, I, Onyx of the Shadows, charge Dara to mark my words as she marks my struggles. I swear that in return for her oath of fealty, I will look out for Sigil and I will take her under my wing as if she were my own. Upon her words, I will fight to protect her. New vassal available. Another creature who draws from a connection with Dara has sworn her servitude to you. If you accept the bond, for as long as you both survive and maintain your vows, there will be a bond between you. Through meshing your connection with your vassal, Sigil, you earn a boon from Dara, but open yourself to additional risks, both associated with your vassal. Any poison damage you take is increased by 20%. Accept vassal? Yes or no? I accepted, grinning to see the bit of mana regeneration increase from the vassal bond. Then I chose an ongoing boon instead of a one-time boon. If I had anything to say, Sigil and the Secondary were going to provide me with free experience for a long time. Finally, I relaxed and ate my fill. The meat melted in my mouth. I'd had Wagyu steak once back on Earth. It hadn't been the earth-shattering experience some people talked about. Still, the meat was insanely tender, filled with juices and flavor. This was better. With Crave being who he was, you'd half expect the meat to be stringy with muscles, but every bite was a smooth explosion of flavor in the mouth. Before I knew it, I'd finished the huge slab Pavel had prepared for me. I took in my own update. Congratulations! You have received a permanent increase to your attributes. You have consumed the flesh of a being rife with the gifts of Dara. The mana-rife meat bestows upon you the following: +3 toughness, +4 strength, +3 agility. Damn. Sometimes the different approaches to leveling here in the mountain really hit home. Crave's had been different from mine. Just like Salus, he'd been out hunting for experience more often than not and had his minions subdue easier targets for him to earn the experience. Right here it showed. The attributes weren't comparable to those from Salus, but the fact that he'd still been able to provide such a boost for me and everybody was impressive. The camp never quieted down that day. The success in ridding ourselves of one of our hunters, our gains, and us having our goal in sight was enough good news that our people celebrated and didn't quit until late in the night. After the constant pressure and bad news of the former months, this was a welcome series of positive events, and we decided that the break was well-deserved. Instead, we took the time to have our shamans further fortify the area around the forest. and had the scouts do some more detailed probing of the ruins to figure out what we were up against. Chapter 5. Either kill me or take me as I am, because I'll be damned if I ever change. Marquis de Sade. The following day started with an important visitor. Our forces were gathered on the plains leading down into the city proper, looking almost professional, for once arrayed into proper defensive lines, each in their place. The flying visitor seemed to take that as her cue, landing in front of the council as if our preparations were the least of what she expected as her due. She ignored everybody else, marching straight up to me.
I have numbers and details of our enemies.
Firth, how kind of you to join us, I shot. It's only been, what, a week? The Dragonling scout stood tall, disregarding my barb. Her cold stare matched the sensation of disregard coming from her.
8 days since I've been here in person, but you don't seem to mind the reports arriving from my scouts.
She glanced past me at the spot in front of the city where yesterday's battle took place. I sighed. It seems we're going around and around again with this conversation. Let me just put this out there, once and for all. I looked down at the standoffish Dragonling. Her dark red scales and head held high radiated recalcitrance. Firth, you're fucking annoying to work with. You explain the bare minimum, especially when you know that I've been in this world for just a little more than a year. Also, you take off and make your own decisions about scouting when you don't know the entirety of our plans. That's not all, though. On top of that, you take it for granted that I'll make do with reports sent from your underlings whenever it suits you. Her sneer grew increasingly fixed as she stood silent.
Are you quite done?
No, I pointed at her. I've dealt with workers who hate authority my entire life. I can deal with that. That's not your problem. Your problem is that you want to make every single decision yourself, and you don't take the time to confer with others to ensure that you have the full picture. I continued in a conciliatory tone. You are, without discussion, the most valuable scout we have. Your levels are one thing. The breadth of knowledge you have on all things scouting and monster-related is more important. Even so, if you don't start working together with us, I'm going to have to let you go. She observed me for a long while in silence. I could feel the emotion churning behind her stony facade.
I've seen scouts become tied down, coming and going on fixed schedules. Administrators.
The mental message was laden with scorn.
I would rather die than let that happen to me.
She didn't walk away, though. Nobody's going to kill you. I'm not like Salus. If you stuck around a bit more, you'd have seen that already. I tried to deliver that with a wry sensation of humor, but it seemed to bounce off her stony attitude. But I need to know that we've got you on our side, not just doing your own thing. Because if you aren't, that can end up being even more of a danger for us in the long run. This isn't the old world, where you have a clearly defined space you need to keep scouted. Our challenges are ever-changing, and we need to stay on top of things.
So you think you don't need me?
I snorted. Now you know that's not true. I need you, and the information and knowledge you bring more than ever. But I also need to know I can count on you to concentrate on what we all need, not what you think we need. The sensation coming from her was the mental equivalent of tapping nails on a table. Then she seemed to come to a decision.
What would you suggest?
Thank God. I really hadn't been sure if her ego was too large to consider the greater picture. I don't mind you spending most of your time scouting. I also don't plan to bog you down here at all. You're doing more good out there than you could here. We just need to work on everything in between. That way you can do the job you want to do, and I can be sure that I have people I can rely on to explain what's going on and won't be left without competent scouts, if we need them for any emergency or changes in the situation.
You require me to follow orders, but will allow me to make my own judgment calls and choose my own path when you do not need me elsewhere?
Firth considered that for a moment, then nodded.
We can do that. Now, to business. I didn't come here to chat for hours. We have scouted the entirety of the ruins, and you need to know what the situation is like.
I pointedly did not laugh, though I wanted to. The dragonling was never going to be easy to get along with. However, she was sharp as hell, as she showed me in the next half hour. She explained the composition of the former city and pointed out the monsters and issues she knew about, not trying to hide when she was ignorant about anything. I lowered myself to a laying position and mostly listened. From time to time, somebody else from the council or I jumped in with questions, as she painted a picture of more than 40 monsters above level 30, plus their offspring, hundreds of them, all of them living together in a sort of harmony that shouldn't be possible at all. At a certain point, however, I sat up, blinking in surprise. "Are you sure about that?" Firth gave a curt nod.
We have noticed the monsters coming and going from the city. There is no doubt. There is a clear hierarchy to them. The closer they are to the center, the more important they are. Not only that, but it seems to correspond to their levels, attributes, and intelligence.
She paused, then finished.
That last part, I cannot be sure about. But there are weaker but more intelligent monsters that seem to be higher up the hierarchy than they should otherwise be.
I scratched a scale on my foreleg that had been loosened in the battle with Crave. It scraped off with a tiny jolt of pain and fell to the ground. "Okay. This is a theory, of course. I'd like to hear your thoughts on it, though." I pointed at the ruins before us. "There's a blessing there. We all knew that. But this seems to support that the monsters here have not only formed a hierarchy, but also developed enough of a working rapport that they are acting outside of their normal roles."
That's not a theory. That's just using your eyes,
Firth scolded. I grinned. "I know. But the consequence of this is interesting. Because if you're right, and it's all top-down, the strongest ordering the weakest around, does that mean that we can circle around and pick off all the weakest monsters? Or would they come to the rescue?" Firth paused, then blinked. The regal humanoid looked entirely nonplussed.
Those are very good questions.
Timothy jumped in. I'd noticed him becoming more and more engaged as Firth's explanation continued, but now he couldn't contain himself anymore.
We're clearly dealing with something outside the norm here, behavior-wise. However, given that you haven't seen them helping any of those lower in the hierarchy, we're probably safe to say that the stronger ones call the shots and aren't going to do anything unless it directly involves them.
I continued, head bobbing in agreement and excitement. Meaning we should be relatively safe in picking them off one group at a time, as long as we take the weakest first and don't come too close to any others. Also, if we do it like this and succeed, I should be able to weaken them enough that everybody will share in the experience for all the monsters. Firth frowned.
That would take forever.
Tim grinned.
Not if we get an efficient system up and running.
He folded his hands. Then he frowned.
I can't crack my fingers. That's just unfair.
We spent the rest of the day plotting and planning our approach. Near evening, we got to it. Darkness wasn't an issue for anybody from the mountain, and we knew we were working within a time limit. Our people back in the tunnels weren't going to hold forever. I floated in the air above the city, looking at the changes. Most of the city had, over the course of years and decades, been reduced to a single story or less of rubble and remnant constructions. Intricate carvings on the walls and faded murals told a story about past grandeur, while major differences in the sizes of buildings, along with the view of the city from above, said even more. This was not a place that had been created in a hurry. They had different types of buildings and levels of detail that spoke to hierarchies in place. No mass-produced dwellings here. However, it had all been constructed according to an overall plan, as could be seen from the avenues of the city that were straight as a ruler. Now the city looked lopsided and off, an impression which owed to an entirely new construction. two ugly earthen walls spanning almost the entire length of the western edge of the city. The walls were tall enough to match the largest of the monsters, yet thin enough that most of the frightening beasts could probably break through, should they so choose. They moved diagonally to the city, meeting in the middle where a 100-foot wide opening yawned. Grex floated next to me in the air above the opening, watching the length of the wall. He grinned at the sight of both Krasil and Arthur, who lay sprawled behind them, completely worn out by the massive undertaking they and the other shamans had finished. Then he gave himself a burst of air from his wand and exploded to the end straight in front of my snout. Squinting at me from 2 feet away, he pointed down.
That wall? Bad job. Monsters will slam through.
I sighed. From time to time, I wondered how much of Grax's lack of attention span was an act and how much was real. That's because it's not a wall. It's a funnel. You remember your job?
Of course. It will be fun.
His gaze grew distant, and he counted off on one hand as he hovered in front of me.
Bring all fastest imps. Start from the outer edges of the town and circle around. Attack any monsters and speed back to the wall. Keep attacking them if they turn back. Then go do it again and again until too many monsters follow.
He looked up with a proud smile.
Yes?
Close. But you forgot one detail. Once they follow you, you pull back. No need to stay in range of them, as long as they keep following. Once you get back here near the entrance, Tim and I will be waiting to take over from you. I nodded down at the wall below us. This isn't an attack. This is harvesting. 20 minutes later, we heard the first group incoming. First came the enraged roars. Then, at the tail end of that, we started to hear the cackling of imps enjoying themselves. 3 massive felines followed, like the mounts from the human army, except these were larger and more feral, like they'd been bred with a flock of saber-toothed tigers. They tore across the ground with huge, unnaturally long bounds. They were met from above with laughter and the occasional fiery pinprick to keep their attention. One imp swooped low, and the foremost feline reacted instantly, sprinting up a pile of masonry to leap at the offending creature. The jump was majestic, soaring and impossibly long. Foot-long claws stretched out to hit the imp. With a death-defying cackle, the ugly imp lackadaisically unleashed a firebolt at the attacker and swooped upward. The feline looked almost comical as the fire struck it mid-air. It curled up on itself in response to the attack and landed awkwardly with a screech. Then a light blue form swooped down on it, unleashing a see-through attack that froze the feline in its place. Seconds later, it was overtaken by its packmates that tore after the new threat. Tim sent 2 additional stun attacks after the other felines, one of which missed before he rose into the air and fled, straight at the gap where I stood, ready and waiting. Grex, go and get the next pack, and don't take chances like that. We need you alive, I shot, beating my wings to get ready for the attackers. My only answer was another cackle before the ugly beasts turned around to find new enemies. By then, I was well and truly distracted by the majestic beasts that followed Tim, roaring in frustration at the shiny target right in front of them. They were huge. Most likely, they weighed at least as much as my old SUV. Even so, the large animals moved with deceitful grace. I felt almost bad when I greeted them with a weakening fog to the face. The first group went down after my second weakening fog, with my enhanced breath attack granting an added 50% control and power, and my mental power tied for my second highest attribute. It wasn't an effect you could just ignore, even if you were thousands of pounds of frustrated feline. Once they were down and out, I doused them all with a third breath attack, just to be sure. I looked around, frowning at the 3 huge cats now laying sprawled right in the center of the opening, almost blocking everything. Then I called for people to start dragging them away and for Arthur and the shamans to begin creating walls on both sides of the funnel to turn it into a longer tunnel, so we wouldn't start blocking the route with the bodies of the fallen. Shapes instantly sprang into action on all sides. Our break lasted 10 minutes. Below me, the ground looked like a disturbed anthill, with minions rushing to and fro, some affixing ropes to the felines to drag them away faster, others guarding them. Meanwhile, the earth started rising on both sides as the worn-out shamans continued their toil. Then roars rang out in the distance again as the imps were arriving with the next group of targets. Somewhere around the fifth group, it turned into a job more than a battle. The imps were the only ones who seemed to be in any real danger, and that was mostly because they couldn't help themselves from taunting their targets, swooping low and proving their agileness. The funnel grew long enough that we'd be able to take on several groups inside without any issues. Behind us, at a good distance behind the exit, 3 of the lower-level shamans had the unthankful task of receiving the downed enemies and manipulating the soil, sinking the enemies down deep and hardening around them until there was no risk of them escaping of their own volition. They would still be able to wake up and make noise, but from experience, that was hours away. It was a tried-and-true playbook, taken from one of the first times I woke up to the real power of the Shadow Dragon, and adapted it to fit the army and power we had at our disposal now. It wasn't flawless. Some monsters had limited ranged attacks. Others used the environment, flinging rocks at the imps or me. At one point, the imps managed to disturb 2 large groups at once, and we had the imps circle around in extra time, while we peeled off a bunch of the monsters to handle them first. Another time, the attackers were a quartet of 6-legged, hard-shelled insectile monsters with an annoying resistance to magical attacks and effects. Those we brought the entire way through the funnel, where we met them with the full force of all our ranged attackers, boosted by Tim's powers. They died before they even reached the waiting ranks of our melee fighters. Most of the times, however, the monsters followed, charged, and were downed in quick succession. Sometimes I used the aid of illusions or shadow whirls, but more often my breath attack was enough. Then we brought them back to join our ever-growing menagerie of downed monsters. As the hours passed and the imps continued their circle, the monsters started occasionally coming to, and the air behind us tore with the lowing, roaring, and mewling of deadly monsters trapped against their will. I swung back when I could spare the time to douse them with another breath attack and keep them quiet. A man likes some silence to be able to concentrate on his work. Then it happened. The group of imps had finished their first circuit of the ruins, brought back all the monsters they could find, and started on the next one. It was the middle of the night now, and the imps were starting to move slower, some of the more toughness-challenged ones among their crowd forced to sit out the occasional round and rest. Suddenly, a short shape above me soared down at a speed I doubted I'd be able to match myself, at least without using skills. Firth spread out her wings to stall her dive, halting well in front of me. Without preludes, she said,
"The imps are returning. The monsters are gathering. Something's happened."
Something had indeed happened. The imps weren't to blame, though. They continued the same MO we'd started with, attacking the single large shielded monstrosity with a combined burst of fire, then exploded in different directions to veer back toward us. Except the monster didn't attack. Instead, it moved closer to the center and joined forces with the remaining monsters. And they didn't move, instead hunkering down to wait for us. Damn it. We're down to the clever ones now. Chapter 6. A full hour. That's how long it took before we went on the offensive again. Not because we were afraid of the enemy, but because we needed the encounter to happen on our terms. Doing that meant them coming to us instead of the other way around, and that necessitated a bit of work. We have plenty of ways to hurt enemies at a distance these days. Hell, most of our strategies were built around the entire concept of either taking enemies down before they got to us, damaging them badly enough without them being able to strike back, or keeping the enemy locked while our ranged forces laid the hurt on them. What we didn't have were a lot of weapons big and nasty enough to cause damage to something as huge and overwhelming as what remained here in the ruins. Even our tried-and-true method of flying up to toss rocks down on unsuspecting bastards was bound to be relatively useless for the larger monsters here. There were 4 boss beasts remaining. 4 large monsters along with their myriad number of pack members, all gathering in a teeming, uncertain alliance at the center of the ruined city. The smallest kind were what Firth termed plane snatchers. They looked like oversized grasshoppers, insectile creatures with impressive jumps, insane burst speeds, and sharp pincers. Right next to those was an unknown, a clearly defensive creature type I'd have compared to the mix of a turtle and a porcupine. It had legs and thousands of quills, yet the beast also carried a defensive shell it could retract into. Both packs, however, were dwarfed by the two remaining packs. One, weirdly spread around the entire grouping instead of forming their own group, was a series of extremely tall and lanky bipedal creatures that looked mostly like what you'd expect if a scarecrow mated with a flamingo and a crossfitter. Words like ropey, wiry, and get the fuck off my lawn came to mind. Then there was the largest beasts, kin to the monster in charge. Firth insisted she knew the kind. Firestalkers. Feathered ground predators with bad tempers and a degree of control over the element of fire. Yet she'd never seen them grow to this size. Even the smaller ones were as large as clenchers. They formed the largest pack of almost 24. They were an impressive group. Almost 60 beasts in total, not counting the 4 behemoths. They were sure to hold an impressive gathering of abilities. That, along with their intelligence, limited though it may be, promised bad times for anybody daring to attack. The porcupined turtles would likely be damn well near impervious to damage, and they might even shoot out those quills of theirs. The plane snatchers would be able to ruin formations and leap to attack from unexpected angles. Meanwhile, the firestalkers would soak up a lot of damage and tear through organized ranks with sharp claws, huge beaks, and actual fire powers. The scarecrows would... yeah, anybody's guess for those. Form unnatural yoga poses that they really shouldn't attempt, probably just like my ex. I stretched my neck to look behind me. I had to look up. On either side towered the walls of the funnel we created earlier. Now our shamans had reinforced it slightly, widening it enough for our forces to stand on it, along with the occasional ramp to let them get off on the other side at speed. Otherwise, it looked mostly unchanged, except for the number of ranged attackers and spellcasters placed up there, as well as a dozen large boulders on either wall. The final detail was out in front of me, where before we had just the wide wall leading straight to the funnel with nothing but a curved corner and slightly higher walls near the opening to keep any enemies boxed in. Now we'd created something bigger. A few 100 feet in front of the walls we erected twin towers. These were simple earthen creations, 30 feet tall with widened platforms on top. The platforms held the 2 surviving ballistae from the battle on the mountain, about 500 yards from the enemy beasts. That had taken me by surprise. Somebody had actually managed to keep their cool mid-battle to such a degree that they could tie the siege weapons to the waiting parvu beasts and lift them to safety when the humans attacked. Now, weeks later, they formed the crux of our attack strategy. "Everybody ready on the walls?" Included a wave of relaxed mirth in my tone. "I could do with a drink of a blessing soon, and I'm getting bored."
"Don't you worry, lizard. We'll keep you safe so you can get to relax in your hoard while we do the real work, almost like a real dragon."
Arthur really was growing soft. His scorn was almost indistinguishable from banter these days. "All right then." I sent my message far and wide. "You know the deal. Staying safe is the most important part. Keeping them at bay comes second. If it looks like we're getting overrun, we pull back and rearrange while us flyers run interference. We're in a hurry, but not that much. This battle is already won. The monsters just haven't realized that yet." I took to the sky and took in our army. Behind me, in the center of the funnel, our close combat forces were arrayed, ready to take on any enemies who decided to go straight for the throat. In the air, a group of winged creatures were struggling to keep up. We had imps, of course, trilling at the thought of battle. Then there was a mixed bag of surviving flyers from the first battle against the human armies. Most of them had finally been domesticated enough that Emus deemed them ready for battle. A near dozen were the wyvern-like creatures with lots of millipede-like legs, tough, hardy, and strappy, named terrors, according to Firth, for what happened if they grabbed hold of you. Then came 2 of the fast, agile cat-like flyers, and 2 of the insectile spitters with their venomous attacks. Judging from the haulers from Emus firmly strapped in on the back of the largest terror, he was definitely also ready. "All is ready, people. Time for us to turn the tide and take back the wastes. At my mark. Attack! Even hovering 100 feet in the air, I heard the thwomp of the twin discharges of the ballistae. Then nothing happened for several seconds, until the impact. One missile skirted harmlessly across the ground. The other, however, struck the gargantuan firestalker in its back leg. We were ready for anything. An immediate charge. Animalistic sorceress discharges. What we got instead was a minute and a half of loud roaring and milling about, while our ballistae sent missile after missile thundering at the beasts. It took a couple of tries for our people to get the aim zeroed in, but then they started to really do some damage. Like we instructed them to, they focused their attacks on the leading beasts. When the sights of the bestial horde finally turned to our wall, both the firestalker and the matriarch planesnatcher sprouted large missiles embedded in their huge bodies. I'd say this for them, though. When they finally decided to come after us, they came with a vengeance. Like an avalanche of fur, feather, and carapace, a general movement slowly turned into a charge that threatened to overwhelm anything we could put in its way. Except, whatever intellect the creatures obtained over years of leveling and learning clearly hadn't extended to any sort of strategic thinking beyond the very most basic sort. They started out with an almost unified mass of beasts, a blanket of hunger and destruction. However, within just 100 feet, the planesnatchers outpaced the other species. They swept forward in low, long jumps, eating up the distance between the towers and themselves. Behind them, the others followed. First the firestalker, then the scarecrow-like creatures, seemingly unsure whether they should stay with the group or try to keep up. And finally, the turtle-like monsters, too slow to follow. The towers were far out in front of the walls. Too far for us to reach in time. There's no way we'd be able to cause enough damage that we could stop their forces. The planesnatcher had to realize that too, because it and its offspring put on speed, eager to get to the towers first and take down the offenders. They weren't too fast for us flyers, though. Soon we started swooping down on them, doing what damage we could before they hit our artillery. And that wasn't just a little. I swept in first with a weakening fog, laying the groundwork for those following. None fell, unfortunately. These weren't the dregs we'd finished off earlier. These were the biggest, toughest bastards in this place. But some of them did waver and slow down. The leading planesnatcher, almost a dozen feet tall at the neck, leapt to catch me, but missed by a wide margin. Then the other flyers struck. First came the spitters. Caustic spit tearing from the sky like they were enthusiastic kids spitting watermelon seeds. Wherever they struck, the liquid sizzled and burned. In their wake, the cat-like beasts struck, agile movement slashing at tendons and turned backs. Then came the terrors, who stayed aloft, slower but high enough to stay safe from any reprisal. On their backs, shamans had stockpiled rocks, which they now unleashed with added boosts of earth magic to increase the velocity and impact even further. Around everybody, in an unorganized flurry of fire, the imps danced their dance of death. Our attack landed like a formation of World War airplanes swooping in over a charging army. Before our assault, the insectile forms bounded forward in an unstoppable wave of chitin and hunger. Afterwards, they were still there, but only a few emerged unscathed. Broken bones, oozing exoskeletons, charred extremities, and shrill cries followed our attack, even as insectile eyes turned toward the sky in seething rage. The main beast didn't waver, though. Its body was pitted with a half-dozen wounds oozing nasty green blood, yet it seemed practically unharmed and only sped up as it focused on the towers. Behind it, its kin wavered, undecided, then followed its wake, hateful screeches gaining in volume. I didn't waste any more time on the planesnatchers. Instead, I beat my wings hard to regain height, ordering the flyers to follow. After a half-minute wait for the final terrors to catch up, we repeated our attack, this time on the firestalkers. They were prepared. What animalistic intelligence they had, it prepared them to defend themselves. My weakening fog landed, but seemed not to have the same effect, landing against what appeared to be a heat shimmer on their bodies. As for the other flyers, their attacks were mostly evaded through the application of some sort of burst effect. The large avian-like bodies applied fiery bursts to move short distances in split seconds. The imps were more precise, but their firebolts seemed to have little effect against the feathered beasts. Some sort of elemental affinity, I'd wager. I placed a shadow whirl right in front of the eyes of the boss beast for good measure. They did not come out unharmed, however, where the plane snatchers were almost hobbled by our attacks. The firestalkers continued unperturbed with only the occasional wound to show for it. We climbed up again, escaping the reaches of the avian forms easily. At least it seemed they had no weapons against us. As I arrived first, I observed as the insectile attackers reached the ballista towers. The ballistas had been shooting continuously, one of them managing to land a lucky strike right on the neck of the lead firestalker, the first real wound on her. Now, however, they looked down on an incoming avalanche of chitin and hatred. The 30 feet of the platforms would not be enough to keep them safe. From above, the two surviving parvu beasts swooped down onto the platforms. The crawls managing the ballista scurried to safety on top of the beasts' backs, even as the beast's claws closed around the body of the siege weapon. Then they slowly took to the sky, carrying the burdens with heavy wing beats. A cacophony of screeches followed them as the plane snatchers watched their quarry escape before their insectile eyes. They looked to the skies in fury. In response, the skies brightened as our ranged attackers unleashed their fury. On Earth, this strategy might not be viable. The platforms were far away from our walls, and the chance of actually hitting anything at this range seemed unlikely. However, that did not take into account the myriad levels and boosts that our people had seen. Due to the dragon meat we had feasted on over time, each of the Talpi would be easily stronger and more agile than a human in their prime, and that was before mentioning the training chamber and any attributes and feats gained by levels. The barrage of throwing spears, followed by arrows from the secondary, tore the surviving plane snatchers apart. The lead beast shambled into a charge but dropped to the ground seconds later, bleeding everywhere. For a second, the entire battlefield held its breath. The collective attention of our army was drawn to the massive firestalker that stopped in the middle of its charge to take in the slaughter of a quarter of its forces. With an ear-sundering screech, it launched forward again, and its spawn sprang with it. I quickly assessed the situation, then sent out orders to the flyers. "Everybody attack the firestalkers! We need to hurt them so they won't arrive in full power. The slow ones will be too late to make a real difference anyway." Again, we swooped down. Again, the firestalkers avoided most of the projectile and poison attacks with swift movements. Again, they bore my breath attack with little to show for it. One of them stumbled, but continued regardless. I hoped that meant the effect was diminished, but still there. Now, however, the scarecrow beasts were coming into range, and suddenly we found out exactly what the hell their deal was. The hindmost of our terrors were still climbing to reach us, except suddenly they didn't move naturally, but were tossed around, buffeted and blanketed by unseen winds, like a clown car caught crossing a bridge in a hurricane. The fuckers were elementals, at least partially so, as their wiry arms moved like they were dancing to trance-techno whatever. The winds obeyed, launching bursts of weaponized air after our people. "No, you fucking don't!" I screamed and launched myself at them. It felt like I was caught up in a hurricane. Strong winds assaulted me from everywhere, trying to tear me from the sky. I gave them a mental middle finger, engaged my aerial burst of speed, and shot downward like a bullet. Powerful the scarecrows might be, some of the wind attacks carried debris with them and worse, making me feel like an American ninja contestant. Some attacks really hurt. Working in concert, they could surely browbeat almost any beast out there, especially airborne. Poor bastards. They were not armed for a dragon. I unleashed a weakening fog straight at them. Then I landed. To be fair, there was a certain degree of crash to my landing. I teetered and swerved to keep my balance. Then I tore directly through their group on all fours. It wasn't the smartest move I'd ever made. They were an unknown, enemies with elemental powers who might be able to throw unmatched air attacks at me. Except the same was true for them. They didn't know me or my powers. As we matched up element-controlling scarecrows against a speed-leveled shadow dragon with razor-sharp claws, magical resistance, hardened scales, and a lot of repressed anger, they folded like a house of cards in a tempest. In the center of their formation, I paused to release a deafening roar before continuing my slaughter right through their number. I slashed out left and right, unleashing everything I had in me, going more for quantity of attacks than quality. The monsters bent and broke. I emerged from the other side of the bipedal creature, snapping out to catch a final monster in my jaws, biting down with a wet squelch to part the beast in two. Blood pumped in my veins and quite literally obscured my vision. I had to blink several times to be able to see. Then I spotted the form of the huge turtle monster in front of me, neck bowed, humming with power. Fuck! I did a clawful of things in short succession. I turned quickly to face the beast with my side and back instead of my head. Then I drew from the nearby darkness to wrap myself in magical shadows. Finally, I exploded into the air at breakneck speed. It wasn't fast enough. I barely made it off the ground when I was riddled with the pain of 100 impacts. Pain-filled screeches erupted from the scarecrows behind me too, but couldn't focus. Everything hurt way too much. I couldn't think. Tumbling through the air, I fumbled with a claw and activated a mana crystal from my necklace. Then my mind cleared, right as I slammed into the soil. I had to keep moving or I'd be done for, so I scrambled to my feet and, moments later, took off in an inelegant lurching shamble. The healing properties of the mana crystal were still hard at work. My sight returned its clarity, and I fought my way into the air. Climbing, I watched with equal parts repulsion and fascination as a foot-long quill slowly worked its way out of my leg and dropped to the ground below. I hated being right sometimes. That was a nasty ability. Half a minute later, I believed I was in a safe distance from the turtly pinhead imitator. Then, with a quiet sense of dread, I turned my attention back to the firestalker and its brood. Slowly, I found a smile splitting my face in half. The firestalkers had made it to the funnel hurt but unimpeded. My aerial attackers might have been able to delay and hurt them somewhat, but definitely not stop them. Hence, they arrived near full strength. A few of their numbers had been taken down by the concerted efforts of our ranged attackers. The rest, however, reached the center of the funnel, ready to tear up the weak walls and ruin the day for our defenders. Except they hadn't accounted for Tim. That had been part of the plan from the get-go. Sure, we had counted on being able to whittle them down more along the way. Still, we'd always expected the bastards to reach the killing ground. Tim, along with the secondaries, were the ones who were to stall them. I began flying in their direction. I watched in rapt fascination as the see-through ectoplasm fought the building-sized beast. Or rather, fought wasn't the right explanation. Annoyed, rather. He sent stun blast straight into the chest of the main firestalker. Then, with inhumanly fast movement, he blazed through another beast, only to shoot out another stun blast at the boss monster through its legs. The huge beast bellowed in annoyance, even as the next blast distracted it for another second. All the while, a deadly barrage continued from up on the walls. If the gigantic monster could keep its focus on the situation, it should have been able to ruin the day for us. We were ready to ditch the walls at a moment's notice, but if we did so, we'd have to pull back and regroup, and the damn thing was faster than us. However, Timothy never gave it the chance to find its feet. With his latest burst of speed feat, along with his new and improved soul stun, he could distract anything in the world, even a creature as large as this. Around him, the fastest soldiers of the secondary, as well as our clincher riders, engaged in hit-and-run tactics against the remaining firestalkers, while our aerial forces poured on the pain from above. Sure, the firestalkers were fast. They were also huge and strong, elementally enhanced, and gifted with abilities that left them outside the reach of most single enemies. Their claws glowed with flames that were sure to be able to cause elemental damage. But they'd gotten themselves in a situation where they were vastly outnumbered and exposed to a constant blistering wave of damage from all sides. Where the lead monster was stuck trying to catch Tim, the smaller beasts tried to run right through us. Half of them charged the wall in an attempt to gobble down the tiny beasts laying down so much damage. The other half burned right on ahead through the funnel, trying to overcome the secondary melee groups waiting there with size, mass, and unrelenting speed. The secondary were underleveled compared to the rest of us, no discussion. However, they were used to this exact situation. Thrown in front of stampeding hordes to fend for themselves and survive as best they could until the cavalry could be bothered to go in and mop up. The skirmishers had long since evolved strategies to help them overcome differences in size, power, and numbers. On top of that, they'd gained a smattering of levels lately, new attributes, and we'd liberally shared the hoard of magic items with them. The secondary was ready. Wherever the firestalkers made it through the funnel and charged in smaller numbers, the skirmishers met them with damage and evasion. When a beast came thundering in, large throwing spears flew to interrupt its stride. When it finally came into melee distance, they set spears, let the beasts impale themselves in their charge, then flowed away to reset and attack from another angle. The large carnivores were never allowed to charge unimpeded, but harried, disrupted, and forced to change directions and targets. On the few occasions that a monster managed to close, our clencher riders were hovering in the background, ready to charge in with their long spears ready and force the beasts back with savage force. In short, the secondary embraced the monster attack, met force with evasion, and looked like they could keep it up for however long they needed to. The situation on the walls was less perfect. Staring down at the incoming dozen large beasts, our ranged attackers were in a crappy situation. Not only were the walls flimsy enough that the beasts could tear right through them, given enough momentum, the monsters were also tall enough that they'd be able to reach the defenders if they stood on their hind legs. Roth was up on the walls as well. Wherever he and his oversized sword whirled, the monsters were slashed apart and ruined. However, he couldn't be everywhere. For a moment, the arrayed forces looked like they were about to flee, removing the pressure we were putting on the enemy. Then Kraziel used his new feat, Call the Earth. The description was broken enough as it stood. Being able to triple his already impressive control over rocks and soil for 5 full minutes was insane. The only drawback was that he couldn't use it for combat purposes. However, the timid Talpas had wagered that there were ways around that. For 5 insane minutes, he showed us exactly how right he was. The ground before the wall was relatively even and unbroken. Kraziel wrecked it. Ahead of the incoming firestalkers, the earth rippled and broke, creating huge differences in terrain and holes large enough that the Indiana Department of Traffic might consider sending somebody to fix it. Eventually. Then the walls expanded, growing an additional outcropping 2/3 of the way to the top, sticking out far enough that any monster could not just stand there and reach the defenders. Not for combat purposes apparently meant, as long as you're not causing direct damage or creating weaponry, just go nuts. The monsters didn't relent, though. They crawled across the now broken ground, tanking the damage that poured in from the walls, from the flyers, and from the shamans. Grex used his burnout feat and literally poured fire down on one of the monsters, like a particularly nasty waterfall. This finally broke through the fire resistance and the poor thing practically exploded in a squawking bonfire. Drunk with power, Grex wallowed through the air, trying to catch up to the rest of the beasts. They reached the walls first. About 1/3 of them were down at this point. The rest were practically berserk with bloodlust, raving to close with somebody and pay them back for everything they'd suffered. Then Arthur unleashed his newfound power. Hovering on one of the wyvern-like terrors in the exact center of the funnel, he reached out and called upon the boulders we'd placed to the side on top of the walls for this exact situation. Then he made them do his bidding. Slowly, the dozen boulders placed on either wall rose into the air and started moving. Gaining in speed, they moved lower, constantly speeding up until they formed a huge orbit around the Talpa shaman, sped up and sped up even further. Then the imperfect circle moved down in place in front of our defensive walls. Like an uneven, broken halo, the boulder spun, keeping a constant defensive movement intact in front of the upper levels of the ramparts. Whenever a stalker tried to climb the walls, the rucks were there, punishing them. And there was force behind the movement. This wasn't just a scare tactic. A beast ignored the incoming missile only to be slammed from the battlement and down onto the ground. It did not get back up. Arthur's move ground their charge to a halt. They didn't relent. Not a single beast tried to stop their attack or flee, but their inability to move into contact with us effectively ruined their chance. Within the next few minutes, the smaller firestalkers were picked off one by one. I kept up my breath attacks throughout, finally seeing a couple of the monsters fall senseless. The lead monster died last, and it died hard. Under constant attack from all our forces, half blind by my shadow whirl and the magical shadows I summoned to envelop it, the meat sloughed off its bones as the wounds worsened. Still, it kept up its attack on Timothy, completely bereft of its senses from the unceasing pain and stuns, trying to bring its fiery talons to bear. It dropped to the ground with a final shriek of rage and failed to rise again. Then it was just a matter of mopping up. The turtle monster might be a formidable enemy in its own right, yet it never managed to catch up to the other monsters. And once the firestalkers were handled and the final surviving handful of scarecrow monsters were dealt with, we took what time we needed to deal with it and its half-dozen offspring safely. They succumbed to my weakening fog easily, blanketed in magical darkness and unable to spot when I was swooping in. Finally, it was done, and we could relax to celebrate our victory. Chapter 7. The bigger they are, the more they bleed. Duke Nukem.
Celebrating 2 nights in a row? That's a bit much, isn't it? We have work to do.
The voice was insistent and annoying, like a mosquito buzzing around my ears. I frowned and tried to make it go away. When that failed, I relented and half-opened an eye. You. Relax, Tim, my boy, my lad. Take this from somebody who's older and way wiser than you. So much wiser, you wouldn't even be able to fathom it. In fact, where was I going?
To a nursing home if I had a say in it. But I'm not sure about your point. We really do have work to do.
I didn't need to open my eyes to see him. His eyes would be fixed on me, arms crossed, every inch of him looking the part of an impatient nobleman. With a sigh, I shuffled my body into a more comfortable position. There we are. Yes, my point is this. There's always work to do. I know the New Yorker in you needs to get everything done yesterday, but you need to relax. It's just been a few hours since we won. Take a look at people. They've worked themselves to the bone and risked their lives on numerous occasions. They're running ragged. Besides, there are so many things to celebrate. Feeling a sensation of evasion from him, I laughed and stretched my neck. Behind him, a small group of people waited patiently, shooting glances at me. Ha! I see. It isn't about hurrying. It's more about putting them to work and getting them off your back. Tim groaned and blurred into an undefined shape.
They have so many questions, man. I can answer most of them, but damn, a guy needs a break.
I smirked. You know what they say. With great leveling comes great, need for spreadsheets. He snorted, and the image of the noble gentleman returned, cocking an eyebrow.
Don't quit your day job, dude.
Sure. I mean it, though. We need this. Tomorrow we're back to the grind. Today, we've had enough of a struggle that we deserve to celebrate surviving. Besides, if you need another assistant, just say the word. We'll figure out something. Since you can't stop yourself from pestering me, I think I'll get my fat ass up and find the blessing. Make sure that we didn't go through all this for nothing. Wanna come? He assented, and we took off. There was a lot to celebrate. All around us were dead or downed monsters, surrounded by our survivors. The stench was pretty grim, but the mood was buoyant, and cook fires were already springing up here and there. Where usually the larger battles were mixed with grief from losses, today saw almost exclusively joy. 2 people had toppled off the walls in the heat of battle. A single imp died due to her overconfidence. 1 skirmisher from the secondary lost her life, and another lost his arm, but that was it. Taking into account what we'd been facing, we came off easy, and we knew it. Tim and I took to the skies, aimed straight for the place where the huge firestalker had made its nest. There, right in the center of the city, a few still standing half-walls outlined what must have been a huge temple or similar creation. On the inside of the grounds, tumbled pillars and cracked tiles hinted at former grandeur. I could cry at the sight of what had basically been reduced to the world's largest henhouse. Feathers, refuse, and stinking excrement were everywhere. In the dead center of the ruin lay a small depression, a tiled bowl a mere foot across. I almost missed it at first, but the slight glow illuminated the close surroundings, and the moment I came close, I recognized the sensation. It felt like a warm shower after a hot day's work, like relaxing into the loving arms of Kate way back in the day. Like coming home. It was a blessing, and it was mine. There were but a few drops of moisture in the bottom of the bowl. The damn giant chicken had clearly slurped it all up to reap the maximum benefits before going against us, and, as I very well knew, the blessing took time to recuperate. I was very cognizant of the dirt, mess, and crap all around me, but I couldn't help myself. I let my tongue unfurl very carefully and touched it to the liquid. My vision exploded with notifications, even as my taste buds overloaded with sensations. I knew what I was going to get. At least, that was what I thought. The sensation will be almost overwhelming, even as the effects of the blessing traveled through my system, making me stronger, lighter, whole. I would emerge from the other side fundamentally the same, but only better and stronger in every perceivable way, as the power of Dara brought out everything in me, allowing me to use my potential to the fullest. Damn, was I wrong. This time there was a sensation of warmth, of splendor. I felt a rightness pouring through me, healing everything it touched, making it all as it should be. But that wasn't all. Where the few paltry drops traveled, they left me with the knowledge that now I was exactly what I needed to be. That I would now be able to pass on my gifts to my offspring exactly the way Dara intended. You have partaken of the blessing of Dara. The blessing expands your connection with Dara, allowing you to approach the utilization of the maximal capabilities of your species to pass on her gifts to the next generation. Your body will require less food and water, even as the blessing ensures that you gain stronger, healthier offspring. Fertility improved. Possible number of offspring improved. Evolved offspring enabled where possible. Faster initial growth for offspring. Need for sustenance minimized. Additional constructions available. Time remaining, 23 hours, 59 minutes. What the fuck? Following that game changer, I had to call for the council because we needed to react to this now. They met in the stinking ruin where I informed them what exactly the blessing promised. I looked at my dirt and blood-spattered minions gathered around me and the blessing and finished my explanation. Back in the mountain, I basically kept the blessing for myself. I was constantly fighting to defend the mountain and threw myself into one battle for survival after the other. I spent a bit of time once or twice considering how to better use the old blessing, but never got around to actually optimizing it. Sorry about that. On our march here, I was working on the loose idea of sharing the new blessing to reinforce our people and send them out to make leveling easier for them. This changes everything. Grax looked at me blankly.
How? You want to find a female dragon now? You killed Salus.
I blinked at him. He had to be... He wasn't kidding. I sighed. Learning that there are different types of blessings, that opens the gate to some additional long-term questions. What can we get if we gather more of them? Are there specific ones we should try to find? Stuff like that. For now, those can wait. What cannot wait is the discussion revolving around all the different monsters we've downed and which ones we need to let live. Before the final beasts had wised up to our stratagems, we'd managed to weaken almost 2/3 of the ones that attacked. That granted us a veritable menagerie of growling, mewling, crapping animals half-trapped in earth that wanted nothing more than escaping, and possibly tearing our throats out in the process. It also gave us a chance for growth we hadn't seen coming at all. The plan was to slaughter all the monsters for experience and food, unless we believed some could be easily domesticated like the clenchers. That way we'd be able to earn a solid base while we started building fields and growth boosts as fast as we could to plant what we needed to ensure our long-term survival. It opens the path to a different approach, one where we instead grow our base of meat animals. Demodius stepped forward.
I see what you're getting at, Onyx. Let me lay out the situation with our food. Before today, we still had rations enough to get by for at least 4 more weeks. With the influx from the monsters we killed today, we can easily add another 2 weeks if we stick to limited rations. We should be able to go on limited rations for as long as we grow the herd. If you focus on the animal boost instead of the growth boost, and send out enough hunters to add to the cooking pots, with those boosts, we should see the arrival of the first offspring of our new herds arriving within that time.
Arthur nodded. I will find Emus. We will decide which animals we should breed. Brazil was crouched on his heels, drawing in the dirt of the tiled floor. He jumped limberly to his feet and cleared his throat. Sorry, but no. I mean, Arthur, you should definitely do that. However, we still need to focus on the fields. He scratched his chest where a patch of matted blood colored his fur dark. Then he pointed out at the surrounding city. There are many questions here and precious few answers. We should go scouting to find what we need to grow fields properly. The best soil, places where we won't be jumped by monsters, areas with water. He grimaced. They'll need to be far enough out that they won't interfere with the city as we restore it too. Even so, one thing is for certain. We'll need the plants. Even if the blessing takes care of most of the needs for sustenance for the beasts, its effects alone won't be enough to handle the offspring that should, hopefully, follow quickly. We need alternatives for that. I groaned. I'm an idiot. We know, Arthur added helpfully. I glared at him. My mind's not in the best place right now. I miss things. Probably not the optimal time for long-term planning anyway, but we needed to make sure we didn't kill all the animals we'll need for breeding. Now, for the rest of the day, I have 3 requirements. First, as Arthur and Emus take care of the monsters, the remainder of us will handle the rest, making sure we all share in the experience of those that need to die. Second, I want you all to think about how best to balance this situation, breeding on one side, farming on the other. Finally, I need all of you to go out there and enjoy yourselves. Today we took the first massive step in ensuring that we survive and are able to fight back against those damn humans. We've earned a short break. The sensations from all around were of wholehearted agreement. We did just that. That evening, the horizon was bright with campfires as we celebrated our victories as well as our experience gains. The experience from the fight itself was less than I'd expected. Not everybody fought. Some melee fighters saw little action or none at all, as they were deemed too slow to be able to handle the tactics. And some of the Fire Peak citizens were still opting for the non-combat or crafter approach. Soon, those gains were entirely forgotten, though. Arthur and Emus spent hours deciding which animals to breed and which to slaughter. They found that a good deal of the downed enemies were not omnivores, but sheer carnivores. We decided that breeding those simply wasn't viable and killed those for the experience and food, again making sure that everybody benefited. Hint: if you take almost 100 carnivores that have been dominating the countryside for God knows how long and slaughter them for experience, the experience is good. Sure, a lot of them were the beasts lower in the hierarchy, but there was nothing to scoff at here. All told, my people gained almost 90,000 experience apiece, while I got nearly 60,000 for myself on top of the increase from the battle. My people flourished and grew. Again. The secondary exploded in strength, as did the people from Fire Peak. At this point, the increase was fast and abrupt enough that I honestly believe that none of us were able to fully understand the power of the people in our ranks without a conflict to show for it. But from Tim's guesstimates, the average level of the secondary had gone from between level 10 and 15 to somewhere from 22 to 25. As for the people at Fire Peak, they were lower, but generally approaching 20 on average as well. This was about the same as the soldiers in the human armies, and these were mostly non-combatants. I no longer feared for the menaces of the common monsters in the wastes at all, and our future looked a lot brighter. Among my council, 3 of my favorite nutjobs managed to snag their next feat. Roth went from level 39 to 41. The combat-fixated strong workout freak got his first non-combat related feat, and it was a doozy. Limitless improvement. You have broken through the limits. In the future, the hard cap for improving your abilities through the training chamber has been changed to a soft cap. It will always be possible for you to improve your attributes through training, though the difficulty will slowly rise. Tim made it from level 44 to 46 and earned his second defining feat. I still thought it was totally unfair that you got fewer defining feats when you were a lower-tiered person, but it wasn't like I could tell Dara off, and there was nothing to complain about concerning the feat. Empowering Core. You have found that which is, at the core, the truest, most important ability for you. From here on, your empowering touch increases not just one attribute, but all attributes of any friendly creatures you empower. I didn't see it at first, especially when he explained the other 2 options. They gave him the chance of changing his stun blast into a stream, continually stun-locking any targets and draining their mana, or of turning into an actual physical gestalt for a full half-hour a day. If it were me, I'd have jumped at that chance. He was calm and collected as he told me his reasoning. It was a simple matter of mathematics, because of course it was, with him being him. Soon we'd be facing larger numbers of enemies with high levels. That was undeniable. As such, the stun stream would be efficient but lacking, given that we would likely be outnumbered, and he wouldn't be able to keep more than one enemy stunned with that feat. As to the physical form, he classed it as bait and left it at that. But when he laid out his thoughts, I got it. I really did. He was already able to increase the attributes of those he touched by between 5 and 10 points, depending on how much he stretched to reach more persons. For a Tier 3 race like humans or Viperkin, who got 3 attributes each level, that was 2 to 3 levels worth of attributes. For a Tier 1 like Talpi, it was even more. Changing it to improve all attributes made the effects increase exponentially. This meant that a Tier 1 person with his full boost and the new ability in place would gain an effective boost of 50 damn levels. Given that he said he could maybe affect 3 with his narrow maximum boost, or perhaps up to 15 with his large-scale minimal boost, the number started escaping my grasp. Suddenly, it was easy to understand how hitting just one enemy couldn't compare. Kraziel jumped from 43 to 45 and earned another feat. At this point, I was starting to wise up to the system. There was some difference between earning feats as somebody holding a leader position or as an average person. Normal people got choices that defined them as a person. People who had, in their lives, chosen a path of responsibility over others, like Roth, were often offered choices that could affect those under them. Kraziel was a funny kid. He didn't entirely fit the mold. He was clever, adaptable, learned fast, and was an absolute natural when it came to architecture and working the earth. But he didn't work as hard on improving himself as everybody else. That was more incidental. It was no wonder that the options he got for feats in general revolved around earth manipulation and sorcery. However, that didn't really account for the creativity that came from him. Whenever we had issues, he tended to be the one coming up with surprising curveballs, using the terrain to our advantage, or encouraging lateral thinking. Somehow, the system must have seen the same in him, because his choices were between an exponentially growing boost to his mental power, an absolutely ridiculous limited-time earth manipulation increaser, and this. Expanded elemental control. You have delved enough into the intricacies of earth and stone that you have gained an understanding of surrounding elements. From now on, you have a basic control of water and fire. That was insane, mostly because I knew it was just a matter of time before that base control blossomed into something decidedly impressive. It wouldn't be like him to leave any new mysteries unsolved. I finally hit level 50, almost 51 too, but not quite. It had been a long time coming, and I'd readily admit to quite a bit of trepidation when I opened the notification. My first defining feat had given me a choice between improving myself, my minions, or my constructions. A choice of path or personality, as it were. I'd happily gone with Codex of the Trainer, giving my minions a constant plus 50% experience boost. My second feat expanded on that, giving me the choice between buffing different types of constructions. I wasn't planning to avoid conflict in the future, so I'd gone with the battle-oriented choice there, Gift of Battle, boosting my war-oriented constructions by plus 50%. My Shadow Towers packed a punch. Then I got the same type of choice, only it applied to my vassals, and I opted for improved survivability. And now? Now we were expanding the scope. Congratulations! By reaching level 50, you have unlocked access to your fourth defining feat. Choose one of the following. Domain of Nature. Your domain revolves primarily around natural growth. This feeds back to you, temporarily increasing your attributes and granting you experience while inside the domain for every instance of birth and every construction not related to battle. Domain of Strength. Your domain revolves primarily around improving the strength of oneself, be it mental or physical. This feeds back to you, temporarily increasing your attributes and granting you experience while inside the domain for every instance of training-related gains. Domain of Battle. Your domain revolves primarily around improving yourself by passing through the crucible of battle. This feeds back to you, temporarily increasing your attributes and granting you experience while inside the domain for every instance of experience gained through combat. I was blown away. Not only did I gain another defining feat even though it had only been 5 levels since the last one, it allowed me to sit on my fat scaly ass and reap the benefits of whatever my minions were up to, as long as it matched what I defined. The choice was a damn hard one, though. If I were to choose from where I was right now, the nature one was the way to go. This place was definitely going to be the center for growth, farming, breeding, and births. Still, I had no doubt that I was going to move on from here to fight in the mountain. And if I had my way, I'd be back in the Fire Peak domain at some point, leaving this one behind. Then I'd likely have wasted the usefulness of the nature selection. Also, how long-term was I planning here? If I considered a year from now, I would likely be embroiled in battle again quite often. Following that, if all went our way, the odds were good that we'd move back to a more sedate pace, and Roth would be able to terrorize all the trainees inside our myriad training chambers. Before the humans arrived, we'd already seen reduced battles, since we were getting better at clearing the tunnels. That thought decided my choice, however. If all went our way. It was the manifestation of the good old quote, "If you want peace, prepare for war," all over again. If I opted for one of the more peaceful choices and we ended up in battle, I'd be majorly screwed. If it was the other way around, it'd be water off the duck's back. Domain of Battle it was. Another update appeared. Level 50 obtained. Evolution option unlocked. Stay small and quick or grow big and strong. Size matters. There is a reason that shadow dragons tend to remain small. It makes it easier for them to hide and slink away. Also, their natural illusions and shadows can easily hide a smaller body. With this option, you remain the same size and gain a one-time bonus of plus 20% to your agility. Growth Spur. Dragons age slowly. However, sometimes a dragon needs to grow up before time. With this option, you instantly trigger the next step in your growth cycle, with all the increases that includes in attributes and size. I wanted to stay small, I really did. My agility was tied for my second highest attribute, and a 20% increase would give me 28 points right away. An insane difference in speed and aerial maneuverability. But the number of times over the past months I'd cursed not being stronger or being able to fly faster with a bigger wingspan, I couldn't just ignore that. On top of that, I remembered my first time fighting with a big red dragon. The difference in toughness was just insane. The attribute points weren't the most important part of my decision, though. It was the flight speed. I had a lot of aerial travel ahead of me, and I'd had it proved to me again and again that others were faster than me in the air. This would grant me the aerial speed I needed, some much-needed attribute points, and I wouldn't have to spend points in strength. I triggered Growth Spur. Instantly, my body cramped up and seized as trails of pain shot through me, everywhere. I was reduced to a slobbering, whimpering mess as every body part painfully stretched and grew. Minutes passed by in pain until finally I came to, watching people gathered around me, asking what was going on. I ignored them and raised my head. Up. And up. I'd definitely grown. Maybe a third more. I believed I was 12 feet or more in shoulder height by now. And my wingspan? I unfurled them, watching people scramble back. Yeah, this was going to make an insane difference. With that selection decided, my attribute points were easily distributed. At this point, most of my attributes were at the point where I felt good about them. I've been cursed over my lack of strength, but all told, I'd need to spend too many levels on the attribute to reach a really useful level. And with this evolution, I wouldn't have to either, since it effectively granted me what I've been needing. What won me battles, though, were my mental power and agility, allowing me to avoid attacks and lay down the hurt. Hence, for the foreseeable future, I divide my points equally between the two. I brought up my stats to see what else had changed. Name, Onyx. Race, Young Shadow Dragon. Level 50. Experience toward next level, 43,120 of 50,000. Size, huge. Stats and attributes. Health, 1,220 of 1,220. Mana, 1,370 of 1,370. Strength, 58. Toughness, 122. Agility, 140. Mental power, 140. Mental control, 171. Mana regeneration rate, 8,208 per day. Health regeneration rate, 122 per hour. God damn, that was insane. Not only did I gain an extra 25 to toughness, I also gained an extra 10 to strength. That, added to my additional wingspan, would make a huge difference when I was airborne, as I knew from facing Silas, Crave, and others in the air. Now, I just had to get used to my new size, so I didn't step on my people. I shook myself and smiled down at the worried people around me. It was time to re-establish the Horde and start on the constructions, build a foundation we could use to take back our goddamn mountain. Well, once I'd calmed everybody down a bit. Chapter 8. I stared at the message in front of me and cursed the lack of coffee in this world. I was not awake enough for this. If there were two things I really missed, it was my hands and coffee. The entire ritual revolved around slowly coming to your senses and being allowed to just wake up slowly. Here, my draconian senses were unnaturally sharp, and I woke up at 100%. It didn't allow for much of a transition, and it definitely didn't grant me any excuses for just slowly adapting to shit. We'd partied into the late hours of the morning. Celebrating our victories, we'd told war stories and crowed over our accomplishments and new feats and milestones reached. I'd walked the camps, taking in the mood and enjoying the welcoming sensation bursting from everywhere. To think that I'd been at odds with all these different groupings at some time or another, yet we'd still come together in the end. There was a lesson to be learned here, most likely. I didn't waste any brain cells on cracking it, however, merely reveled in the sensation. There were differences there, to be sure, differences in the victory speeches and the sensations brimming around me as I walked the camps. My people, those who had been with me forever, were proud, ambitious, sure of themselves. They relished in their latest accomplishment and were looking forward to moving forward to the next challenge. Except for the imps. They just wanted to see the world burn, but in a jolly way. The mood in the secondary was somewhere between astonishment and relief that we'd accomplished what could be seen as an impossibility. We'd earned something as important as a blessing for ourselves. Astonishment that they were actually free also ran rampant. The Nephrin Empire wasn't nipping at our heels, ready to toss them straight back into conscripted near slavery. Oh, there was plenty of lingering doubt there. Suspicion that the tables were about to turn roiled along with fears that they were about to pay the real price. I found that this really didn't bother me that much. I'd walk the walk. It was just a matter of them walking alongside long enough that they'd get it. The people of Fire Peak were different. These were the ones who decided to join our forces and run from the human armies instead of staying to defend what many of the citizens of Fire Peak saw as rightfully theirs. That left them firmly in one of two camps. One belonged to those who decided we were the best chance for long-term survival. They'd seen the light, to a certain degree, and were willing to throw in with us and join us properly. Those mostly ranged along the line of cautious optimism. The other, bigger camp consisted of those who just wanted to live. These people had seen an overwhelming force bear down upon them and decided that following us was less likely to leave them dead. There was relief there and a bit of optimism, but mostly there was resentment for being plucked from their normal lives, fear, and a lingering sense of being treated unfairly. In the long run, for sure, we'd have issues with them. Unfair, but a natural reaction. Still, they comprised a huge force of crafters, workers, and useful non-combatants. They'd be essential in rebuilding here in the ruins. We just needed to make them come around to our side and show them all the good we were doing. I couldn't wait to foist that task off on somebody else. Likely Demodius. I friggin' loved delegation. Today, people were less excitable and the camps were slow to wake up. Somehow, both the soldiers of the secondary, my own minions, and the people from Firepeak managed to scrounge up some alcohol. It was a logistic miracle, really. Still, it left people sluggish, hungover, and less than eager to get started. Also, they weren't really super excited to let go of the magical weapons and items so we could build the horde to a decent level again. But Demodius came through and made them behave. Eventually. I was mostly impressed by how only a rare few people ran off with their items, convinced they could make it on their own. Some of them we caught and disciplined. 2 got away. And I secretly wished them luck, the traitorous asses. Somewhere around midday, we got it all gathered up. We spent a while discussing if we even wanted to place the horde near the blessing, but eventually agreed. It was placed as centrally as possible, and we'd be all in on reconstruction soon, meaning we could build from the existing foundations and save some time. At first, everything looked normal to me. You have established a very large horde, forming a connection with Daira. Your current horde size? 80 mana crystals. Very large grants you the following. Maximum population size, 2,000. 4,000 with the blessing of Daira. Current population, 1,274. Domain size, 40,000 foot radius. Domain detection range, 125 miles. Domains within range, 0. Mana regeneration rate is increased by 700%. Total current regeneration rate increase equals 4,700%. The possible quality of magic abilities gained from the horde is increased. Magic abilities are gained faster. New constructions are available through the horde. The connection and benefits will remain for as long as your horde is active. Criteria to upgrade horde. Create 1 of each construction. Initially, I didn't spot anything untoward. The horde was the same size as it had been last, and the criteria to upgrade didn't seem too untoward. I'd get that done in no time. It was a relief that there were no domains within detection range. That might have promised trouble for me, especially if the Scoured Mountain was close enough that they'd be able to detect us, should the humans establish their own domain in Firepeak. Then, subtly, my mind started prodding me, telling me about tiny incongruities, details that weren't like I believed they should be. For one, the domain size was insane. I was pretty sure the domain back in the mountain wasn't that large, or I'd have been able to influence almost the entire damn mountain from Firepeak. Of course, following that revelation and my inadvertent longing for coffee, I had to have Tim fetched, since he'd had the details of the horde jotted down ever since he started cataloging feats and attributes among our people. He arrived after not too long, getting with the program within seconds. He didn't share my hesitation at yet another mystery, just dove right into it. He had his new assistant, a rare imp who decided to invest in mental power instead of agility, find the relevant details, and he compared with the strings of leather as I read aloud from the notifications. Tim helped the imp tie a new string of leather to remember the details of the new horde, patiently explaining the process to him along the way. I conveniently forgot everything before he'd even finished. Finally, the imp packed up, and Tim turned toward me with a gleam in his eye.
This raises as many questions as it answers. If we start with the cold hard facts, our maximum population size is doubled. That means 2,000 more than back in Firepeak. The domain size is doubled too.
I knew it. I frowned. He continued, unperturbed.
It's not all positive, though. The detection range is halved, down from 250 miles to 125. Also, the improvement of magic items within the Horde is different. Slightly worse all across the board in subtle wording.
I hissed. Fuck. For a split second there, I thought we'd just won the jackpot. I blinked as I realized the importance of this. 250 miles? Does that mean that they'd be able to detect us from there? You said we were about 200 miles away, right? He smiled and shook his head.
We'll be safe for now.
I deflated in relief as I thought about it. Oh, of course not. They wouldn't be able to create a horde the same size as ours from the get-go unless they actually brought a ton of magical items and treasure. The range would be a lot shorter. He pointed at me and winked.
Bingo!
Thanks, man. So, not a today issue, just an in the future if we don't kick the bastards from the mountain issue. I frowned and sat down on my haunches, ignoring Tim, who was changing his form to a body swelling with muscles, blabbering about how he'd flex and yeet them out of there. He was such a dork sometimes. That tells us quite a bit about this place.
Come again?
Tim stopped his ravings and blinked at me, deflating to his normal size. Have you ever bought a house? I asked. He rolled his eyes.
I'm Gen Z. An old one, but still. What do you think?
I coughed. Fair point. Anyway, it's like walking into a stranger's house after they've removed their furniture. With the furniture gone and everything whitewashed, there's no, let's say, personality left. Even so, you can still tell traces of what was important to the old owners. Like, did they have a big-ass tool shed? Is the garden just for show or for puttering around? Is the bathtub large enough to hold several, or is it small and functional? There's a lot that can be derived just from those things. Tim snorted.
Yeah, like if they still had a bathtub, they were old-ass people. But I get your point, I think. And this place? What can you tell me about it?
I pointed at the roll of leather filled with strings the imp carried in his arms. The bonuses right there, as well as the details of the Blessing of Dara, are a dead giveaway. This place is made for growth, for breeding, for resting, getting better, and improving your numbers. If the fertility bonuses weren't enough, the population size increase would prove it. It'll be way easier for our people to grow, since almost all of them can become followers and earn bonuses from training, the horde, and everything. He snapped his fingers, frowning down at them as they refused to make any sounds.
Speaking of followers, you've dropped a few since back in Fire Peak. Should we be worried?
I wrinkled my nose. Honestly, I doubt it. I've seen bosses, good bosses, being called out in public by higher-ups. It never fails. Some people under them will spend a while where they aren't too verbal in their support of those bosses until things settle down again.
So you think the moment we get things up and running and people see what you have to offer, they'll join you again?
Bound to happen. I harumphed. As long as we don't mess up horribly in the meantime. But anyway, this place is for building and growth. The mountain? Well, I'd say it's for fighting. What with the magic item increases and the massive experience and attribute gains. Possibly for scouting, too.
So, like a watchtower?
I shrugged. Sure. World's biggest watchtower. I have to laugh. Okay, I might be talking up my scaly arse, but it feels right, you know? The differences feel like something that's been done with a purpose.
Hard to disagree, he admitted. Especially when both the Horde and the Blessing give different results. In fact, you think the rest will be like this too? Different constructions with different improvements? Have you gone through the rest of your notifications yet?
I groaned. Oh, I'm not awake enough for this level of existentialism. He was right, though. The bloody rain cloud was right that the differences prevailed through the constructions themselves. That discovery was what really had me groaning and longing for coffee, relief, or possibly death. Whatever could get this train wreck moving on. I hid my snout under my claws. I damn well didn't become a leader to deal with all of this crap. Timothy stopped looking over the shoulder of the imp and let his arm drop. Incredulously, he asked,
You didn't become a foreman to deal with details? Paperwork? Wasn't the job pretty much all annoying details and paperwork?
I enveloped his body in magical shadow, grinning at the sight of his embodied head dancing in a sea of darkness. I know that now. My old boss made it sound like it was all ordering people around so I could take the fun jobs for myself. Tim grinned, earning himself a Cheshire Cat Award.
Bet that was a learning experience. As is this.
Raising my head, I looked at him hopefully. We're done then?
Yep. Pays off to do it properly, and now we have the details down for the next time we find another blessing and domain. It'll be easier to spot the differences.
So? Don't leave me hanging here. He smiled.
The main constructions are the same.
I thought about it. I don't know if that's a relief or a disappointment. Easier to get an overview of, at the very least. He pointed at the strings of leather, like that was supposed to tell me something.
Yeah, all the main constructions and their improvements according to the rank of your horde are the exact same. Nothing's changed there, leading me to guess that this will be the same across every single domain out there.
I scratched a scale on my tail, deep in thought. So, regardless which domain you get, what decides the constructions available to you are only your race, for those racial constructions like my shadow towers and traps, and the rank of your domain. In my case, the size of my horde. Tim smiled at me like I was a rear seat student who magically came up with the right answer for once.
Exactly! The abilities granted to you for having access to the blessing remain the same, like having the full access to your inspect and domain map skills. The only difference here is the big one. Which constructions are being provided through the blessing? Now, in the mountain, those were...
He squinted down at the strings.
The fire shield, the scout tower, and the communication field. Here, those are different. Could you read them aloud for us once again? Moivin, are you ready to take down the details?
I read aloud from my notifications as Tim slowly guided the imp through the laborious process of creating strings, showing all the details of my new constructions.
Communication zone. This construction can be created as many times as you want within the breadth of your domain. Once created, it takes all the communication zones and gathers them as one in an illusory magical construction set outside of the world. Anybody currently inside any of the zones will be able to communicate mentally among themselves, in private or in communion. Note that their bodies remain back in the communication zone. Only the mind travels to communicate. Mana cost, 300. Creation time, 24 hours.
That's kind of like the communication field back in the mountain, I hazarded. Then again, maybe not. The communication field only lets you talk with the vassals themselves, and everybody hears everything at the same time. This looks like 20 different people can have 10 different conversations at once if they wanted. Tim nodded.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing. It also allows for much easier communication. There's a quite obvious limitation, though, with them having to be inside the domain, whereas the other just had to be within the mountain.
True. So that's pretty obvious then. One's for the larger details, having to handle strategy, defense, and high-scale planning for an entire mountain, while the other's for everyday stuff, where they can talk without having to walk 12 miles to the other side of the domain to chat with the other beast tamers or whatever. It's like the difference between the higher-ups having the monthly or weekly status meetings and the foreman having a daily powwow to see about progress.
Yep.
Timothy was quiet for a while. Then he mulled.
It does sound like it'll be useful for us too, but not a priority.
Completely agreed. The other one, however, the overview access, that sounded more like something immediately useful.
Overview access. This construction earns you, as well as up to a dozen designated minions, access to a visual overview as long as you are physically inside the space of the construction. The overview creates an in-depth tally of people, beasts, and materials inside the domain. Mana cost, 1,000. Construction time, 72 hours.
I gave it a moment's thought, then I could feel my lips quirking up in a smile. Oh yeah, Demodius is going to go absolutely nuts over this. Emus too, I think, depending on the details of the beasts. And Roth, who can see what weapons we have. I don't think anybody else would care to have access to it, though. My vision obscured as something opaque covered my eyes. I pulled back my neck a bit to see Timothy glaring at me, one arm outstretched.
Don't! Don't you fucking dare! That could be the fucking motherlode of knowledge! Allow me to think and plan properly, and you would give it to that damn hairy CrossFit enthusiast? Ugh!
I snorted. Oh, you? I can't believe how that slipped my mind. I guess you'd be allowed in as well. My smile grew into a smirk. Sounds like I'd better make that a priority then?
You'd goddamn better!
He growled. Then he relented.
I mean, it's not life or death right away. Growth comes first, getting started on the fields and breeding programs. But once we've got everybody at work, we'll need information to handle the growth properly, and it sounds like this would be the perfect tool to ensure we can manage.
Agreed. The moment we outpace our construction workers, farmers, and animal trainers, you'll get it. One claw tapped softly against the tiles below me. I have to admit, though, I'm not really sure about this last one. Tim asked hesitantly.
I can't really tell if you're pulling my leg right now.
I looked over the details of the construction again.
Zone of Life. This creates a magical shield that harmlessly gathers life energy, turning it back upon the inhabitants to beneficial effects. The shield will siphon infinitesimal amounts of life energy from each birth and follower inside the domain. The shield will then enhance the energy and turn it back on everybody inside the shield as a constant boost to attributes and energy. Births generate more energy. Mana cost, 2,000. Construction time, 96 hours.
I grunted. I'm not. What I mean is we're totally getting it. What I'm not sure about is whether this should be something we invest in right off the bat. I mean, without knowing how much the boosts are, it's hard to judge.
Oh,
the ghost looked a bit mollified.
That's less moronic. You're right on that count.
He diffused into a cloud and performed a full circle of the ruin. I took the time to frown at my surroundings. We were definitely having this place cleaned, too. Pronto. The place surrounding the blessing looked like an abattoir mixed with a shithouse. If we were going to have living creatures drinking from the blessing on a regular basis, we'd need to do something. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to worry about the humans. We'd all succumb to the plague before that. Tim finished his circuit and returned to his regular shape before announcing with finality,
Before the overview access, but after we've got the initial farming and breeding stuff handled. It says that the boost will be larger from births, and it'll be a while before that's really relevant anyway.
I nodded and smiled. Agreed. Then I grew pensive and looked around. It makes you think, doesn't it?
Huh?
Well, this place. The constructions, the blessing, the domain bonuses. Frigging everything seemed to be tailored for life and, well, peaceful growth. How come? Who chose that? Is this like that game where they created a ton of shelters, then ran experiments on all of them through nuclear war, testing different approaches? Tim frowned.
Don't know which game you're talking about. Must be ancient.
He grinned, then grew serious.
It's hard to tell with what little we know. I agree that it looks like a coherent and planned-out approach. Could be these Korin we keep hearing about. Could be Daira herself.
He grimaced.
Hard as hell to be an agnostic in this place. Pun not intended.
Hardy har. He rolled his eyes.
I know, sorry. What I meant is, it doesn't matter much to us right now. We can roll with the results and use it to our advantage. For now, however, it'll remain a mystery.
His eyes gleamed with avarice.
Then, once we have the humans beat back, we're going to crack open this world and suck out all the knowledge like a fucking juice brick.
Jesus, that was downright scary. Do you often get banned from libraries?
Chapter 9. Zokdok. Peon. Warcraft 2. I'd seen my people in action. Often. In fact, it was easier to come up with the few times where we'd actually been able to relax, kip back, and do nothing compared to the myriad times where we'd worked and struggled at a breakneck pace. My minions were anything but slackers. When they started in on a project, they did not stop until they were done. I never observed productivity on a scale like I did now, hovering in the air above the ruins. We had everybody working. Everybody. The very first thing we did before getting started was ensure that the different groups had people responsible for assigning tasks to those under them,
then ensure that they had others below them to keep everything flowing, all the way from the former higher-ups down to the smallest imp. My council aided with suggestions for the positions, but ultimately we let the different groups decide for themselves. It wasn't perfect. We'd definitely have to adjust along the way, change responsibilities and tasks around. Demodius took on organizing the people from Fire Peak on top of his own responsibilities, which he definitely didn't have time for. But it was a start. Once we had things rolling, we could observe and adjust. The ruins surrounding the blessing were alive with movement. The center was completely run over with minions hard at work. However, activity wasn't limited to the center. In fact, movement stretched out miles from the center. Right in the middle, we had 4 different crews at work: cleanup, collection, construction, and comforts. I didn't know who'd come up with that naming scheme, but I was betting it was Tim. The nerd had a thing for alliteration. The cleanup crew was the first into the action. They handled the roughest, dirtiest, nastiest job of having to clean up after decades or more of beasts living, breeding, and crapping in the ruins. It was ugly and rough work. The few water mages in Fire Peak had been delegated to this task and probably hated their life right now. It was necessary, though, as they went over each ruin, transforming them from looking like ground zero and back into regular stinky ruins. Still dirty, still broken, but empty to the worst of debris and crap. Everything they found, they unloaded in the streets. There, our strong people took over. These were the workers, the diggers and bearers, the ones who formed the backbone of our people, carrying everything we needed to survive. Quite a lot of them were fighters, too, with impressive physical attributes, or people from the secondary who helped where they could. They accepted the loads of random crap from the cleanup crews and went through the painstaking and smelly task of having to sort what could be used and what couldn't. Using tarps, freshly constructed crude carts, and simple packs, the workers toiled to carry the materials to where they needed to be. They handled literal crap, too. Piles and piles of excrement, half-consumed food, and worse, was transported to the edges of the domain and handed over to the farmers and shamans. But everything even half useful, mostly old stonework, bricks, or sometimes bones that were long enough that they could perceivably be used for something, were all placed in piles of their own. Then the construction crews took over. These were dominated by my Talpi, who knew Earth better than anybody. However, there were also a good deal of actual construction workers from Fire Peak. They swarmed over the mostly cleaned-out ruins and did what they could under the circumstances. They repaired what little walls were left standing, arranged impromptu homes, and found places for waste disposal. Almost all the young shamans were here too, wrangling the earth and stone of the ruins to create interim homes, making sure that everybody could get, if not a roof over their head, at least a place out of the way of the wind. The speed at which the crews managed to turn the center of the city into something halfway inhabitable was downright impressive. We'd spent some time beforehand picking the order of attack, and had chosen the largest, most intact ruins for renovation first. Later, there'd be time to improve upon the makeshift repairs, to allow people to move out as families and such. For now, it was just a matter of ensuring safety. Meanwhile, we had people working on the comforts. We weren't talking furniture, beds, or any posh crap. This was simply a matter of checking off when a resting place was finished and arranging for food and drink. Following our long trip, people were already quite efficient at handling those. A few experienced scouts had the job of trying to locate whatever wells, clean water sources, or water delivering systems might be recoverable from the old city. In the meantime, we would be working on effectivizing and institutionalizing what processes we've already started, creating cooking places, and getting those cleaned up and running. I became part of the comforts activity too, sort of. Every time another dwelling was done, somebody would call for me and I would create a habitat. This construction converts an area of 45 by 45 feet into living space, optimal for any living creature to move into. Please note, while any race and species may take up the habitat, not all are able to peacefully coexist. Increases health and mana recovery for all creatures in the habitat. Your habitats now add a well-rested buff. Any minion sleeping in the habitat for more than 4 hours will have an 8-hour increase to toughness. High-level creatures will now have the chance to spawn stronger offspring. The higher the level of the parents, the bigger the chance. Not all creatures have this option. Mana cost, 100. Construction time, 4 hours. They might be empty buildings. They might have to sleep on the dirt and not even have proper roofs yet. But by damn, they'd be the most comfortable dirt beds ever. I wouldn't be able to spare that mana for long, but as long as the work wasn't started on the farming and breeding activities, I did what I could. Apart from that task, I spent my time overseeing, in this case very literally from the air, the activities, and trying to funnel the efforts where they would be most needed. There were few discussions and even fewer fights. This, to me, was amazing. Usually, when anyone mixed crews, they'd unavoidably wind up with issues, tempers flaring, the works. However, everybody here knew about the stakes, and enough responsible people were on the floor to keep an eye on those who didn't get it. Once we'd settled in, I was sure we'd end up with malcontents and plenty of disagreements. For now, people pulled in the same direction. Late afternoon of the first day, Grex started circling around my head like an overlarge fruit fly. The constant confusing motion brought about the same reaction as a fruit fly. I wanted to smack him out of the sky. "Grex," I said, not bothering to hide my annoyance. "Settle down. What do you want?" He performed a full-on corkscrewed loop assisted by his wand, settling into a perfectly smooth slide that landed him right in front of my snout. Somehow that made me want to smack him even worse.
They need you. Choices to be made, and I was nearby and fast and useful. Also bored.
I snorted. The bored component was likely the main one. I had to hand it to him, and the other imps, though. They never shied from helping. All right, lead the way. We'll see what's going on. I didn't see it. I had to work fast to keep up with Grex, given that he kept using that damn wand to boost his speed. I did see the numerous talpi and crawls gathered on the ground at the northern edge of the domain, about 7 miles from the center, but there was nothing to be spotted that should account for even half of the excitement I felt in the air. The sensation was entirely unmistakable, though. As I sat down right next to Kraziel, I could see it on him. He looked almost drunk, beaming with happiness. "Okay, what's going on here?" I asked.
"A stroke of luck, Onyx. We couldn't have planned for anything as perfect as this."
Kraziel indicated the wide-open expanse of the plain surrounding us. I looked around. Really looked. And I still didn't get it. The area was greener and slightly more vibrant than the parts of the wastes we'd traveled through to get here, but that had been the same for days. There were straight lines here and there around us that indicated something might have been constructed here in years past, but at this short distance to the city, that was no surprise. "You'll have to explain it to me slowly, Kraziel."
"They're fields! We found the fields of the city!"
He beamed as if it were obvious to anybody. I squinted, trying to see past the myriad different weeds. Then I started to see it. A small smile started building on my face. "Can we use it? I mean, are there any useful plants still living?" He nodded vigorously.
"You'd be surprised. I know I am. Lave's been by, and she insists that there are enough remnants of the original crops that we should be able to find seeds and get started soon. But that's not the best part, though. There's a river running just a handful of miles away, and get this. They already have irrigation channels created. They're blocked right now from years of misuse, but that's nothing I can't fix with a day's work."
The pride coming from the tiny talpus was almost palpable. I had to fight to keep myself from patting his head. "You've done good. And don't tell me it's luck. I'm sure it wasn't a coincidence that you managed to find this place instead of just starting to erect new fields somewhere."
"Well," he drawled, insecure at the praise, "it stands to reason that they'd have crops somewhere, right? It's a place that focuses on breeding animals. It was just a process of elimination once I thought that far."
"I'm damn proud of you regardless." I looked at the wild, untamed area surrounding us. "So, when can we actually get started on the work here?"
"Yesterday!" he exclaimed, then he tittered. "We've already got Lave instructing groups of the young which plants are weeds and which we want to keep. We're going through the stores to see which seeds we managed to bring with us from Firepeak. Again, we've got Lave to thank for that."
He shrugged and sniffed the air. With closed eyes, he continued.
"Yeah, this place will be good for us."
We worked for hours. with them outlining the areas we needed for our fields, followed by me casting growth boosts to make sure our crops would grow up nice and fast. With the size of the area we had in front of us, this would be an ongoing process for several weeks, most likely. But we could have the first couple of fields cleaned, planted, and irrigated within just a few days. Right before nightfall, Grex came by again, this time to drag me to the western part of the town. There, I was met by a stressed-out Emus who was beset by a group of different people. He looked at my arriving like a lifeline. I internally winced at the emotions coming off of him. Damn, one of those situations. The usually devil-may-care Talpus animal trainer practically oozed relief at having somebody in charge come to take over. Emus, good to see you. How are we doing? He didn't quite snarl at the people behind him. I didn't recognize anybody, but the insignia on two showed them as being from the secondary, while the rest looked like Fire Peak citizens. Not too bad. We just have a few disagreements about how to handle this thing. Maybe you could help with a few minor issues here? Be happy to help, man. I really wouldn't, not with the emotions I could sense from everybody around me. But I knew how the game was supposed to be played. First, you listen to everybody, then you try to find common ground with them. After 20 minutes of much too in-depth information revolving around animal husbandry, that was the description. Why was that a thing outside of Alabama? I revised my early assessment. First, you listen to everybody. Then you scold the fuck out of them and hope they grow up. Then you either find common ground or eat somebody. So what you're telling me is that you haven't gotten anything done at all because you can't agree on how to proceed? That is not inaccurate, a male cauldron said. The winged bestial humanoid was soft for a cauldron. They usually look like half-demons, slabs of muscle resting on more muscle. This dude looked like he'd decided to opt for becoming a gluttonous demon instead, choosing flabs over slabs. All right, I said. I already disliked him. He was from Fire Peak and felt like one of those I'd already pegged for future troublemakers. Why is that? The more time we spend here, the more our beasts languish. The faster we get to helping them grow, the better the chances that we don't starve. He nodded and indicated the rest of the creatures in the half-circle. It's quite simple. The rest here refuse to accept our authority. We, that is me and my trustworthy helpers here, are beyond doubt the ones most competent at breeding beasts for meat. Still, these amateurs refuse to heal. No shit, Sherlock, if that's the way you presented your message. I didn't say it, but I really wanted to, though. I put Emus in charge here for a very simple reason. I've worked with him for a long time, and he holds my trust. You? I don't know. Trying to tell me that my people should heal is not a good start. I sent my message to everybody in the half-circle, but kept my gaze fixed on the cauldron. We reward competence and skills, but we also need everybody to work together here. Trying to browbeat others into following your orders? It won't work and might get you eaten. I leaned my neck back and let my eyes sweep over everybody. Now, we've already wasted half a day here. Tell me your plans, your reasoning behind it, and what your experience is. Then we'll get this started. Half an hour later, I was already regretting my approach. The snotty cauldron named Lurch was horrible. He was the worst product of the old power balance in Fire Peak, used to getting his way because he was in charge, and he most likely enjoyed all the benefits of a lifestyle under Salus, too. Slavery, fawning, sycophants, all that crap. He seemed the sort. But the bastard was the most knowledgeable of them all. He was the only person with any experience in wholesale livestock breeding. The people of the secondary were either used to handling smaller flocks or attending to cavalry, neither of which applied well to the numbers or the animals we were attempting to work with here. Emus was an amazing person, insane enough to be the first one to jump at the chance to become a clencher rider, but he had jack-all general experience. The three separate groups went together like orange juice and toothpaste. Even more than my approach, I regretted what I had to do. I'd excused myself for a few minutes to think it over properly. Now I decided it was time to grab the bull by the horns. The three were arguing again, Emus pressing the point that we'd need to erect buildings to keep the beasts sealed away. The soldiers of the secondary were arguing wholeheartedly against this, while Lars observed both groups with thinly veiled disdain. I let a clawed foot slam down on the ground near the group. "All right, that's enough!" They quieted down immediately. I turned my head to look at the assembled breeders, trainers, and herders. You come from very different backgrounds. You've lived very different lives. And you have all suffered a lot lately. This is why I will excuse a lot from you. Now, however, is when we are going to agree how to handle this properly from here on out. I lowered my head to face the soldiers of the secondary. You have a lot of experience working out in the open, exposed to the elements. We will need that. We have to figure out which beasts need special treatment, special shelters, or exercise. I expect you to deliver the vast majority of experience there. Turning to Emus, I continued. You have the most experience working with monsters that want to chew your face off. This is pretty damn important here. It'll probably be ages before we get half these bastards tamed. Some we won't ever be able to tame, perhaps. I want you to look for those. Help with the judgment call on when they're more trouble than they're worth. Looking back to Lurch, I hid my distaste and swallowed what I really wanted to say. Then I addressed him. You, without discussion, hold the most vital experience here. We need what you know about handling all the large-scale issues of breeding, about how to make our processes as efficient as possible, removing all that stands in our way for delivering the optimal result. If we don't handle this properly, our people will starve. I knew what I wanted to say. I wanted to tell Emus he'd be in charge, and he'd be able to handle things as he needed in order to obtain the results we needed. Except that wasn't going to happen. Lush was a petty fucker. I would have been able to tell even without any telepathic powers. So I looked the self-important turd straight in the eye and told him, You will be the one in charge here. We can't afford indecisiveness and endless discussions to slow us down. We need results. So above all, that will be your goal. Make this work. Lurch reacted every inch as obnoxiously as I expected. The side of his mouth quirked up in a self-important, slimy smile. Then he half-turned to meet Emus's gaze. Better stop that right away, I thought, then continued. Be that as it may, I am of the firm belief that everybody here has a lot to offer to our community. So, Lurch, I require you to listen to them all and take their suggestions seriously. I put on my own smile, making it every bit as sincere as I could. It wasn't much. Now, I have every bit of confidence you'll handle this properly and won't just blow them off. Should you fail me in this, however, I want your fellow experts to go to me and tell me. If I learn that any pettiness or self-serving behavior comes in the way of the prosperity of our people, you will be held responsible. If you go beyond just pettiness, you will not like the result. Watching Lurch's ugly face grow darker and even uglier, I turned to the others. I will rely on the rest of you to help me here. I cannot be everywhere at once. Therefore, I am counting on you to be my eyes and ears. Should Lurch abuse the privileges he's been granted here, I need you to tell me. There will be a reckoning. The same goes for all of you. We don't have time for pettiness. We're fighting for the survival of all here. If you come to me and waste my time with self-serving nonsense, there will be consequences. I considered for a second whether I'd gone too far. No. They knew the circumstances as well as anybody else, and they'd spent the time bickering instead of getting work done. I needed them all to realize what the stakes were. Now, I wish you all the best. Send somebody for me the moment you're ready for me to create some animal boosts. We still have plenty of chances to build the foundation our people need to thrive outside the mountain. But we need to grasp them, not let them fall through our hands. Don't fail me. Chapter 10. 3 days passed by in a haze of activity. My people worked as if their lives depended on it, and the city transformed before our eyes. I lay in the street outside the Blessing with Timothy, watching the evening sun go down over the city. A dark orange haze bathed the world in a warm light I'd usually only associated with those Hallmark movies Kate used to watch all the time. The sappy ones. People were still busting their asses everywhere, hard at work, but there was the scent of closing hours about it. Workers were spending their last energy, looking forward to calling it a day. Inside the Blessing, there was still a steady stream of people coming and going.
"This isn't the worst, is it?"
Timothy said quietly from next to me. The sense of contentment was strong in him. Not at all. Bit of a waste of sunset, though. If I were young and had a girl at my side, maybe a sports car, instant payoff. The ghost's face screwed up.
"The fact that you're thinking of that with me right next to you is more than mildly disturbing. I can promise you, there'll be no kinky retelling of that sappy ghost movie."
I snorted. Of all the places your mind could have gone. Anyway, that wasn't what I was thinking about at all.
"You could have fooled me." "Okay, I'll bite."
Time-lapse videos. He was silent for a moment, then repeated.
"Time-lapse videos?"
Yeah, I loved watching them. Watching an in-depth construction video or cleanup job. Somebody just working their ass off, creating something to an instantly visible result. Digging a pool, building a house from bamboo. I waved a claw at the vista in front of us. Before, the center of the city had been one big ruin, filled with crap, both literal and figurative. Now it was mostly clean, and the walls were rising all over the place, creating the skeletons of buildings, a promise of things to come. We could have made bank here, created the most impressive large-scale time-lapse video of a city being cleaned ever. Tim snorted, then started laughing. It took a while for him to stop again.
"I will never figure out how your mind works. Never,"
he continued, still chuckling.
"Still, I'd watch that."
The tiny cloud of static lapsed into a brief silence.
"Sometimes it's the small things that get you. Audiobooks. I used to fall asleep listening to audiobooks. That sensation of waking up, slightly confused a short while later, and then going back to sleep with the mind still half mixed in the story. I miss that."
"For me, it's the food. Like BLTs. I nodded. Most people do BLTs wrong. Kate was the worst. Like we're supposed to have equal amounts of tomatoes and bacon in a BLT? When we finally divorced, I made myself the perfect BLT. Bread was cheap Texas toast, not some healthy whole grain crap. Plenty of mayo. 3 thin slices of tomatoes. 1 lettuce leaf. A crap load of bacon. That first morning I stood on my porch, cup of coffee in one hand, BLT in the other, and I knew everything was going to be all right. Tim smiled wistfully, gazing at the scene in front of us.
"I think we might need a lot of bacon for this one."
Agreed. Even so, I feel like we might be all right. Our bacon is in the right place. I smile at his eye roll. No, really. I mean, we've been on the back foot for so long. That's nothing new. However, look at it like this. We're all here. And this time we know our people. There were no craves, no tellers, no pricks just waiting to backstab us. And the ones who might aspire to become the next teller? We know them and know what to look for. They're in the minority. Somewhere among the attrition and constant struggle, we've reached a place where we've won over enough people that deep down, I don't worry that much about traitors. They know we're fighting for all of us. Tim grew diffuse for a second, then gave me a nervous nod.
"I would love to have your certainty, but on that point, I think you're right. It's all the other stuff that gets me nervous."
The us against the rest of the world situation? He grimaced.
"Yeah, that. Hard for me to be positive when the humans are probably gathering up huge armies right now to come out and crush us entirely."
I shrugged. I get that, though I prefer to look at them like the Romans. He stared at me, one eyebrow raised far above where it was supposed to sit. What? I'm not allowed to make history references? I didn't know you cared about any of it. I'm curious what your point is, though. Well, from what I've learned, the humans have spread far and wide. Like, this world is pretty damn huge, and their empire has grown pretty vast. Yet it's all held together from the stronghold of their blessing. Sure, an advantage that no other humans have, that we know of at least. And now they see a way to increase that strength exponentially with a new blessing. Exactly. But the humans aren't alone in the world. They have non-humans everywhere that they need to keep down. Monsters roaming the wilderness. Rebellious humans who aren't too keen on their top-down management scheme. And on every border they have their humanoid allies looking in on them, searching for a moment's weakness. I gave Tim a savage grin. We've already taken down 2 of their major armies. Sure, from what Sigil says, they still have 8 other major armies. But they can't just send all of them at us. Their empire will crack at the seams if they focus only on us. So yeah, like the Romans. They expanded too far and had too many enemies and, in the end, couldn't even defend from a bunch of wandering brutes. We just need to survive. Make sure they don't take over the blessing in the mountain, then we'll be set to make our own mark on this world. Tim snorted. That's not entirely historically inaccurate, but almost. Just remember all the peoples and cities that the Romans ruined before they were laid low. Slackers. He froze. His opaque form grew even more undefined. Slackers. Celts, Germans, Carthaginians, Macedonians, Greeks. You're calling the freaking Egyptians slackers? Oh yeah. Just look at that Sphinx thingy. They couldn't even be arsed to build it with a real nose. I took in the way he was unable to even gather his form, filled with apoplectic rage as he was. Then I burst into laughter. Oh man, you're too goddamn easy sometimes. Yes, I know it'll be tough. And yes, we may be screwed. But we are fucking survivors. As long as we grow as fast as we can, don't get discovered, and don't lose the mountain, the situation of the Empire becomes increasingly unstable. He looked away. I guess. Oh, you don't have to take my word for it. You'll just have to watch as we do it. I cracked my neck. Still, that requires us to actually do the job we need to do. You're out and about a lot. How are we doing these days, from your perspective? He considered my words, then pulled himself together, his form looking sharp and snazzy again. Honestly, we're doing good. It's like you said. Whatever else we have to deal with these days, people working against us from within is not as much of an issue. People know what's at stake and act like it. Those who try to act otherwise get called out for it. Even the people from Fire Peak? He smiled. This one looked entirely heartfelt. Even them. We actually had a bunch of Fire Peak workers come up to Demodius yesterday and inform us their superior was hoarding rations for himself. We had him replaced and set on crap-carrying duty until further notice. This is the kind of stuff that people notice. Those who try to bypass the rules get cracked down on. As long as we actually deliver and share with everybody, the popular opinion is in our favor. One blue arm pointed at a cluster of buildings near us. I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it myself. However, we've got homes for everybody now. In 3 goddamn days. Sure, most of the buildings are just 4 walls, but in less than a week from now, there should be roofs over everybody's heads. That's great. I gathered my thoughts, then fixated on something I'd heard. I seem to recall some people from Fire Peak complaining about being put to work with tasks beneath their station. Yes, I think that Demodius mentioned something like that. Oh, just a second. A mental query had Demodius bustling out of the reconstructed arch leading to the blessing within half a minute. Onyx? There was something about a few Fire Peak citizens bitching over the work being beneath them. He inclined his head with distaste. His soulful eyes spoke volumes about his thoughts on the subject. Yes, they were used to more
important work and didn't want to stoop as low as regular construction work.
Uh-huh. Can you remember what kind of work they were used to? He cocked his head, considering.
Not all of them. I will have to locate them. Mostly administrators, but we also had some craftsmen doing mostly decorative work. A handful of mages used to minor work that kept Firepeak running. Some had no jobs and were getting by with what they'd earned years earlier.
I clicked my tongue appreciatively. Good job, Demodius. We need to make it clear to people that there's no shirking. However, I would like to have you locate and revisit those people.
Really? Why?
Because we've almost got the basics covered. Homes for everybody, plenty of water to drink with all the old wells being unearthed. Meaning we'll look to move beyond that and expand on it. I held up a claw. We'll need administrators. Not the ones who merely bled off resources for themselves. The ones who actively helped keep the engine running, like Kaveen. If you find them, I'll talk to them. Get a measure of them. Then we'll definitely want to ensure that the advanced workers get to work in the areas of their specialties. As long as it's necessary, they need to swallow their pride and chip in. However, with that done, we need to find the people who can make this city come alive. Intricate stonework, any wood carvers, mages to heat up water, to create art, build sewers, seamstresses, furniture craftsmen, every single craft I can't possibly recall right now. We'll need just about everything. More than all, however, we need an overview. Then we'll line it all up, see who needs to go where and when. Even if this may just be a temporary home for us, we could end up spending years here. In time, it could grow into a real home. We don't want to live in mud huts for all of that time. Demodius looked like he had been struck.
Onyx. Sire, I misjudged.
Oh, stop it. You did what was needed. If you hadn't put those slackers to work, we'd have lines all around the city with people just looking for an excuse to avoid working. But there's a time and a place, and people will be happier when they do what they are best at. I showed my teeth. If that's shirking work, we'll just have to help them find some new work ethics. Why did that sound ominous? Timothy asked. Because it was, old buddy. Because it was. Now, Demodius, if you don't mind, I'd like you to stay for a couple minutes. He bowed. I tried not to roll my eyes at him. Some things were just too ingrained in him. We're trying to take stock of the situation. Where are we at construction-wise?
Physically or magically, Onyx?
Let's finish the physical parts. We've covered most of it already, I believe. We should be ready to move on to roofs tomorrow and the other aspects in about a week, right? He nodded.
Yes, that will cover the essentials. Following that, we will start in on craftsman stations. Then we will slowly expand housing to ensure that each family eventually will hold a house of their own, yet at a slower pace.
Sounds great. He continued.
As for the magical constructions, you are keeping up admirably well. Timothy here made a real difference when he showed us that we would benefit long-term from having you use a handful of mana crystals at the start.
Tim crowed. Math! She doesn't lie! I grinned at him. He really had made a world of difference. Using the maximum mana crystals the first 3 days to replenish my mana stores fully had allowed me to construct habitats for everybody, while not shirking and creating growth boosts and animal boosts on the side. This meant that all of my people got the well-rested buff and replenished stamina, health, and mana faster. Sure, my mana regen would be hurting for a while, but since this was a one and done, I could afford it. The same applied to the communication zones and life zone. I'd created 5 communication zones. 1 had been erected in each of the compass directions of the city and 1 in the center. This allowed for vastly more effective communication. Sure, it was something we'd need to iterate on, but it would pay back its worth 1,000-fold. Demodius continued.
According to the trainers, our need for further animal boosts should abate within the next couple of days as well. We have already allocated precious shaman resources to ensuring that they have enclosures where the more dangerous monsters cannot escape. However, we will need a lot more work before they can let the beasts run free.
I groaned. The twice daily visits to our breeders to weaken every single monster and ensure that they didn't eat all our trainers was starting to annoy me. Still, it was necessary. Timeline on that?
We plan to switch over workers for more permanent solutions once the housing situation is solved.
So, starting a week from now. Gotcha. And the fields? Demodius gave the half-nod he only did whenever he was secretly satisfied with something.
We are ahead of schedule there, by a lot. The irrigation system that Krasil found was rather extensive. Once those were reopened and the water flowed freely, we only needed to cleanse the field of weeds, isolate what plants we actually want to grow, and remove rocks and the like.
That still sounds like a lot of work. The Ethium repeated the half-nod.
Oh, it is. But when you have almost 1,000 sets of eager, young hands, and 12 young shaman who are entirely too strong for their age, it is almost unbearable how fast we can move. Tomorrow we should reach the halfway point of the number of fields with included growth boosts. We need to sustain ourselves indefinitely.
Tim screwed up his face entirely, looking like something punched his nose into his brain.
That can't be right. We worked weeks on it back in Fire Peak and still couldn't support the entire city.
Demodius waved him off.
If, as you state, the math does not lie, we are right. Also, please note I said the number of fields. I did not specify the crops produced. We are lacking somewhat in that respect. We are unable to bring enough with us from Fire Peak, and we cannot, unfortunately, salvage enough from the old fields. However, the field hands that made it here from Fire Peak insist that, by saving most of what the first harvest will bring, we will be able to sow all or almost all the established fields in the second round.
I scratched my eye ridge. And where does that leave us, food-wise? Can we actually do this?
It will be tight. There is no debating that. However, we have started experimenting properly with the effects of the blessing on the animals, and it is promising. We cannot feed all of our current beasts with the blessing, and some crops and plants will have to go to them. However, I have spent a lot of time with your Talpi. They are very, very impressive at scrounging up food and growing it, even where it shouldn't be possible.
Demodius pointed off into the distance.
Once we are done with the fields, we will have planted every surface area from here.
He moved his hands 30 degrees.
To here. That will free a lot of people to start foraging, digging out caves to grow edible mushrooms. We have a good deal of plans. The long and short of it, we should be good.
I shook my head in amazement. Damn. Sometimes it feels like I'm not even needed here. You guys are kicking ass. Tim hooted.
Don't tell me you're fishing for compliments.
I snorted. Not bloody likely. More for a week off while the rest of you poor bastards toil. We shut the ship for a while, getting a status of the important tasks at hand while we were at it. Our defenses were not an issue. At all. While we were on the move, we'd experienced trouble with raids from stealthy monsters from above or below. Here, there was nothing. All the local monsters were used to the city being a hotbed of furry and feathery doom and avoided the place like the plague. In time, that was sure to change. However, for now, we kept up patrols around the city at all times, but focused our efforts on building. Once we were done with the basics of food production, sure that we'd be able to keep a continuous production running, we started changing our efforts. We decided we'd need to make a concerted effort towards both combat preparedness and training. We needed to send troops back to the mountain to help with the struggle against the humans. However, it wouldn't do any good if we then neglected to build our forces to the point where we could keep it up. Roth would be in charge of that, along with Arthur, to handle the magic training. Basically, they would graft together the largest scheme for ensuring that every single person out there who wasn't a kid spent time training, unless they had a very good reason not to. That, along with constant war games and an ever-increasing rotation of trained scouts sweeping the land surrounding the ruins, should ensure that we weren't going to be overrun or surprised, while ensuring that our forces didn't just have levels, but also experience to help them behave properly in combat situations. For now, We just had to keep up steam and ensure we didn't neglect anything important. Oh, and avoid getting spotted by the humans, too.
Chapter 11. Bad people are punished by society's law. Good people are punished by Murphy's Law. Unknown. Time went by, for once, without anything bad happening to us. The ruins rapidly transformed from the stinking birthplace of the next big plague to a living, breathing place with actual buildings. That still smelled somewhat of shit. A dozen workers, along with a water mage, started in on a deep cleanse of all buildings to get everything properly cleaned. But that was slow going, and Dragon's senses were keen. A number of the Talpi took to digging into the subterranean parts of the ruins in what little spare time they had. I didn't know if it was something instinctual due to a desire to be out of the sunlight, or just that they were used to being underground. However, slowly, cellars and basements were unearthed, along with, what would you know, what seemed like goddamn sewers. We couldn't be sure, but they were long tunnels underground, and, from what they discovered so far, they held nothing useful to us as a whole. Whatever they'd been, they could damn well end their existence as sewers. There was a life lesson in there somewhere, wasn't there? A few days after creating the last habitat, Demodius called on me and the Blessing to enter the communication zone. We'd set that one up right next door in what was still the complete ruin of a small building around 700 square feet. It worked perfectly for the communication zone with how central it was. There had been no urgency about the task, so I slowly ambled toward the construction, taking in the mood of those around me. What I could sense was all good. An overall positive mood, pockets of everyday worries, as one would expect, but a general current of satisfaction. Focus ran throughout. My people were keeping themselves busy and on the tasks in front of them. Excellent. I stepped into the communication zone, moved out of the way so I wouldn't dominate the entrance to the ruin, and concentrated. The place wasn't anything worth looking at from the outside. In fact, the only sign there was something going on in there was a clear buildup of magic for those with the senses to see that, as well as a light grayish-white fog for those who couldn't. However, the moment you thought of activating the zone, you were transported. The zone became fog-mired, turning into a B-movie version of a haunted graveyard with everything surrounded by whirling clouds. Then it transformed, becoming a meeting place for translucent figures grouped together in varied clumps. I noticed Demodius clustered in a group of smaller creatures. I recognized one of them, Pavel. He was the Talpus cook who'd taken it upon himself to build a temple to the worship of cuisine, amongst a people used to fine dining, meaning finding the least rotten part of the carcass. He stood surrounded by a bunch of other Talpi, who I recognized as mostly drudges and diggers. He bowed deep as I walked out to them, the honorific not hiding his jolly mood. I loved that runt. Out of all the Talpi, he was likely the one who felt the most like somebody back from Earth. Dude enjoyed cooking, loved shooting the shit with the guys, and didn't really care one whit about all the battles and gaining levels. He'd fight if he had to, but the levels and feats had nothing on his interest in how well his new seasoning came across. I turned to Demodius and smiled, beaming my satisfaction equally at him and Pavel. All right, I'm here, Demodius. Good thing Pavel's here too. I've been meaning to congratulate him on his work. He and his helpers do a lot to keep up morale among the people. But I'm betting that's not what I'm here for today. So what's the deal? Good or bad? Demodius considered the question, then he nodded gravely. Good, or so I believe. His emotions reinforced his words, but disclosed the current of turmoil underneath. He indicated Pavel. Pavel has not been idle here in the city. I nodded to the Talpus. I know. He and his crew are literally saving lives. Demodius grunted. Yes. Also, you may not know this, but he is also going above and beyond, working with Leif to find underground places to grow crops, like in the mountain. Oh, like Talonrot? Yes. Demodius almost managed to hide the shudder of distaste running through him at the thought of the disgusting almost food. Also, mushrooms and other growths that will not thrive in direct sunlight. I scratched my neck. That's an excellent idea. I might be too large to fit down there to create growth boosts to increase the growing speed of the crops,
However, if there's room for it, and maybe even space is already available, we'll be able to further increase our crops with limited effort. I grunted with satisfaction. Also, if we manage to get the underground sewers up and running, we'll have manure nearby to add to the growth of whatever we'll be planting. I tilted my head as both Demodius and Pavel failed to display any sort of real reaction to my musings. That's not what you brought me here to discuss, though? Demodius shared a glance with the pleased Talpus.
No. Since Pavel and his crew have their central cookfires nearby, they started their exploration right here in the center of the city, moving outwards. So far, what they have found is promising, not perfect, but useful enough. It would seem a good deal of buildings had underground edifices added for additional storage, living space, and the like, and I believe it's safe to say at this point that a network of tunnels down there was used for both sewers and as another avenue of general transportation.
My eyebrows slowly rose in interest. I know a bit about this, but you wouldn't bring us all together here just for a bunch of sellers.
I would not.
He exhaled softly.
I believe we have found something you need to see.
I brought up the domain map. Its see-through passages made even more obscure inside the ghostly setting of the communication zone, and they guided me swiftly to the right place. Right below the blessing, they'd uncovered a large underground complex. Most of it consisted of simple storage spaces, jammed full with age-old refuse. There were also living rooms of various sizes, leading me to believe that the original citizens of the city had been composed of a number of different races. They hadn't bothered to clear everything. In a few of the rooms, workers were indelicately rummaging through items, searching for anything worth keeping among the trash. However, we soon followed the path through the domain map, arriving at a larger room centrally placed in the underground complex. It was a large rectangular room. In the center, columns of ornately carved pillars maintained the integrity of the room, surrounding a shallow indentation in the floor with low stairs leading down into a tiled recess that had to have been a pool. It was bone dry now. The pool and the pillars gave the entire area a sense of indolent relaxation, like something from the ancient Roman Empire. They were not what attracted the eye, however. The surrounding walls did. I took a sharp breath and exhaled slowly. Fuck me. Is that a map? Demodius glanced at Pavel, then nodded.
They are almost entirely certain that this is the case. The layout and scope are different, but we recognize certain constructions from the map in Firepeak. Also, there are other similarities that are worth considering. But the most important part of this is the one common denominator between the walls down here and the maps in Firepeak.
I didn't need any additional hints to catch it. I made the map veer and recognized what appeared on the opposite walls. A city map. Two, actually. One side portrayed the above-ground part of the city, while the other showed the subterranean parts. Damn, Pavel. This is an excellent find. Not only will this make it infinitely easier for us to find any useful remaining constructions or items left in the city, it will also let us use the remaining infrastructure optimally. Demodius pointed to the indistinct image.
I agree. Also, there are a lot of descriptions and pictograms on the map. I believe we might have a good deal of interesting knowledge hidden here.
I groaned. Oh, yes. Tim is going to have a ball with everything down here. In fact, nobody tell him. Since we're definitely going to lose him to this place, I want to make it a surprise. Milk it for all it's worth. Demodius blinked, confused.
Could we not show him? Or at least tell him to limit the time down here?
I snorted with laughter. You've clearly never dealt with addicts. It's a good thing he's intangible, or he'd likely be licking the walls down here. Seriously, though, we need to tell him. He's dutiful enough he would never let us down, and if there is anything really useful to be derived from what's down here, he's the one to find it. I took in the map on my own. There was the Scoured Mountain. There was the other blessing Firth had visited, the Hanging Gardens-like place. Except it looked more like a jungle gym here on the walls. No matter. Farther out, there were other similar constructions, all surrounded by tons of pictograms. Yeah, Timothy was going to go nuts with this. He'd likely have to invent a whole new system of knots just for the occasion. My guess had been right on the money. At first, he wanted to kill me, just because I told him that I needed a second opinion for the sewer construction, then sprang the map room on him instead. When the fury was replaced by awe and inquisitiveness, I knew I judged spot on. Come rain, shine, or throngs of enemies, Timothy was going to decipher the intricacies of these maps. I pressed upon him the importance of keeping up the progress on everything else, but he scoffed at me and told me to leave him alone to concentrate. I did so with a smile. It wasn't like I was going to run out of things to do right away. At least we were seeing progress all around. I heard the imps before I saw them. Imps in a flock tend to make noises not entirely unlike mosquitoes, high-pitched, excited, and fucking annoying. This was nothing new. Still, they were goddamn loud. That either meant something very good or very bad was about to hit me. Today, I had been out in the fields, creating the very last round of growth boosts. It had been 10 days since we got here, and we were keeping to Demodius' estimates like they were decrees sent from up high. Already, I could see some of the kids who'd been helping in the fields trail off toward the city center. Tonight was going to be one of celebration. Again. Some would argue that it wasn't needed. Still, I knew about the importance of boosting the milestones, making sure that everybody knew we were flourishing. So it would be a smaller celebration, but a celebration nonetheless, where people were allowed to take off from work and just have fun and enjoy themselves. The imps ruined all of that. Bastards. As they flew down toward me, I noticed the strangeness of their formation. They were a full dozen, but 6 of them were centered around something large. I noted Grex among the group hanging on to the shape, cursing at the others as they descended wildly. They slammed down onto the ground, barely making it a landing instead of a crash. Falling to all sides, the imps separated, letting me get a good look at the shape they'd been carrying. She was an elf. The long pointed ears and the thin, ephemeral face were a dead giveaway. Rather, she had been an elf. She was clearly dead, burned wounds making no secret of the specifics of her demise. She was also lightly equipped, carrying an empty quiver, a backpack, and a well-crafted leather armor with— some officious-looking symbol of an arrow in flight, surrounded by symbols. This wasn't just a random loner. "Council! We need the council! Emergency meeting in half an hour!" Chapter 12.
Yes, this is a scout from the Elvenlands. No discussion. The insignia on the armor means she's from the Winged Brigade, crack troops among the elves. If the insignia weren't a dead giveaway, the quality of the equipment would be proof. Also, you'll find that she is bound to have a Wing Brigade brand on her arm.
Sigil looked straight into my eyes. The only physical thing disclosing her nerves was the way her lower half was in constant motion, snake body slithering even as her upper torso stayed still. Around her, the entire council stood near the blessing, gathered in a circle around the corpse. Most of them were impatient with the distraction, but slowly the mood was turning somber as they realized this couldn't just be ignored. Grex used his claws to carve the dirty, sweat-soaked sleeve of her long-sleeved underarmor open.
I don't think— Oh, wait.
He snapped the leather straps of a bracer on her left arm, disclosing a dark brand on the forearm.
Yes, ugly brand. Smells like sick. Can we eat her? We have 5 more bodies if you want to play with them.
I very pointedly did not pinch my temples. It never helped with Grex. Let's just focus a bit. There were 5 more, you said?
Yes, all dead. Good shots, though. Not ready for fire. Nobody got away.
He chuckled darkly. A winged shape descended and landed among us, cutting off what I was about to ask. It was Firth, a hard frown on her face.
Show me where they were. Right now. I need to figure out if there were more.
Grex blinked, then motioned for one of the other imps, and the 2 took off. I nodded at her retreating back. Bad temper, but damn, she was good in a tight spot. Grex. I started, making him twitch. Focus. 6 elves, lightly armored, elf brand, quiver on her back. She had a bow, I presume?
Yes, Kixa wanted to play with it. You want it?
Grex half rose into the air, looking around him.
Wait, Kixa just left with Firth.
I shook my head. No, just trying to come to a conclusion. I stared right at Sigil. This is a full scout group, right? She nodded. With all the implications that entails? Another nod. I exhaled noisily. Grex almost lost his balance from the aerial push, glaring at me with an angry squawk. Damn, this is bad news. I sat down with a bump, trying to gather my thoughts. If the elves are sending scouts, that means they are actively looking for us. This means that whatever's happening back in the mountain, they either know or suspect that part of us have already left. Also, given that these are elves and not humans, we should suspect the worst, that there's a massed army coming our way, with humans, elves, and others. Leif spoke up.
That, or this is just a regular group of elves who were sent into the wastes.
I nodded begrudgingly. True. Not bloody likely, though. Given that the First Shield, the leader of the First Fist, is the one who took in Firepeak, the odds of a bunch of elves casually doing a tour of the surroundings are bad. Nothing we can count on.
Does it change anything, though, Dragon?
Arthur's disgruntled look was a trusty pillar.
We knew they'd be after us and knew we'd have to defend ourselves. It's just a matter of timing.
Yes, and no. It's also a matter of priorities and of planning. We expected that we'd be able to stay here, undiscovered, as we slowly expanded our defenses and started building a retaliatory force we could use to move back into the mountain and help our people slowly take it back. We needed to keep their eyes fixed on the mountain, damn it. Now we can be almost entirely certain they'll notice that this scout is missing and that others will be coming soon.
So we make sure to take those out too, and send out people to hunt any scouts who try to go back to the mountain. We are good at hiding in ambushes.
Arthur's tone was matter-of-fact. Grex tittered.
Oh, yes, we are. We can make a game of it.
Sure. The Telpi and the Aberrants are great at it, but you aren't alone. Not anymore. I portrayed a domain map on the ground in front of all of us, zooming in enough to see the bustle of the city and thousands of people hard at work. There's no hiding this number of people, not in the long run. Sure, we can count on luck, delegate additional scouts and hidden guards to take out any enemy scouts. However, long-term, we're busted. That means we'll have to start preparing a defense here as well. Also, it brings another decision up that I honestly wanted to avoid. We need yet another fallback position. Timothy had been quiet for a good long while. His eyes had been transfixed on the scout, drinking in all the details about the enemy as if he could use those to decipher the enemy's plans. Now he spoke up, musing, deadly serious.
Sometimes I wonder if the body of that shadow dragon is actually affecting your thinking. As in, would you constantly be looking for a way out, somewhere to flee if you had chosen to become a red dragon instead? Or would you be agitating for a direct battle instead?
I nearly scoffed at him, then gave the question the seriousness it demanded. After half a minute of tense silence, I responded. No, I don't think so. Think about it. There's no way to ignore the possibility, but I sincerely doubt it. If we ignore for a moment that I'd never have survived this far if it weren't for the illusions and shadows my choice has granted me, it's not really about personality. It's about numbers and facts. Inclining my head, I shot him a lopsided grin. Every so often, as a foreman, you come across clients who think they can change facts by yelling really loud or calling my manager. And I tell them the same thing I will tell you here. I don't approach this as a matter of sentiment. I try, instead, to see which facts I'm presented with, then I adjust my plans from that. I ticked off points on my claws. We cannot match the numbers or the growth of the Nephrin Empire. Yet. That means any direct confrontation is ultimately foolhardy. Another claw. We've either already been spotted or will be soon. They are organized enough to figure out what the missing scouts will mean, eventually. A third. Once they realize they're not up against a bunch of random monsters but our forces, they will move in hard. I sneered in disgust at the corpse. If that weren't enough to arrive at the conclusion that we'll need a fallback position, this final point is. I indicated the corpse and raised a fourth claw. She's an elf. This means that Lord Verneth wasn't blowing smoke out his ass. The odds are good they've actually gone ahead and gathered a coalition army, meaning whatever they're bringing against us won't be just the humans of the Nephrin Empire, but also their humanoid allies. The reactions differed. Grax looked overjoyed. Gert dipped her head, hiding her eyes. Roth bared his teeth, as if daring them to come against us. Kraziel just nodded as if he'd seen it coming. Timothy, however, grew diffuse, then more defined, squinting suspiciously at me.
Honestly, I'd say you were overthinking this. It would look like a stretch to judge that they've got a coalition army built up just from a single scout, especially seeing how the timeline would look. They'd have to have started building the army right the moment they learned the second shield had died, perhaps even earlier. Except, you don't think it's a stretch, do you?
I shook my head solemnly. No. The Nephrin Empire has shown right from the start that they were taking this seriously. They moved faster, allocated more resources to this than we expected at every turn. Given that their entire empire was built on the graveyard of the dynasty of slain dragons, and the base of their power is a blessing, it's really no surprise. So yes, I believe that we'll be facing a coalition army with numbers dwarfing anything even our most pessimistic estimate said. And I believe that even as we grow in strength and prepare to take the mountain back, we need to prepare for a situation where they've spotted us and send overwhelming forces at us. I grimaced. This, however, is where I'm struggling. Where should we go? What should we do? Running blindly won't do us any good. This world might be huge, but not large enough for our people to run and hide. Silence grew among them. Nobody hazarded any suggestions. My gaze swept over every single one of them, taking in their emotions. Defiance, bloodlust, hopelessness, sheer focus, confusion. Then, why are you feeling smug, Tim? His see-through form whirled, and suddenly a monocle and a pipe formed in his face. You could see the end of the pipe through his mouth, making for a disturbing vision.
Oh, nothing. Just added dramatic effect. Waiting for the right time to show that I, as usual, have all the answers.
I glared at him. I swear to Dara and anybody else out there, Timmy, if I could grab onto you, I would give you such a spanking.
Oh, I know. That just makes it all the better.
He cleared his throat, grinning at all of us with glinting eyes. Then he pointed at me with the pipe.
So you may have noticed that I've spent a bit of time underground. Well, I deciphered the map. Most of it, at least. Honestly, it's pretty logical stuff.
I tried to clamp down on the ray of hope and utterly failed. The city map or the world map? His eyebrows doubled in size and waggled, like two furry snakes undulating in tandem.
Yes,
he groaned.
Oh, I wanted to spend so much more time down there. There's so much to be learned about the world in this place.
Timothy, I threatened.
Okay.
He held up his hands in a warning gesture.
3 major things to be learned from the maps. First and foremost, the Khorne are the ones who've created the blessings. No clue about the how or the why of things. However, everywhere in the images, they are there, in the thick of things, working, building, creating, leading. And I made the mistake of learning from the map back in the mountain. I thought there were many Khorne. There aren't. Every single blessing only has one Khorne. Several depictions of them in the blessing, but they're clearly the same person, distinct from the others. One blessing, one Khorne.
Arthur scoffed.
You're almost as bad as the lizard, drawing out the conclusion. So the Khornes might have created the blessings. How does that help us? I'm so glad you asked, Arthur. Second detail. The world map down there? It's so much more detailed than the one on the mountain. It shows a number of different blessings, but all but a few were showed as destroyed. He trailed off. Or defunct. I can't really be sure. Anyway, you can take a guess at the ones that remain according to the map. Really? The 3 that we know? That's conspicuous. Arthur frowned. Tim shrugged. Well, actually, there's one more, but it's way out there, if the distances are somewhat correct. It'll be about a 3-month journey at the speed we've been moving. Also, since this place was ruined decades ago, who knows if it's still intact? I pointed a claw at him. You still haven't said the 3rd thing. You discovered something that'll actually help us. It's either that or you've been exchanged with an alternative universe rain cloud who loves to act like a heartless asshole. He barked a laugh. Ha! I'm allowed to. I'm a New Yorker. It's practically in our genes. But yeah, thanks for spoiling the reveal for me. He grinned. That 3rd blessing Firth visited? It's a repository of knowledge. It's a fucking library, you guys. Look at the blessings we've seen so far and what they have created. And then imagine what a place where they store their knowledge looks like. That left us blinking. I could definitely see the possibilities. The mountain had sported impressive constructions like the fire shield, and that was even after Salus had torched the place top to bottom. And this place must have been impressive in its heyday as well, judging from what we'd seen so far. If that all came from Singular Corin, what could we learn from a spot where they gathered all their knowledge? Grazil was the one who pointed out the fly in the soup. But Firth said that our scout got torched simply from moving too close to that blessing. Timothy sighed. Well, you got me there. That would be an issue. If I hadn't already figured out the secret. Bullshit. The word flew from me. You did? Well, that depends. Am I the cleverest who ever lived? You're the most frustrating, that's for sure. But if you actually know how to take over that blessing and keep that defense intact so we can hide behind it, yeah, I may have to hand it to you. In that case, I recall you to the exact words that Firth said the creation spouted when it attacked the poor scout. You do not serve the Corin. Suffer. He looked at us triumphantly as we waited for him to finish. Finally, I narrowed my eyes and challenged him. You think that's it? That because I hold a blessing, automatically I serve the Corin? They didn't choose me, though. I erected this horde myself. What if it's only those the Corin select outright who count, and the rest of us puny mortals are just afterthoughts? All of those who came along afterward. He shrugged. The blue bastard shrugged like it wasn't my life on the line. Then I suppose I guessed wrong. Doesn't really sound like Daira, though, does it? She's all about making something of yourself, growing and thriving, and all the stories talk about her trying to give equal chances to all the races, not just a few chosen ones. I glared at him, then relented. You're likely right. It's a hell of a chance to take, but I think it's a good one. We need a safe place to hide. And if we can be blessed with a hoard of knowledge that will help us in our struggles, so more the better. Now we just have to figure out how to handle things here in the meantime. Get things rolling. Chapter 13. Remember the difference between a boss and a leader. A boss says go. A leader says let's go. E.M. Kelly. Figuring out who to bring on the trip was difficult. Figuring out who to leave things to while I was away was almost impossible. So I took the easy way out and decided to keep the council appointed as those in charge of everything. Ruling by committee sucked and would lead to interminable discussions and quite possibly some deadlocks. However, it beat the alternative, especially because I didn't yet trust anybody entirely with the task. Also, deadlocks in themselves weren't a bad thing. They helped people learn how to argue and compromise. Over the years, I'd suggested quite a few people to managerial positions. There were a few qualities I required in these people. Some of those I spotted in a few of my minions.
First and foremost was the desire to help those under themselves grow. That was more the rule than the exception here. Some newcomers, like Sigil, seemed to have silently harbored that quality under the Nephrin rule all this time. On top of that, I wanted somebody relatively level-headed. Passionate was all well and good, but they needed to make the hard decisions when needed. A person like Arthur would sometimes let himself be overwhelmed by his passions or prejudices, when really he needed to take a step back. Also, there was the self-confidence to stand up for themselves. Gert, I believed, might reach a point where she had the brains and cool thinking that was needed for a true leader, but to date, she hadn't shown that she dared to stand up for what she believed in. Finally, and above all else, came the one undeniable need that they needed to treat everybody equally, regardless of history, personality, and race. That one was a bit of a kick to the balls. This world was entwined in nothing but racial enmity and years upon years of interspecies fighting. However, where our people really came together was in the need to supersede those old prejudices and instead use our differences to build a stronger, close-knit force. Yet, despite how often we broached the subject and how much most of them agreed, it kept surfacing. When things got difficult, they tended to revert to their old ways of thought, us versus them, harboring suspicion of the other species. There were three who I could see, above all, having the qualities they'd need to become true leaders for everybody. Sigil, Arthur, and Gert. Well, Demodius and Timothy also had the minds for it, but they clearly didn't have the personalities. But neither of the three was yet at the point where I believed they could be trusted with the full responsibility. Hence the council. I knew it would mean they wouldn't get as much done, but we'd have to settle. We couldn't leave right away, of course. At this point, we were swiftly moving toward a point where we'd be self-sufficient when it came to food and water. However, if I left too soon, that would fall flat on its face as the growth plateaued. Also, we couldn't focus on sustenance alone. Knowing that our forces would soon see battle again, either when we struck against the mountain or in defense of our new blessing, we would need to get stronger. Since we defeated most of the monsters nearby, and the roaming monsters were understandably wary of getting too close, that meant training chambers and sorcery chambers, and a lot of them. At a mana cost of 200 per training chamber and 250 per sorcery chamber, and several thousand prospective students, that was an issue. I debated the issue with Arthur and Roth and came up with a solution. It wasn't the most elegant solution and would likely stymie the speed of the individual's growth, but it would unlock the possibility of wholesale growth across the board. Huge training arenas, combined with mass unit tactics and training. The city already had a good number of large open areas that were shown on the maps as parks and recreational areas. We could take those and turn them into huge training or sorcery chambers, larger than football fields, by constructing a series of about 12 chambers to each area. Then the appointed trainers, who Roth would handle along with Sigil, could create large unit training exercises and mock battles spanning the entire field, allowing us to train somewhere between 100 and 200 in the same area at the same time. It would also eventually grant us improved cohesion, something that was lacking among our troops. It wouldn't give the same personal increases as our old training areas, where the individual could, with help from the appointed trainers, focus on the specific attributes they wanted to improve. However, given the choice between only being able to train part of our forces, and actually, with several sessions across the day and the occasional rest day, being able to help everybody grow, the choice was easy. I checked over my attributes and verified the best approach with math whiz Timmy. Personal info. Name, Onyx. Race, Young Shadow Dragon. Level 50. Experience toward next level, 32,370 of 49,000. Size, huge. Stats and attributes. Health, 1,220 of 1,220. Mana, 1,370 of 1,370. Strength, 58. Toughness, 122. Agility, 140. Mental power, 140. Mental control, 171. Mana regeneration rate, 8,208 per day. Health regeneration rate, 122 per hour. With my mana reserves full and the mana regeneration as it was, I'd be able to construct almost 40 sorcery chambers over the course of a full day. Nearly 50 training chambers. On top of that, I'd be able to cannibalize my mana regeneration, but fill my mana pool by consuming mana crystals twice a day. That would boost my short-term mana output, but hurt in the long run. Timothy did a few calculations, then provided me with a result.
If you consume mana crystals whenever you are able over a period of 3 days, that will net you about 31,000 mana and allow you to build a total of approximately 140 training and sorcery chambers, averaged at 225 mana. If instead you retain the mana crystals you have and just use your natural regeneration, you will have almost 26,000 mana, giving us 114 chambers.
My throat rumbled as I thought. So that's a choice between 11 or 9 areas? How much of a choice is it? His hands grew 2 additional digits.
12 or 10. Training chambers are cheaper and will need more training chambers than sorcery chambers. There aren't as many spellcasters out there.
Well, that's settled then. If we get the areas cleared, I will start with...
Why don't you just grant permission to somebody to handle the horde while you're away?
The thought interrupted our discussion. My mind screeched to a halt. My head whipped around to look at Gert. Seated on the floor, legs sticking out in front of her like a panda bear, she looked up at me with confusion clear in her eyes. What? She tilted her head.
Well, you already did so once, didn't you? You were forced, you said, but you did grant the Soul Carver permission to handle everything. Construct what he wanted back in your old horde? Or isn't that a possibility here?
I closed my eyes and counted silently to 10, punching down the desire to just curse at the world. Then, very carefully, I directed my thoughts at the small crawl. Gert, thank you so damn much. Sometimes people are stupid and forget the most obvious solutions. It worked. Of course it did. At first, I was leery of locating the black gem that the Soul Carver had used to make me hand over the mastery of my horde. Then I decided to just try different options until it clicked. A couple of minutes later, I found a mental wording that worked and looked at the notification in front of me.
Do you wish to grant Demodius mastery over your horde? Please note that, while outside the horde, you will not be able to verify his construction choices. Yes or no?
Hell yes. That was exactly it. Now, instead of starting to cannibalize our mana crystal horde, we just sat down and planned out our production schedule and our plans. We would focus hard on training. Every single combat-ready person would have to train either their physical or mental stats every second day at the very least, with Roth and Arthur firmly in charge of either approach. Then we maximized our attention to the west to try to catch any scouts approaching and ensure that we'd be able to stall any attention for as long as possible, adding in defensive constructions alongside our wall to make sure that we'd be prepared for any larger attacks. The east would be next. Obviously, it would slow down construction some, but we needed to get ready. Slither and the Aberrants, along with the majority of our scouts, would handle all the ground-based approaches and litter the ground with traps, while Firth could try to wrangle some imps into submission and actually make them into useful scouts when she was done with her investigations. I didn't envy her that task. The recalcitrant scout returned from her hunt while we were planning, spoke with us briefly, then took off again. Her findings were inconclusive. The group had been by themselves. However, according to her, signs pointed to other humanoids having been nearby. She couldn't be entirely sure, however. Then came the difficult decision of figuring out who we should bring. According to Firth, it was a week's travel. However, that had been with ground-based scouts. Sure, they were spec'd for agility and toughness and could move rapidly. Even so, sticking to flyers only would allow us to cut down travel time to maybe 2 days. Grex argued that we should just all go and leave this blessing, since it was much less defensible. I had to explain to him how leaving an entire blessing out in the open for the humans to snag was a bad idea, especially since we didn't know if we'd be able to take the new one for ourselves. We needed to have enough power to keep ourselves safe from roaming monsters, as well as what we needed to handle any challenges inside the other blessing. Also, we'd want to stick only to people who could fly by themselves or who I could fit on my back. After some deliberation, we boiled the choices down to 5 people. Me, Timothy, for obvious reasons. If there was anybody who'd be able to absorb and use a blessing dedicated to knowledge, it would be him. This, of course, meant that we'd have to take Moivin, too, so we had somebody to handle our Kipu notes. That wasn't an issue, though, since he could fly. We also decided to bring Krasil. They were doing quite well with the farmlands, and with a blessing that might have been abandoned for God knows how long, we'd need somebody who could handle earth and rocks, help us tunnel into anything collapsed or blocked. Also, apart from his powers, his mind would also be a blessing. He'd surprised me on several occasions with his intuition and quick thinking. Then, after a good deal of convincing, we added Dix to our numbers. She was the female imp who'd gained the ability to fling invisible firebolts. Meanwhile, she'd also gained a cloaking ability, making her harder to spot while airborne. Her ability to keep her cool or help us with any research was questionable. Still, she was, according to Grex, naturally sneaky for an imp, and we needed somebody who we'd be able to send back to our forces as a messenger should the need arise. And just like that, less than a single day after making the decision to leave to find another blessing, another possible home for us should we fail here, we left, off to face possible obliteration and definite mysteries. Chapter 14. The trip was relatively uneventful. For once, we weren't burdened by anything. With the points I'd gained in strength along the way from devouring other dragons, as well as my comfortable toughness and my recent growth spur, I could keep a decent pace while airborne and stick with it. The weights of Krasil, along with Moivin and Dix, who needed to take regular breaks on my back in order to keep up, were barely noticeable. Timothy just floated along, like he didn't even need to expend any sort of effort to match my speed. Which he didn't. Bastard. I took a long look back at the ruins when we departed. To be fair, I doubted that calling them ruins was even appropriate anymore. The entire center of the city had been reconstructed, roofs and all. The very center was starting to come into its own, as some of the more specialized workers had taken it upon themselves to work on creating something that wasn't only functional, but also beautiful. Farther out, we were being more selective, choosing which buildings to fix and improve based on some obscure scheme that the workers and shamans thought up between themselves. It was a work in progress, but would lead to us first constructing the buildings we needed, then adjust to the eventual expansion of the city. Where the reconstruction of the city was less obvious outside the very center, it grew extremely visible once we left the limitations of the city itself. The lands themselves were coming alive. On the south side, it was rife with movement, huge enclosures, a few of them with enclosing roofs, keeping monstrous beasts fenced in as caretakers milled about, working around the clock to turn erstwhile predators into docile beasts. At this point, they were divided into manageable numbers, so any beasts who decided to go on the offensive could be easily handled. On the north side, the dark brown of the soil was changing to green as the magic, along with the numerous seeds, were starting to come alive. It was insane, really. From above, the vast network of fields enclosed by an intricate web of canals to keep everything irrigated really stood out. In just a few weeks, we'd already turned this place from a ruin into a home, somewhere that could house and protect thousands. That I felt. Deep in my heart, pride blossomed alongside the desire to protect the bastards, come what may. It took less than an hour before the last signs of civilization faded behind us. The wastes surrounded us again, proving once again why they were named like that. Signs of life were reduced to hardy plant life and the occasional monster showing its face before pulling back into hiding again. Our flight boiled down to a continuous cycle of the imps moving out to fly for themselves in my slipstream, before flapping onto my back when they ran out of stamina. Meanwhile, I kept a constant screen of illusions going around us, hiding us from the world. After keeping an entire army hidden, this was child's play, and I had the chance to learn a bit about the wastes. Tim and Krasil helped at that because they had, of course, absorbed a lot more information about the outside world than I'd been able to. "Kinda feels like Animal Planet," I told Timothy as we watched an ox-sized horned quadruped on the ground get overwhelmed and covered by a small carpet of fist-sized insects. They devoured the beast in minutes, leaving nothing but the skeleton before returning to their path, almost unnoticeable against the dirt-colored backdrop. He laughed. "Oh yeah, I get it. Danger, mate," he added in a horribly stilted Australian accent. "Please don't ever do that again," I winced. But yeah, it's really impressive to see the ecosystem come alive below you. I watched a mid-sized avian predator roam the skies miles away. It swooped in and out of a set of clouds, blending admirably into the background.
Agreed, he said with a smile. You know, at first people's comments made me think that everything on the outside would be all kaiju-like.
Kaiju? What's that?
Godzilla, he continued with barely a pause. I thought we'd see huge Godzilla-like monsters slugging it out left and right with no room for anything else, like an area where we'd have to fight or die. Now I realize this is just another ecosystem.
Life finds a way? He laughed.
Exactly. Where there's an opening, something or someone will evolve to make a living there. The only difference is that the local animals have a few additional advantages in addition to evolution, namely magic and leveling, to try to pin down their niches for themselves.
Yeah, I agreed. The advantage is that once we've settled somewhere with walls, scouts, and defenses, we can reliably guard ourselves from most everything, even if we're not as powerful as some things out there. The disadvantage is that there'll always be some monster or other thing trying to find a way to catch us with our pants down, be it through camouflage, magical memory, or airdrop attacks.
Dix joined the conversation.
She had the same start-stop conversational pattern that most imps had, but her words led me to realize that she was faster on the uptake, or just more thoughtful than most imps.
Yep, smarter, sneaky monsters all around us. Also, out here, the big things, they grow big.
I grunted in agreement. That too, Dix. In the mountains, Salus was clearly in charge. If something grew to a point where it was becoming a danger, she hunted it down or had it hunted down. Out here, the only things keeping the beasts in check are other beasts. And us now, I guess. But whatever's out here has to be accustomed to fighting for survival on a daily basis. We continued our flight for half a day until the imps were worn down enough that even their rests on my back wasn't enough for them to regain their stamina. Then I kept it up alone for another handful of hours before finally starting to feel the strain. We put down in a low indentation in the landscape, which mostly hid us from view. Then Krasil, with a magical flex that I found almost scary, made our surroundings dance and flow until the earth rose on all sides. Half a minute later, we were protected by a domed roof.
I will reinforce the construction and try to make it blend into the background better. However, this should keep away most attention.
I recalled the first time I'd ever seen a shaman work their magic. How it had taken all their powers and about a minute for them to extract a large rock from inside a tunnel wall. Now he managed something as large and elaborate as this with little fanfare. How they had grown this strong was insane. That night I rested well, knowing that we'd be safe from almost anything. That little almost nearly got us killed. Fortunately, I didn't sleep much. Thank you, Daira, for yet another advantage to the dragon physiology compared to those of other species. I could keep going for 3 to 4 days without sleep, with no discernible issues. I kept my illusion up constantly, adding to Krasil's work and reinforcing the idea that this was but a simple hillock. I knew that my mental control at this point was high enough that the mana regeneration could actually keep up with keeping it active at all times, and my mental power impressive enough that the illusion should fool almost anybody. The key word being almost. At first, I noticed nothing but a slight howling of wind, like a vacuum cleaner going at its lowest setting. Slowly, the noise grew, and my neck was inadvertently moving upward to try to follow where the sensation came from, when the dome rumbled and started to fall apart. Cracks spread across the center of the dome above me. I looked about frantically as large slabs of compressed earth started falling like missiles around us. Krasil, blearily glancing about himself, looked confused and out of sorts. Dix was fading into the background, while Moiven acted more like your average imp, climbing to his feet even as a firebolt started building between his claws. "Protect the imps and yourself," I commanded Krasil. "I'll deal with whatever this is." He nodded and glowed from within as he activated his Call the Earth feat. Within the second, another miniature dome flowed into being around the trio. It almost caught Moiven, who was starting to lift into the air. The last I heard of him was an insulted near squawk as he dropped to the floor. Then he was gone, and the three were covered in a slowly growing dome. A pang of nerves made me want to somehow aid them. Then I dismissed it and turned to my own survival, draping myself and the surroundings in an obscuring carpet of magical shadows. If this world had taught me one thing, it was this. There was always a bigger fish. I might not be able to face whatever it was head-on, and the others could fend for themselves. The roof of the dome was breaking down entirely now. Massive chunks of hardened earth pelted my scales where I wasn't able to avoid them. Out of the corner of my eye, a blue shape whizzed into the air and faded through the lower edge of the dome. Timothy. He went out there to see what was attacking us. Seconds later, his mental message arrived, panicked and overwhelmed, even as the dome started to show signs of a full collapse. Firebird! Big fucking Firebird! The center of the dome's roof caved in. I leaped to the side, barely avoiding the massive chunk of hardened earth. Then I looked back up, straight at the single huge eye that glared down on me. Big fucking Firebird indeed. The eye disappeared and the beak arrived, wreathed in flames as it tore into the dome, widening the hole. My mind raced. The avian shape must be twice my damn size. It had to be sitting on the dome itself and was pecking down for all the world like a bird trying to catch worms. Well, this worm isn't going to take it lying down, I thought. Then I reinforced the magical shadows obscuring the entire dome, placed a shadow whirl straight at its beak, and breathed the weakening fog straight into its ugly face. It ignored the shadow whirl. That came as a goddamn shock, I don't mind admitting. Circlets of fire intensified around its huge eyes, and it glared down at me. The weakening fog seemed to get to it, though, sending a full-body shudder through it. Then it opened its beak, and a torrent of fire rained down at me. I was a sitting duck. Right down here, there was no hiding, no evasion. The only thing that saved me from a face full of flames was the fact that the largest chunk of roof had landed on Kraziel's dome, and was now balanced precariously on top of it, still mostly intact. I dove for the piece and pushed myself as far as I could down underneath it. The fire washed over me. Pain tore through me as my body barbecued. With the near cover, I only lost about 1/10 of my health, but I also had to do something drastic, or I'd go from rare to well done. Tim, distract it! I need to get out! I sent to my friend on the other side of the dome. Then I pushed into motion, ignoring the pain from my scorched and steaming legs. I slid out from underneath the cover and prepared to leap up into the opening above. The beak waited like the blade of a guillotine, poised to take me out the moment I moved. A blue-tinged blast arrived from the side. Tim's stun blast. The bird screeched in annoyance but ignored it. Damn, his attack was supposed to influence the mind just like my illusions. It doesn't react to mental tricks. We need something else, I sent. Then I sent a silent prayer to whomever might be listening, gathered my legs under me, and leapt. Timothy got there before me, thank God. I barely had the time to take in his sudden appearance before his form exploded into pure energy, right in the face of the avian, rocking back its head with sheer thunderous force. The outer edge of the explosion caught me right on the snout, but I pushed back the pain. Reaching the edge of the dome, I looked for something to grab a hold of, then instead let my front claws dig deep into the claws of the bird that rested on the edge. With a giant heave, I pulled and tore through the opening at full speed, right in front of the shell-shocked eyes of the avian. Mid-leap, I unleashed a deafening roar, just a foot from its already reeling face. The avian fell back in shock. I managed to explode fully through the hole and into open air where I'd be able to stretch my wings and take to the skies. I didn't waste my chance, though, delivering another weakening fog at the falling form of the giant bird. With a giant squawk, it landed on its side next to the dome, then scrabbled in an undignified frenzy until it regained its footing and leapt into the air for me. The chase was on. I finally managed to see what I was up against. It was a goddamn rock. If a mama rock had sex with a grease fire. Its colors were dark, almost black, and distorted from the living fires that shot up and down its sides. It was also almost twice as long as me, with a proportionately large wingspan. And it was fucking furious. A number of deductions ran through my head as I climbed into the air at top speed. First of those was fire. Why'd it have to be fire? I had extensive experience with fire dragons, and the effects of my weakening fog were always reduced, if not outright ruined, when fire could blast the droplets out of the air before they hit their target. At least this monster didn't have a full-on fire shield, and there was a visible effect, even if it was likely reduced. Second was my minions. Tim, stay away. You can blast it from afar, but you can't get near it. It's elemental magic and will be too dangerous for you. Moivin, stay hidden. Same goes for you, Dix. It's fire-based, so your firebolts won't be any good. Kraziel, you can help with distance attacks. Just stay hidden. My rapid-fire string of orders almost cost me my tail. The fire rock had caught up to me in a matter of moments, and its massive beak snapped shut right behind me. I only managed to retract my tail at the last moment. Then I veered sharply, noting that its bulk caused it to turn a lot slower than me. Good. I treated its length to a weakening fog, even as I kept turning, diving hard to build up speed. Then, at the whims of an instinct, I went all in on my illusions and shadow magic. I shut off the shadow whirl and reactivated it, created an illusion from behind the beast and sent it flying right at the edges of its vision and built whirls and eddies of magical shadow, letting them move in and out of the monster's perspective. The moment the beast turned fully, it started catching up. What a magnificent monster! Its massive wingspan allowed it to build up impressive acceleration in no time. It dove at me like a freight train plummeting through the air, inevitable and deadly with all its bulk, fire building in the core of its beak. Fortunately for me, however, the thing also had the agility of a freight train. I banked sharply to avoid the cone of fire flashing outward, turning hard enough that my wings felt like they were creaking, even as I kept up the pressure of my illusions. Thankfully, the beast was slow to catch up. Sure, I was smaller than the giant bird, but my new and enlarged wingspan allowed me to accelerate a bit faster. Its eyes flashed to all sides, earning me some hard-won moments before it screeched in fury and started adjusting for my new course. In the middle of my adrenaline-powered flight, I let out a relieved sigh. This might be a magical firebird. Not only that, it also had magical goddamn fire vision to see through my illusions. However, it still, at its core, was a bird. This meant bird brain. As such, any movement on the edges of its vision got through to it. They were also summarily ignored the moment it realized that they were mere illusions. However, that meant the damn thing still wasted a split second to categorize any new distractions whenever they came. And with the growth of my powers and attributes, I could create a lot of distractions. The discovery was the beginning of the end for Fire Rock. Realizing that I could time my distractions, keeping its attention properly away from myself at key moments, was a turning point. It might be a hell of a lot faster than me in the air, but I was way more maneuverable, and I had the tools to tip any close encounters in my favor. Shortly thereafter, Tim and Kraziel started joining in. The occasional brief explosive fire blast appearing out of nowhere said that Dix also joined in, regardless of my command. This just added to the bird's confusion. It started acting erratically, snapping at illusions, sometimes sending fire blasts back at the ground in answer to the earth missiles erupting from where Kraziel had to be hiding. But almost every time it came close to me, I managed to plaster it with another dose of my breath attack. After the fifth direct hit of my weakening fog, its fate was sealed. It moved even slower, turns becoming glacial, yet the bird brain didn't realize it until at least a minute later. We kept up the multitude of constant nibbling attacks, draining its energy, hurting it with pinpricks. When it finally realized what was happening, it was already unsteady in the air, one wing not beating properly in time with the other. After a few minutes, the rock crash-landed, flopping over on the ground several times. Tim took the chance to come with an absolutely horrible pun about rock and roll. Bad jokes aside, we took no chances, keeping up our attacks only from afar. But I did order everybody to attack, making sure we'd all partake of the experience. I kept on layering breath attack after breath attack on it. Only after it lay motionless for several minutes did I dive in to tear out its throat. It bled out without a sound, all majesty long gone as its fire-kissed plumage slowly petered out, half covered in dust and blood. The experience was impressive. Moivin couldn't stop cackling as he looked at his newfound levels. Dix looked smug as hell, too. I had to admit, once the adrenaline died off, it was hard to keep myself from smiling as well. Sure, I'd almost died, but 31,500 experience points from a single monster? That was enough for me to hit level 51. I kept up my strategy of balancing agility and mental power. Kraziel and Tim gained levels 46 and 47 respectively, while Moivin and Dix made it all the way to the later 30s. That wasn't the best surprise, though. That one came when I decided that a near-death experience definitely warranted a late-night snack. The taste was like nothing I'd ever tasted before. Gamey but succulent, melting in the mouth, with a natural bite to it like it had been pasted with a light chili sauce. I ate my fill and the others joined in. Then we went back to resting for a bit before starting the day. The notification came as a shock. Congratulations! You have received a permanent increase to your attributes. You have consumed the flesh of a being rife with the gifts of Daira. The mana-rife meat bestows upon you the following: +1 toughness, +2 strength. Motherfucker. I'd only ever seen this come from dragons before. Did that mean that this magnificent beast had eaten so many beasts its very flesh had somehow transformed? Or had it at some point eaten actual dragons? It wasn't hard to imagine. Regardless of how it came to pass, we all ate our fill. Then we had seconds. Chapter 15. Let the devils inside you be free to face the devils around you. Pratik Shrivastava. Hours later, we continued our travels, slowly and very bloated from overeating. We hadn't finished off our meal by any means. Any nearby critters were about to have the windfall of a lifetime. However, we were very cognizant about being on a schedule here, and we could probably spend several days eating our fill before we'd eaten it all. For a moment, I toyed with the idea of sending one imp back to camp to tell them about the gains ripe for the taking. But then I considered how long that would take, not to mention what would happen if another beast of that size chanced upon them. In total, I'd gained a full +5 to strength, +4 to toughness, +2 to mental power, and +2 to agility from the rock. That was actually about the same as I'd gotten from Salus herself. Of course, I had devoured a lot more here, so overall I'd still put its level as below hers. But it did make me think about my discussion with Tim. Life surely did find a way to fill out any available niches out here. One of those niches just happened to be bigger and faster than anybody else, also with magical eyes to pierce most illusions. I honestly didn't picture many monsters of this size and strength to roam around out here, because they would likely clash hard for food and dominance. The remainder of our journey was uneventful, thankfully. After this morning's shock, we didn't really need any further excitement. We spotted plenty of wildlife around us, including at one point an absolutely massive shelled pig-like creature noisily roaming over the wastes. We steered well clear of that one. With all the noise it made, if it had managed to grow to the towering size it had, it would have some secret to its survival that we didn't care to find out the hard way. Okay, of course we considered it. The experience had to be amazing. It just wasn't worth the risk right now when we had something more important going on. We jotted down its position for later. Mountains of bacon and experience? That was a nice gift for our future selves. In the late afternoon, our target appeared out of the blue. Usually that was a descriptor for something appearing around a corner or over the horizon or something. In this case, it was entirely literal. One moment there was nothing there. A moment later, the tower stretched above us. We stepped back and forth a few times, and the experience repeated. Illusion or something about the materials? I had no clue. I itched to find out, though. In the distance, the construction reached up to the sky, far higher than I'd imagined any construction in this world to do. I'd worked on a skyscraper once, but had never been included in anything involving the actual physics behind them. Still, my curiosity had led me to look into the science of it. Then my limited interest in the scholarly side of things had quickly led me to drop it again. Gods, there was so much science involved. I'd known about skyscrapers swaying in the winds, and the power of the gales affecting them at miles of height. However, I'd never imagined the power of compression, the sheer downward force affected by the weight of the tall building pressing downward on the lower floors. This meant a world of difference when it came to structural integrity and which types of construction were even viable. Even from a distance of miles, there was one thing I could tell for sure. This building? It shouldn't exist. Calling it a building in the first place was a stretch. Rather, it was a conglomerate of buildings, loosely connected by strands were my best descriptor at this point. Like a particularly elaborate wedding cake, 4 gargantuan constructions on the ground stretched strands into the air and diagonally, which then held 4 slightly smaller constructions on the next tier. This continued for a full 6 tiers until the very point of the construction, a simple circular platform which hung way up in the air as if floating, maybe 3 or 4 miles up. It was like a wired Christmas tree, only with elaborate constructions held by the wires instead of gaudy hearts and plastic candy canes. As we flew closer to the blessing, I internally adjusted my estimate several times. The damn place just refused to come any closer. There had to be something about the dull gray of the building's material that made them hard to spot from a distance. Otherwise, people would have been able to see this blessing from across the damn continent, if not the world. Unless, of course, this was a flat Earth. Best not to go down that rabbit hole. Apart from the height of the structure and the unnatural secret to their construction, the artistry of the buildings soon became apparent. Every single building from the ground up that comprised the joints of this skeletal megastructure was shaped differently, creating an appealing asymmetry to the entire creation, somehow balancing everything without having it appear lopsided. The shapes were as varied as they were impressive. One was geometric in nature, creating a perfect octagon. Another formed an animal, something squat and bear-like. The structure presented a variety of shapes I'd never ever expected to see collected in one edifice, much less having the chaotic mess somehow look good. Plant shapes, physical forces, a deific representation that might be Dara herself. Others I could only guess at. The buildings were both unique and, judging from the lack of decay, well-made or magical. In approaching the structure, I marveled at the guts it had taken our scouts to even approach the damn place. I noticed now what Firth had mentioned. The closer we came, all animal life seemed to slink away, keeping a healthy distance to the blessing. Whatever forces were at work here, they definitely made an impact, or else they'd been at work for so long that the wildlife knew that keeping a healthy distance equaled survival. I sat down quietly a handful of miles away. Then, looking up at the towering network of tiered constructions above me, I gulped and addressed the others. I'm going solo from here on. I'll be back as soon as I know it's safe. Which, it probably shouldn't be too long before we know. Tim quipped, If you die, I'm getting your record player. First off, my record player's back on Earth. Second, he barked. Fossil trap sprung! I knew you'd be ancient enough to have one of those derelict things lying around. He paused while I glared at him, then continued more subdued. Honestly, stay safe, man. I know this is a guess on my part. If you die, I'd probably feel bad for a couple of minutes at least. I snorted. Whatever else, there was no discussion that he was a dude through and through. No talking about emotions without deflection. Ever. Yeah. We can't have that, can we? Seriously, I wouldn't be here if I didn't believe it was worth the risk. I let my gaze rest over each of them. Should I come to harm, though, I need you to promise not to go after me. Go back, tell the others what happened, and for the love of Dara, stick together as a group. That's what's gotten us this far, and we need to grow and thrive together. Timothy just nodded. Prezio winced, then assented. Moivin blinked, then cackled. Of course! Go after you? I'm not stupid. If you fry, what hope would I have? We go back, kill all humans, imps rule the world. I grinned. The pragmatic little critter got the point. I did adore the imps. For all their simplicity, they went through life with a suicidal intensity I could only admire. They damn well make the best of their lives for themselves and nobody else, regardless of the odds. All right. Here goes nothing, I said and took off. I moved high up into the air first to get the full image of the construction, and to get a chance to recover should something arrest my flight. Eyeballing the height correctly wasn't really possible. Even so, I'd put it at least at twice the height of the tallest building on Earth. On my way up, I found a secret to the construction staying aloft. A myriad of smaller, near see-through several feet wide strands hung, web-like, extending outward for miles and miles, affixed to the ground below. As I moved upwards, the strands moved with the wind, adjusting and keeping the different constructions from toppling over, like guy wires, but miles long. I marveled at the construction. This flexibility and the fact that they hadn't snapped yet? They had to be made from some extremely hard yet flexible material I'd never even heard of. Or they were magically strengthened. Or both. When I finally made it above the height of the upper platform, I had to admire the tenacity of my scouts. With the distances involved and the strength of the winds buffeting me about at this altitude, they had to have struggled to even make it up here. Everything was exactly like they'd explained, however. Where the lower tiers of the network of constructions were artfully constructed, the platform was circular and simple, an adorned brick in a simple pattern, gray and boring, except for the single statue at the center of the construction. I fixated on the figure, keeping afloat in order to take in its shape. It was undeniably a Koran. Easily recognizable from the images and pictograms in the blessings, the humanoid stood out on top of the marvelous edifice, like a festering sore on a supermodel. There's ugly, then there's ugly. The Koran definitely hit the latter. That, or it just had a bad everything day when it modeled for the statue. It was a low and squat humanoid. It was naked, the dangling organ clearly calling it out as a male. Mostly hairy, like the depictions of Neanderthals, the hair came in patchy and stiff, almost bristle-like, but unevenly dispersed over the body, as if he suffered some sickness. 2 pairs of arms hung on either side of the low, muscular torso. The upper pair was almost comically muscular, like those of a bodybuilder, while the lower pair were thin and straight, pincer-like. The less said about the face, the better. The gathering of warts and crass, uneven features make crawls look good. I realized I was stalling. It wasn't like my studying its features was going to help me in any way with what was to come. Quite the opposite, really. I could feel the tension building up inside me, even as I prepared to move closer. It was one thing to enter into a fight with something that had a number of levels on you. It might be a tough fight, but it'd still be a fight that could, theoretically, be won. Firth had said this thing didn't even register levels. If it decided that I needed to die, I'd just fucking die. Oh well, I decided. If I kick the bucket here, I'll go out as I arrived, clueless and well beyond my depth. With a rictus of a smile on my face, I started a slow circle down toward the platform. The words rang inside my head without any actual sound being involved. Like an internal explosion of thoughts came alive, too strong to fully comprehend. You do not serve the Koran. Panicking, I interrupted the intrusive message with a telepathic shout. The fuck I don't! I've built up and protected your goddamn blessings. I've served Dara the way I'm supposed to. I've made the races work together and protect each other. Isn't that your entire fucking thing? It was a shot in the dark. Even so, I felt like I had that right. These bastards were out here trying to do Dara's bidding somehow. Every place involving a blessing so far had seemed to go hard on the whole thing about growing and thriving. The attack told me I'd miscalculated. A wave of energy slammed outward from the statue. No, from the damn Koran. It was a living fucking being. I could feel it. The energy, the goddamn powers of that thing were insane, beyond anything I'd ever be able to match. They tore into my brain and prepared to undo me at a cellular level. So this was it. In my dying moments, I rather liked the irony of it. My first time around the rodeo, I didn't get any of the experiences you're supposed to have. But this time, we did it all. Like I'd slipped St. Peter a 50 and he gave me the full tour. Tunnel vision, my life floating in front of my eyes. It'd be almost enjoyable if it weren't for the mind-rending pain. Funny though, They skipped everything from back on Earth, like that part didn't matter. Only my experiences as a dragon were investigated and discarded. Near hallucinating stray thoughts intruded. Pride in what I'd managed, surprise at the growth in my people, amazement at the number of times I'd managed to get my ass kicked. Then I realized I wasn't actually dying yet. It just felt like it. The Koran sifted through my memories, weighing and judging. After a moment that felt like an eternity, I came to myself. Then I was met with a notification.
You have been granted provisional access to Bestock's repository. Certain areas are sealed off and are off limits. Any hostile actions on your part will result in the access being revoked.
I fell through the air, a rushing sensation blurring through my entire body as I watched the platform come closer with way too much speed. Spreading my wings out wide, I beat them as hard as possible, eventually stalling my descent. After reading and rereading the notification, I counted my blessings that I was still alive. Then I did something foolhardy.
Hey, Bestock? So I'm here with a bunch of people who need access too. Or it wouldn't really do me any good. Could you...
The notification blinked before me, reworded. There was a sensation of finality to the notification, though. Like Bestock, or whoever was shaping these, had just about had it with my intrusions, and any other annoyances would have, as they say, repercussions.
You and any of your followers have been granted provisional access to Bestock's repository. Certain areas are sealed off and are off limits. Any hostile actions on your part will result in the access being revoked.
Well, fuck me. That actually worked. I sat down on the platform, feeling a weakness in my knees that wasn't supposed to be there. Let's not do that again. Chapter 16. I let the others know I was all right. Then I told the others how important it was that they not do something that might be seen as offensive. Only at that point did I allow myself to rest. I rested until I felt like my mind wasn't a shivering blob of jello and went to find them. There was a spot of anxiety where I realized I didn't actually know if Timothy qualified as a follower, but he told me he'd gotten a notification about it at some point, but that I shouldn't read too much into it. To be honest, I didn't care beyond the fact that I wouldn't want the ghastly blur to fade into oblivion the moment he followed me inside. Because there was an inside. The entrance, a simple, huge downward-sloping tunnel, was right up here on the platform next to the tall plinth, which held what I now knew was no simple statue, but an actual living Koran. I'd have to have words with this Bestock fellow about their accessibility plans. If this was the only entry, it probably wasn't code-compliant. Timothy cursed under his breath when we alighted on his platform. Then he laughed.
I knew the Koran were bound to be ugly critters. Still, this dude looks like he went and got into a complicated relationship with the ugly stick.
Dude, do you actually want him to disintegrate you? Because he can. I felt that very intimately just minutes ago.
Please, if he's been up here for years and years, he won't care what I say. And as ugly as he was, he'll have heard worse than this before. Besides,
Tim preened,
I'm a New Yorker. People like our honesty.
I snorted. The only people who actually claim that are from New York, dude. The rest of us think you're rude as hell. Now, can we maybe not antagonize the all-powerful demi-human and get on with what we wanted to do?
I suppose I could be convinced to enter this mysterious complex that nobody has likely entered in centuries, he said.
We entered the tunnel, walking together down the soft incline. A brief moment of walking a dark brick passage passed by until the tunnel lightened up. As one, we gasped in surprise. The upper platform, it appeared, was rather small and only a few dozen feet deep. Below that, we arrived straight at a central area, a circular platform with 4 passages leading down and away. By then, I realized I hadn't really given much thought to exactly how one moved between the structures of the different tiers. That mystery, it seemed, was easily solved. The wires connecting the different constructions and helping them not clatter to the ground weren't actually wires, but formed the passageways. The tunnels gently moved downwards, the round constructions wide enough for all of us to walk next to each other. The material was soft and almost frictionless, except on the floor, where it had some sort of slippery covering that felt lovely and slightly springy. Oh, and it was entirely see-through. From up here, the entire structure of the tiered buildings unfolded, like an artist's insane depiction of a spiderweb big enough to catch buildings. I didn't know you had a problem with heights, Krasil. The telepathy knelt on the floor, one paw holding onto my leg.
Yes, well, neither did I. I've flown on your back just fine. It just feels like this place is going to drop from under my feet at any moment.
I looked down. Oh, I get it. This is disconcerting as hell. Want to ride on my back? He waved off the offer.
No, thank you. I'd be afraid that I wouldn't notice the tunnel getting smaller and get smooshed against the ceiling.
He ignored my chuckle.
Just give me a moment. I'll be right there. This really is an impressive material.
His words trailed off in thought. I fought down a smile and turned to Tim. So, any idea which way to go? He sprouted arms on all four sides.
No signage, no helpful pictograms or flashing videos. Your guess is as good as mine. I say that way.
All four arms pointed in different directions. I followed the arm, then chuckled. Nice touch there, Genie. Is it a coincidence that we're moving toward that huge octagon, then?
Hey, I'm a nerd. I'm allowed to like geometry. And I have a better feeling for that one than whatever that monster down there to the left is supposed to represent.
Hard to disagree with that. We started walking once Krasil had regained his composure. Moivin zipped back and forth excitedly and soon left us behind in the corridor. I called for him to get back, but he didn't listen. I really should have seen that coming. A few moments later, we entered the first area on the 6th level of the structure. Then we stopped and stared. Tim was the first one to gather his wits around him and react.
I did not see that coming. Of all the possible discoveries, wholesale slaughter wasn't even on the damn list for me.
Slaughter was even a mild word for the scene in front of us. This needed something stronger. Genocide, perhaps? Before us lay a scene of death, humanoid skeletons everywhere inside the central thoroughfare. The whole construction was clearly dedicated to housing, with smaller offshoots from a central path dividing an area that was given over to buildings placed closely together. That part made sense, of course. I mean, inside my mind, I'd somehow had an image of the place being inhabited by a Soul Corn and his magic repository dedicated to retaining knowledge or something. However, that whole idea relied upon the Corn being able to do everything by magic. Powerful though it might be, that did seem a bit out there. Following that trail of thought, if you couldn't magically gather, store, sift, and keep knowledge, you'd need help. Help meant people. We'd been able to watch the outside of this construction from outside as we walked the connecting strand. It was mostly rectangular, adorned with continuous strings of labyrinthine symbols scribbled in their tens of thousands on every available surface. The place was crammed full with buildings. The buildings themselves were tall and wide, clearly chosen more for practicality than visuals. Running a quick estimate, I concluded. There had to have been thousands here. Moivin scratched his ass, then sniffed the claw.
Sure. Far Peak is much bigger.
I nodded. I'm sure. Far Peak is built low, 1 to 3 stories at the most. This is more like where I came from, built up to make the most of limited space. The imp clearly didn't agree.
But only 80 dead here, 90 tops.
He pointed at the skeletons resting in the streets. Tim and I shared a look. That was a very fast assessment. He didn't waver a second in the number either. Disturbing little critter. True. I don't know what to tell you. Of course, people could have had spacious houses for themselves, but I very much doubt it. These buildings look like what they call low-income housing back in the States, though it rarely was. And those were built entirely for packing as many people in as little space as possible. I should know. I worked on enough of them myself. We couldn't decipher what had happened to the dead. Before we walked among their resting bodies, I used my mana manipulation skill to try to find any remaining magic. I didn't want to trip any dormant trap and get us all fried. There was nothing there. Whatever had taken place was long gone. We passed the corpses, silence oppressive on all sides, as if we had entered a different domain, something attributed to the other side of the mortal coil.
It wasn't an attack.
Timothy's statement sounded surprised but certain. I blinked. Really? I see weapons on a lot of them. Spears, daggers, and maces were predominant on a good number of the corpses. The materials looked shabby, the fabrication primitive and faulty, like something you'd expect in a state prison.
Yes, but...
He trailed off, waving an opaque arm uncertainly, as if he didn't know how to phrase it.
Have you ever been to a war museum?
Sure. Don't know what that has to do with things, but my parents brought me to a couple of military museums back in the day.
Was that before or after the First World War?
He snorted.
Okay, bad one. This place has me off my game. What I meant to say was not a regular American military museum that tries to explain history while they extol all the freedoms we sacrificed ourselves for, but a place dedicated to showing the aftermath of war.
He shuddered.
I've been to one in Ho Chi Minh, where they recreated the aftermath of a large-scale battle. It was very different. Chaotic. People lay in distorted positions, had tried to hide, entrench themselves, done something. Here, people are still in the middle of the street as if it's just your regular day. Sure, they might be at war, judging from the weapons, but they weren't fighting, if that makes sense.
I nodded. It actually did, now he had laid it out like that.
He's right.
The figure appearing right next to my ear made me jump. Fuck me, Dix! Where the hell did you come from? She'd been so silent I hadn't noticed the least. She pointed above her at a building stretching for the roof of the construction.
Flew about a bit. Right up there. Looked in the open shutters. Plenty of people dead in there, too. Some in bed. Others standing, cooking, doing normal stuff.
Damn. I looked at the walls and alleyways untouched by any destruction. No old fire scars like in the tunnels of the Scoured Mountain. That's ominous. What could have managed this kind of widespread destruction? I looked back up toward Bestoke, then met the gazes of the others. Then I sensed the fear emerging. Okay, we don't know what's happened here. We will need to figure it out, though. If we want to move our people in here, we'll need to be sure that we don't see a repeat of whatever this was. Walking past the scene was disturbing and somehow felt sacrilegious, like we were disturbing a graveyard. Soon we reached the other side and continued down the gently sloping strand toward the 5th level.
More death. You know, I'm really starting to dislike this place. It gets on your nerves.
Tim glared at the construction opening up before us.
Me too. Maybe a monster comes out soon? Would be better.
I didn't agree with Moyvin. Out loud. On the inside, I couldn't help but feel that he'd be right. It felt like we were at that point in a horror movie where everybody knew things were about to go tits up and was just waiting for the first person to die. Kraziel didn't talk much. He was so engrossed in taking in everything I almost forgot he was there. This 5th level construction was one of the larger ones. On the outside, it resembled a layered cake, cut into different artful slices. On the inside, it was confusing and lopsided. It was also piled with corpses, the same as the upper tier. Entertainment. Entertainment and education. That's my guess. I nodded to myself and started walking to the obvious exit at the far end of the large construction. From the inside, it was hard to even label them as buildings like I'd done from the outside. They were more like biodomes or something. Purpose-built areas to manage a population. The buildings near the back of this area really did carry a heavy school vibe. They even had some constructions outside that could likely be this world's version of a jungle gym. I very pointedly did not look too closely at the sizes of the skeletons that lay back there. The imps started exploring. Their intrinsic curiosity seemed to get the better of them the farther we went. The moment we entered, they flew off into the distance, weaving here and there to take in whatever took their fancy. Moivin's flight was erratic as he changed course every other second. Dick's was more direct and targeted, but after the first 100 feet of distance, her ability kicked in and she started to fade into the background. They rejoined us before we reached the far side. By then, I believed I had a general idea about the purpose, but I wanted to hear what the imps had to say first. Moivin was the first to come with his input.
Whew! Those were a lot of dead kids. Definitely a nursery. Something for small ones. Many other weird places, too.
Dix was more hesitant in her judgment, but chimed in.
Very different buildings here. Seems like different purposes. Some for food, I think. Looks like what Pavel is building for cooking back in the ruins. Same thing with people, though. All just dead in the middle of something.
She hesitated, then gestured at Moivin.
He's right, though. Many small ones. More than big ones.
I grimaced. I think you're right. If the upper level was for living, this is the communal place for eating, cooking, childcare, and the like. I'd bet most things we find here are the everyday stuff people do to keep everything going. If this were Earth, we'd likely find some hobby spaces too, maybe crafts. I thought about it, then continued. The next level down, the fourth one, is the Octagon, right? I'd say it's bound to be the workplace. Sleep, eat, work, right? Tim snorted.
That's a very boomer thing for you to say. There are other things in life, you know. I mean, you practically worked yourself to death, and you're still caught in that mentality?
Don't be a dick, Tim. I ate myself to an early heart attack. That's very different and also very patriotic, I'm told. Now, let's get going. Chapter 17. Knowledge is power. Information is liberating. Kofi Annan. I was wrong. The fourth level wasn't for working. It was for knowledge. For the purpose of this entire place. Where the last construction had seemed rather haphazard, with tons of differently shaped and sized buildings and unclear pathways between them, the Octagon was very straightforward, very easily navigated and purveyed. It was also a librarian's wet dream. From the center, row upon row of pictogram-adorned stone shelves carried rune-carved metal cubes, meticulously arranged one after the other. It was a never-ending, almost religious display, where every row was arranged just so, no item out of place. Every so often, metallic stepladders were arranged on sliders, allowing smaller creatures the ability to reach every shelf. There were also skeletons in the rows here. Some had clearly fallen off the stepladders, adding to the theory that whatever happened came as a complete surprise. Moivin was the one who figured out what the place was. It was his curiosity that did it for us. Before any of us could stop him, he flew straight for the nearest shelf and touched a cube, mouth opened in an O, entranced by the intriguing items. A light shot out of him and into the cube. He yelped and flew back, almost colliding with the opposite shelf. Then we all saw it, and heard it. Now, one rune on the cube glowed with a soft light. The item slowly came alive as each side lit up, and it started to speak. Fishing techniques. These are methods for catching fish. The description may also be applied to methods for catching other aquatic animals, such as ganglerids, mollusks, octopus, shellfish, squid, and edible marine invertebrates. Fishing techniques include but are not limited to hand gathering, spearfishing, netting, angling, and trapping. If you want to jump to either of these techniques, pronounce the technique now. Wide-eyed and shocked, Moivin spoke up. Trapping? Trapping is a technique used for catching fish. A fish trap is commonly used to describe a trap used for catching fish and other aquatic animals of value. Fish traps include fishing weirs, cage traps, fish wheels, and some fishing net rigs such as... Holy fuck! The words escaped me in awe as I took in the room surrounding us. There were hundreds, maybe thousands of cubes on this particular shelf, which ran right from the central corridor and to the back wall. Either side of this corridor held dozens of shelves each, and there were dozens, if not hundreds, of narrow corridors lined by shelves inside this area. The math escaped me. The result didn't. Trying to keep my mind from exploding, I asked, "What happened when it activated?" Moivin looked suspiciously at the still-speaking cube, like it could reach out and bite him at any moment.
I don't know. Wait, it stole 10 mana. It stole my mana. I want it back.
When we learned that Timothy could also access the cubes, we lost him. That didn't surprise me in the least. This was likely his wettest dream come true. A library filled with esoteric knowledge and even one a body-challenged ghost like himself could access? Yeah, that was too much for him to resist. After watching him activate a handful of different books and listen to them come alive in a clamor of voices, I tried getting him back on track. He wasn't having it.
No, this will be the key to everything. I can tell.
He pointed at the pictograms along each shelf.
These are descriptive enough. I can understand some of them. I just need to understand the system behind the archiving here. Then we'll have everything we ever require to survive this world and thrive. Everything. If we want the secrets to skills, building an impervious fortress, anything, we can just go down here.
I didn't mention the feverish tone of his voice. Didn't see the point. Definitely didn't challenge him on any part of it, or point out the knowledge hadn't helped the former occupants. Besides, I could see what he was aiming for. Well, I knew we'd have to balance that out with actual real might. Yeah, if we could plunder this place for the knowledge we wanted and grow stronger like that, it would make Tim's little Kipu system look like child's play in comparison. The rest of us, after having spent some time exploring the offerings on the shelves and being amazed at the depth and breadth of the knowledge at hand, moved on. I did spend a moment impressing on Tim how important it was that he find us if something happened. Then I made damn sure he remembered that he was a being of mana, and that he could actually fucking kill himself if he exhausted his mana on the cubes. Then I suffered the indignity of having him use his stun blast on me several times to top up his mana. Friendship sucked. At the center of the construction was a single different corridor. This corridor held hundreds of tiny confession chamber-like rooms, with simple seats, a small table, and a glass-like see-through door to ensure that the place let in light from the outside. Dix quickly deduced the purpose of the rooms as she entered and re-emerged a moment after.
Soundproof. You didn't even hear me shout, did you?
Nope. And that makes a lot of sense. You fetch your book, then you sit down inside the chamber where you can listen to your book without annoying everybody else. I'd never gotten into audiobooks back on Earth, but I saw the point. Here in this world, it was even more impressive. I didn't see someone like Koatem reading a regular-sized book with his wide shovel-like hands, but this would be something for him. We crossed the rest of the enormous chamber, each of us lost in our own thoughts. Well, except for Moivin. You could trace his progress from the cackling and the emerging sounds of cubes starting to speak aloud across the chamber, where he dipped down to touch them every so often. It made for a confusing passing, but soon we made our way to the next strand and the next level. If Timothy were still with us, he'd probably say that the construction of the next area down was shaped to look like a microbe or the human genome or something. Definitely some shape I'd seen in science class decades ago. We had a central area, filled with low, no-nonsense buildings that looked suspiciously like regular offices to me. Then, from that central core area, several dozen smaller, shorter strands veered off all around the complex to other, smaller areas on the same tier. Not the large constructions I'd admired from afar. These I'd seen as being a part of this core chamber at first. This was the first time, too, that I experienced areas that were too small for me. A few of the connecting tunnels were large enough to support my bulk, but most were humanoid-sized. I grunted in understanding. If the fourth level is where the knowledge is stored and learned, this third one will be where they craft it all, don't you think?
We'll see.
Moivin had barely responded before he flew off, shooting through the nearest strand at breakneck speed. Dix squinted, then followed at a more relaxed pace to the next connecting strand over. Krasil, though, asked,
You may be right. Why so many areas, then?
He pointed to the far end of the chamber.
We've been exploring the western structures for the entire time. It does look like they're all connected, and it would support a structure based around what Timothy guessed at.
Where the entire purpose of this place is the crafting and reposition of knowledge? Yes. Sure seems like it. I added. He nodded, eyebrows furrowed in thought.
Then why 4 different corners to the whole implausible tower? Different schools of thought? Different specialities?
I guess we'll find out. I smirked and extended a claw at the form that came hurtling back in our direction, accompanied by a drawn-out whoop. As long as the lunatic here doesn't get himself and the rest of us blown up in the process.
Boring! It's for building and magic. Building with magic? I don't know.
Moivin's words came fast and hard like a jackhammer.
Don't care. Lots of people at work back then. Cubes everywhere, and runes. Most cubes don't work, though. Funnier in the last place.
Dix came back to catch the tail end of it.
See where I went. Looks like those chambers were where they assembled everything. Maybe trying them too? Had other smaller chambers. Inside.
She pointed behind her. I nodded in understanding. That would make sense. If you play around with magic, you'll likely want to be sure you do it right and don't blow up everything around you. And that it works, I guess, and doesn't just spout nonsense. I tapped a claw on the ground, marveled at the dampening effect of the material, then said, Move on? Brazil nodded.
Move on.
Where the 3rd level from below was likely for stuffing all the magic into the cubes. And wasn't it nice that Tim wasn't here to criticize my terminology? The 2nd and final one, before we reached the ground level construction, was dedicated to actual crafting. We found runes at all levels of assembly, spread over a series of large warehouse-like structures. This wasn't fine crafting, where a craftsman or expert or whatever dedicated months of his life to a single piece. No, this was probably the closest this world could come to assembly line manufacturing without actually inventing tech. This, I was sure, was something that a lot of the craftsmen back in the army would absolutely love to check out. Both the runes, the magic, the materials, and the processes involved with streamlining everything. I, meanwhile, was starting to get impatient. I know, that shouldn't really be possible. Not when I had unknown magics, materials, and constructions all around me, mysterious and ineffable. Mysteries that could be mine if only I delved into them. Except I wasn't in a position where I could allow myself that luxury. I was on the fucking clock. Figures, really. Reborn in another world at the top of the food chain, and they still wouldn't let me sleep in. There was the title for my Reincarnation novel. Oh, my fingers itched to spend time here. To figure out how to replicate these materials, to start building some wonders of my own. But that wasn't happening right now. We'd already managed the most important part, fortunately. It wasn't perfect, since I couldn't bring just anybody in here with me, only my followers, which was like half my total number. But it was a start. Still, we couldn't go back yet. We needed to make sure that we'd be able to build a sustainable existence here. Somehow. For that, I needed to figure out how the hell they had kept themselves fed, and likely had to access the actual blessing itself. Krasil was hard to drag away from here. After earning access to water magic, his thirst, pun intended, for magic had grown exponentially. He said that he sensed residues on the runes that might be water magic, and thought he might figure out some of what they'd done to create them. At my request, though, he extricated himself from investigating the leftovers, belatedly realizing he was wading through skeletons with not a care in the world. Then we went for the ground floor, and hopefully the necessary clues. Well, that's one of 2 settled then, I said as I looked from inside the connecting strand and into the chamber. It was one of 4 on the ground level, shaped like a huge circle. The circle reached for miles from wall to wall, and inside that circle was a wilderness. Huge growths covered everything, reaching almost up to my neck. I recognized a few of the plants here too, enough to claim with a decent degree of conviction. Yep, this was where they grew food. If we can salvage just some of this, we should be able to keep everybody fed and keep up the growth to sustain us all.
That's good then, Krasil answered. Do you think we should send Dix back to the ruins to inform them of the progress?
I frowned. Yes. Maybe. No. I rubbed the ridges over my eyes. I felt so goddamn tired. I'd come too close to dying today, twice, and I just didn't know what was the right approach right now. It felt like we were right on the edge of discovering something here, something key to understanding the blessing. But I could also be deluding myself, and we'd spend weeks just investigating every nook and cranny of the place, finding nothing at all. I think we need to reconvene with Tim and make a proper plan. Then we'll decide from there. Chapter 18.
Split up? Come on, dude. I'm not even into horror flicks, and even I know that's a horrible idea. I mean, sure, we've been splitting up a couple of times on our way down, but at least we were close.
Tim looked down at me from one of the highest shelves in a side corridor. Beside him, a cube elaborated merely on the social specifics of the Skystormer, whatever that was. From all I could judge, he'd barely moved more than 20 feet since we left him. He claimed he'd learned a lot since then, however.
Bad idea? Why? We can move faster, learn more.
Moivin asked, genuinely curious. Tim snorted.
Oh, let's see. Because everything and everybody in here died a mysterious sudden death? Because the Corrin that runs the place, who's probably the one who did it, almost killed Onyx? Because we've only touched the barest minimum of a fourth of this place and might not even fucking find each other again if we split up.
He shrugged.
Take your pick. All of them are viable.
I exhaled noisily. I don't disagree. But I don't know. We need to figure this out, and we need to do it pronto. And I'm sorry, man, but we can't afford to have you in here digging into the secrets of the universe. Not when we need to find out how to crack open this place and make it dance to our tune. He glared at me.
You?
Going diffuse, he turned full circle before solidifying again and looking straight back at me with a wistful gaze.
Granting somebody the keys to the universe, then telling them they need to do the dishes is a really, really mean thing to do.
He sighed.
Oh, but I guess we'd better focus on being able to save our people first. If we go back to them now, telling them that we'd likely be able to save half of them isn't going to be the most helpful.
I bowed my head in gratitude. Thank you, O most noble of ghosts. Truth be told, man, you have a point with your comments. Splitting out feels like a horrible thing to do, but I can't really see a better choice. This has taken all day, and that's with us blazing by quickly, probably missing a lot of important details in the process. If we want to really cover some ground, we'll need to split up.
I don't mind. It's no problem,
Moivin said. Tim shook his head at him, then frowned.
Okay, let's play with the idea. We split up. Take each path, maybe go in pairs for some of us. Where do we go? What do we know?
Well, we need to find the blessing. At the moment, we're here only at the sufferance of Bektos. If we want to change that, we'll need to access the blessing. With that, we'll be able to use all the constructions and possibilities of this place, possibly also change who can enter.
But isn't Bektos likely to be the one in charge?
Kraziel asked.
The one who handles everything? If he has protected everything from outsiders for years and years, I doubt he'd just hand it over.
Tim just pointed at the Talpus with both hands as if saying, "There you go." True, but he's already granted us access. The access even said outright that there were certain areas that were off limits. We haven't found those yet. That means that whatever else happens, there is a place out there we're not allowed. Until we actually find that place, we're allowed to do anything. I knew that was a very generous interpretation, but I honestly had gotten the sense from the Corrin that he wasn't all there. That he was so detracted from everything that he'd never notice what we did as long as we didn't outright break any commandments. Finally, the most important reason I want us to split up and cover more area? We need to figure out what's happened here, and we need to do it fast. That means I'm putting a deadline on our exploits. 2 days from now, we leave. Timothy frowned.
But why?
Because you've seen what's here. We are walking through the aftermath of a fucking apocalypse in this place, and we don't know what caused it. Hell, for all we know, this is something that activates every damn day. I railed. Moivin looked confused.
Why stay then, if—
Making a point here, Moivin. No, I don't think we'll be dead at noon, but I also don't think that bringing thousands of people in here without further knowledge is feasible. Some of the heat trailed out of me, and I suddenly really felt like a nap. Listen, I'm sorry that I'm being like this. This is just one of those situations where none of the options are attractive, and we'll need to commit to something. If any of you have any better options, I'm all ears.
You're really not, Timothy said. In fact, you don't have any ears, just those horny things where the ears would be.
I let out a long farting sound. Then I let myself slump to the ground with a huff. Tim chuckled and spread his arms.
Sorry, man. You're making a suspicious amount of sense. I do agree, by the way, even if I hate it. We can't afford to spend the time I'd want to in here. It feels like I could crack the code for everything in here in mere hours, and then we'd be able to grab any knowledge we'd need to ensure our survival and skip to leave the others. Except then the questions start coming unbidden. Which knowledge exactly do we need? Is it on builds, feats and requirements, material composition, defense and strategy? Figuring out how that damn killer shield around this place works?
He flung up his hands in disgust.
Also, we don't even know if we're allowed to remove the damn cubes from this place, and I'm not sure if I want to be the one to test the theory.
So you're with me? I asked.
Yeah, as much as it pains me. We take a risk, split up, and figure out what the fuck is going on in this place. Then we reconvene somewhere, compare notes, and hopefully go to claim the damn blessing before we leave to tell the others the good news.
I smiled gratefully at him. Thanks, man. So, we've explored the western edge of the construction all the way down. That leaves 3 other sides, and there's 5 of us. How do we arrange this?
Kraziel said, I am the weakest link in this situation. I am the shortest and slowest, also I cannot fly like the rest of you. Honestly, I believe we would be better off if I tried to attempt what Timothy was onto here, figuring out the logic behind the cubes, or at least finding some useful knowledge among the shelves.
I grunted. I could take you with me on my back. An extra set of eyes really would be useful. Also, we never know when a mastery of Earth will come in useful here. Plus, you'd be able to go in places that are too narrow for me. He responded.
What Earth? There has been no proper Earth to manipulate here. I'd make more of a difference here.
Okay. Then we have the rest of us. Moivin and Dick's team up while Tim and I take a side each?
Timothy shook his head. No, I believe you 3 should take a side each. Meanwhile, I will think out of the box.
He cocked his head at the transparent material at the side of the untamed wilderness.
Literally.
You want to move outside the confines? Why?
Well, first off, we haven't found any exit so far. It would seem pretty unrealistic that the only exit and entry to the tower requires you to fly. Especially when none of the skeletons had wings.
I slapped my forehead. Ouch. Yeah, good point.
Next, I want to learn if they limited everything to the inside. The area is huge. They might have something hidden outside in plain sight.
He held up a hand.
Finally, the blessing has always erupted from the ground, right?
Sure, I said, not catching his point.
So it wouldn't really have to be inside any of the constructions. It might be out in the center somewhere.
That's a damn good point. Okay, I'm convinced. Unless any of you have something to add, that's what we'll do. We take our time, explore our side as best we can, and then we meet back up on the platform a day from now at the latest. I pointed at the platform floating in the air high above us, hard to see at this distance. Regardless of what we find, getting back to that should be doable. Also, Kraziel, I want you to come find us as well at that time. Then we decide if we leave this place or if there's a viable option for us to find what we need. Who wants which direction? We split up. I went north, Moivin east, and Dix south. Kraziel spent a few minutes talking with Tim before the ghost phased through the side of the strand. He floated outside the huge construction, indecisive for a moment before picking a direction to follow. Then we went exploring. The next half-day was both very educational and an exercise in futility. I flew across the former farming areas to the connecting tunnel reaching to the northern part, then painstakingly flew or walked through each level, trying to find the blessing, clues, magical items, or a magical guardian in power-saving mode who could reanimate and tell us everything we needed to know. I uncovered not a single secret cheat item and consistently failed to find a magical guide. But clues? Oh, those are a dime a dozen. There was so much knowledge saved here, so much history, so many tragic stories to be revealed if only one dedicated the time and effort into it. I wasn't even into solving mysteries. Even so, I still felt the pull, the need to figure out what this mysterious room had done. Why was there a side room off the third level with occult inscriptions on the floor? Why did that room hold a group of skeletons who had apparently died in a neat circle? I didn't have the damn time, but I promised myself that should the world ever stop throwing constant battles at me, I would come back here and simply try to learn, soak in as much as I could. This place held so much. I just knew it. Almost a full day later, I trotted onto the platform on the top level. After almost 2 entire days inside the enclosed areas, the wind on my scales felt like a caressing touch. The air down in the enclosed constructions wasn't bad at all. In fact, they had to have something running, some environmental magic or other, or just some discreet openings to make sure the air kept circulating, but it was all indoors. The fresh air was invigorating, and it helped fend off the bad mood that was building at the back of my mind. The others were already there, thank God. Moivin and Dix were deep in some discussion. Cruziel sat on the floor with his back resting against the plinth, lost in thought. Only Timothy was missing. Cruziel looked up as I approached, smiled softly. "Has anybody seen Tim?" I asked. Head shakes all around. I nodded and laid down to rest. I'd taken the occasional rest over the day, but mostly the last couple of days had been non-stop movement and mental activity. My head felt like it was stuffed with wool, theories, and loose threads. I was so tired it was like I heard a low-pitched sound, sort of like a low hum at the back of my mind. My head perked up and I frowned. I wasn't making it up. There was a low hum coming from... above? I raised my head and looked at the skies. Then I burst out laughing. Timothy floated down from above, making a constant noise like a constipated yoga master. He sported a set of feathered wings, wide enough to match mine, and even added on a halo to match. I greeted him as cordially as I know how. "You know damn well I'm the only one who knows what you're on about, and no damn Patriots fan is ever going to go to heaven. So get your intangible butt down here." He beamed a smile at me and dropped the rest of the way at speed before landing right between us, wings furled close around his form. He'd added 2 short horns on the forehead for additional confusion. Nice touch, that. "Have you had the chance to rest?" I asked everybody. Head shakes were my only response. They looked pretty worn out. I was sure I was starting to show signs of wear and tear myself. "Executive decision. And Timmy's there looking smug enough. He definitely has something to say as well. But we'll need our wits about us. We need a break. Unless somebody has something critical to add right now?" Another set of head shakes. "Good. Rest. Eat. Take a nap if you can. We'll take a couple of hours. Then we'll talk." I smiled warmly at them. "Solve all the issues and save our people. No biggie. Sleep tight." I woke up. So I nodded off. Turned out I'd been more tired than I thought. I lay unmoving while I took in the far side of the platform. Moivin was coming to himself, looking into the distance with small eyes. Dix was still out. Cruziel sat with his back against the plinth, scratching something with a claw into the bricks in front of him. From the looks of things, I doubted he'd slept at all. Timothy perched in the air a foot above my snout. I recoiled, almost unleashing a weakening fog. Then I cursed under my breath. The ghostly apparition shook with silent laughter. After a while, his mental voice appeared inside my head, rich with amusement. "Man, it's childish, but I live for this." You're such an ass. But I guess I can give you this much. I'll just have to be extra sure to tell you how much I'm enjoying myself the next time I chow down on a succulent steak. He looked affronted.
I'll have you know I'm lacto-ovo-vegetarian.
I snorted. You're full of it is what you are. I've heard you talk about burgers. If you were to become religious, your worship would include a communal meal of burgers with extra bacon. His lip quirked up.
Okay, damn it. You know me too well.
I do. So what did you find? He smiled.
How about we wait until everybody's up so we only have to share once? Also, let's just say I'll go last.
Oh, you're such a horrible tease. Now I really want to know. Fortunately, Moivin had awakened fully by now. Him being anything but a patient soul, he was already shaking dicks awake. 5 minutes later, we had partaken in a quick meal of the leftover flesh from the fire rock we'd brought and gathered next to the plinth. I took in my people with satisfaction. They were clearly still tired, but alert and focused. Moivin was jumping from one leg to the other with excitement, while Dix looked like she was on the hunt, razor-sharp focus primed on her target. Looks like I'm not the only one who's made some discoveries. Tim has already said he wants to be the last one to tell us what he's found, meaning it's likely to be something good. Anybody want to go first? Dix nodded.
I can. We know a lot. Have some things to add.
She extended her spear, then held out a clawed hand, marking off 6 different levels. She started at the bottom.
Base level. Farming 2, probably. All overgrown, nothing else.
She raised her claws.
Next level? Crafting 2, but not runes. More normal crafts. Baskets, containers, tools, wood and iron. 2 more levels. Next ones were the exact same. Crafting tubes and then the shelves to store them. But
she met my eyes with an intense gaze.
Fewer skeletons here. Not as many as on the west side. And they were a different race. Not so big. More like us.
She indicated Moivin and herself.
But wingless.
Moivin and I nodded, unsurprised. She continued.
Next level was like with the taller kind, but not. Different buildings. Smaller. More outside. Mini trees. For climbing, maybe? Not sure. Same for the final level. Buildings for living in. Different looking buildings for different races. Still same.
She trailed off, looking for the right word. Structure? Overall feeling?
Feeling, yes.
She nodded.
Everything built in the same way.
I scratched a scale. That echoes my experience. Any other differences? Her gaze grew distant, then she inclined her head.
Yes. More dead on second lowest level. Crafting level. Less on 3 and 4. More again on second highest.
Interesting. So this was a species more inclined to crafting and less to the magic of creating and studying the cubes? Timothy mused. We would have to look into the differences in their homes to see if they reflect it. He trailed off as he caught my look. But perhaps not now. Anything else, Dix? She nodded.
Yes. These were at war, not just armed. Preparing action, I think. Several groups of skeletons with weapons. Some next to connecting tunnels. One group in the middle of the tunnel.
She pointed right below us.
Leading to other homes.
I followed her claw, then perked up. They might have been in the middle of an attack, or at least moving armed toward the homes of the other races. And the rest of the groups with weapons could have been preparing or guarding their own places. Yeah, that speaks to an ugly situation. Moivin? He shook his head.
I got the boring side. So boring. Big people, big bones, thick body, tall, big muscles probably, many dead in fields. Hard to see with big plants, but my eyes are good. So many dead. Then lots and lots on the next level, with huge cookpots. Pots, pans, huge fires. Many and many. All dead. Some fell in pots.
He chuckled.
3rd? 4th level? Nobody.
Timothy blinked at that. Nobody? What, like nobody at all? Moivin chuckled.
Yes, dull, boring, empty. At first I checked all rooms on 3rd level. Just empty. Not even items. Just empty rooms. 4th level was same. And almost no cubes.
He pointed right down below us.
Many again on levels 5 and 6, but no weapons.
I frowned. None, or just a few?
None.
He ticked off on his hands.
Playing, eating, sitting in groups, sleeping, fucking. No weapons, nothing else.
Huh. This just keeps getting weirder and weirder. My turn then. My guys? They were all the miners and crafters. Also big fellows, judging from their remains. Guessing from everything on the first level, they still had the fields to keep them fed, but below that, they had mines leading down into the underground. Proper mines too, Tim, with a setup you might have found back in our world a century back or so. They were extracting a ton of metals there. I hadn't gone too far down. The tunnels were oppressive as hell and only got smaller the farther I descended, but I was impressed. There were pulley systems, hardened floors that allowed for easy traversal with hand-pushed carts, a lot of details that seemed advanced for this world, and a lot of materials being brought out. The general setup was the same. On the second floor, they did all the crafting, melting down the metals, smithing, stone carving. I'd bet they handled the smithing for this entire place. Third level was dedicated to mostly runes and cubes. If the first race was the one who handled adding magic to the runes, these guys were the ones who created the materials themselves. I say mostly, but they also created a lot of simple items on that level that I simply cannot place. Don't know what they were for, haven't seen them elsewhere. Timothy had been paying rapt attention, but now he couldn't restrain himself anymore.
Wait, so these items, what were they? Describe them. Have any of you others seen these weird items lying around? And the materials, were they the same as the cubes? And what about the techniques? And how advanced were they? You should be able to judge how—
Down, boy. I laughed. I could start on this, but you and I both know that we'd start down a rabbit hole that'd keep you questioning me for days. I'll stick to the general details here. Then we can investigate the rest when we return. Picking off the questions one by one, I gathered my thoughts. No, I didn't recognize all the materials. There was copper, bronze, and iron there. One looked like steel, but it had a glow to it. Another seemed like iron, but had an almost crystalline feel to it that I'd have judged as impossible to work with if I hadn't seen the result. I glanced at Kraziel to see if he had any ideas which they were, but he just shook his head. The items were mostly simplistic in nature, sometimes outright ugly, basic geometric shapes, and I am not well versed in smithing or metallurgy. Still, to me, judging from the tools and furnaces and all, it looked like they were limited to regular smithing tools, nothing modern. I believe that they're the ones who delivered the metal for everything inside this place. However, and this is important, I did not spot a single weapon. I paused for a moment, letting that sink in. Raising a claw, I continued. Next floor up, we did have a good deal of cubes and dead people. Nothing as extensive as the first place we visited. The 5th and 6th floor were pretty much the same as on the other floors, where people lived, played, learned, ate, and slept. There was one major change to their entire side of the tower, though. They built blockades to seal off every single connecting tunnel to their part of this place. Kraziel blinked.
What? Everyone? Does that mean—
Yeah, I had to break down a blockade to get in from the bottom floor. Good thing I've grown stronger, or I'd never have been able to force my way through. The only single tunnel that isn't blocked is the one leading up here. I pointed straight at where I'd eventually gotten up here.
Whoa!
Moyvin looked down over the network of tunnels under the skies that floated below us.
They really didn't get along.
I chuckled. That's saying it mildly. So, to sum it up, we have one smaller race who seems to have been the ones who actually gathered and loved knowledge, plus they handled the magic for all the knowledge gathered here. Then we have another smaller race, who might have been the gophers here, those running errands for all the others, creating all the myriad day-to-day objects a community of this size needed. They were violent bastards too, though, ready to take over the mountain or something. Next came the workers, who looked like they worked hard to feed all the people here, with little time for anything else. And finally, we have the simple miners, who just want to do their job, stay home, seal off their tunnels, and never deal with anybody else ever again.
We've all been there,
Tim quipped. For sure. This is all guesswork, of course, but it does paint a not-so-pretty picture of a mountain that's filled with conflict, people working at counter-purposes or actively working against each other, instead of working on the damn cubes like they're supposed to. Tim squinted at me.
So you think that Bastok was the one running the show, but people weren't having it?
I nodded, looking at the corn on the plinth. Yeah, think about it. Every single one of these races had the same options here. Everything centered about the damn cubes.
Language, young man!
I barked a laugh. Okay, sorry, Tim. I know this is your wet dream, but it isn't like that for everybody. And it would seem that it wasn't what these races had wished for either, except for that very first race. He inclined his head graciously.
Apology accepted.
So nice of you. And yeah, that's about it. Looks like things might have been going well for a while until temper started to flare. Then the miners locked themselves up, the servants got angry and went to war, while the other two races mostly tried to stay out of it. Does that sound about right? Oh, and have you learned anything useful, Krasil?
What?
He asked, blinking profusely. I started repeating my question, then halted. Wait a minute. Are you listening to a cube right now? The Talpus was still sitting, leaning against the plinth as if resting. There on his shoulder sat a recognizable cube. His paw shot out and snagged the cube, then looked away from all of us.
Ahem. So I found out you can change how loud they are.
He hazarded, not meeting my gaze. Uh-huh. Maybe wait with it until we aren't in the middle of a conversation that might be life and death for our friends and family? Now, my question was if you'd learned anything useful. He blushed. He didn't see that often with Talpi, but the skin under his fur visibly darkened.
Yes, I have. That's why I'm a bit distracted. Magic. This cube is about magic. It says that anybody can learn magic. All kinds of magic. You just need practice, perseverance, and a basic mental power and mental control. It has all these steps.
I exhaled. Okay, fair enough. I get it, man. That can be a game changer in the long run. It doesn't sound like something that's going to help us right now, does it? He shook his head.
That was the most important thing, too. I have learned other interesting details, but nothing really life-changing.
Good. Now stick with us while Timothy there tells us whatever has him all itchy. I scolded, then added with a grin, and we'll make sure to see if we can't take that cube with us when we leave. Enjoying the way his face lit up with joy, I turned back to Tim. Out with it, man. You're blushing like you just found the heirloom your secret crush dropped in a lake by accident. He screwed his eyes up.
Why a lake?
Shaking his head, he continued.
I mean, I'm not blushing. I can't even blush. Besides, this is that good.
He grinned at us. You found the blessing? I challenged. His grin grew even wider.
You bet your ass I did. And that's not even the best thing.
He floated into the open space between us all, a subtle light starting to glow from the showboat.
You know what the plan was. Get out there and find wherever in the ground the blessing might be. Well, I didn't find that. Not at all. It should be rather obvious to you from the way the damn liquid shines, right? Unless it somehow stayed underground. That would have been a bitch.
He shook his head.
Anyway, we knew this place had a blessing at some point. Both maps and the other blessings said so. Since there wasn't anything obvious, I figured perhaps it was like back in the mountain where it was somehow transported farther up into the structure.
He pointed right below us and waggled his eyebrows.
And it turns out, I'm just a fantastically clever person.
I sneered. Exceptionally humble, too.
The humblest ever, thank you very much.
He laughed.
I started from right under the platform here. Then I found it within a minute. But you'll never guess what I found then.
My groan came from deep within my soul. Please. Clickbait in real life should not be a thing. Tim grinned. Then he started to walk to the edge of the platform, gesturing for us to follow him. We reached the edge. There was no railing here, just a simple, clearly delineated edge where the bricks stopped and thousands upon thousands of feet of air started. I could fly, and I felt queasy. But right there, on the boundary of the platform, was something I didn't really understand. Something tugging at the brink of my understanding. An almost but not quite opaque area that skirted the edges of my attention, trying to dodge my senses. I frowned and focused harder. And suddenly it clicked into being. There was a tight tube there reaching upward. Next to it, a flat, broad area so close to invisible that I could barely perceive it even after he made me aware of it. "Is that a goddamn platform?" Tim grinned. "Yes, sir. Also, I'll bet everything you own that the construction right next to it is bringing the blessing up to a pool above." I stretched my neck back, looking straight up. There was nothing there, though. Nothing to see, except for an absence in the air. "Dude," I breathed. "Up there. Is that where Bektos runs the show?" He nodded. "I'm almost certain. Also, I think I found out what triggered the event here. You'll have to see it for yourself." He pointed a thumb upwards. "You can land up there, though. Just hoist up Kraziel, you'll see." Chapter 19. God will meet you where you are in order to take you where he wants you to go. Tony Evans. The landing was scary as hell. Even if Tim was there to guide me in and encourage me, sitting down right in the middle of the open air, greeted only by a slightly gleaming surface, just felt wrong. Like those Asian mountain hikes where you'd walk across a bridge of see-through glass. You might accept the reality of the surface, but your heart refuses to listen. It held, though, and the moment we touched down, the light blinked. From one moment to the next, the surroundings changed before our eyes. We stood on a bridge, a wide, solid bridge made in the same slightly rubbery material as the connecting bridges. I looked back down and nodded to myself in realization. The near-invisible platform below us definitely was a lift of sorts. And it would arrive right here, connecting straight to the bridge for anybody who was allowed access. Before us lay the peak of the tower, a single bullet-like structure now revealed as it was, clad in ostentatious silvery metal, dead right at the center of the spiderweb of towering constructions below us, perhaps a few 100 feet tall and no more than 60 feet across. Before it, though.
They attacked? Why? That is ridiculous. You don't attack God?
Dick shook her head, pointing at the skeletons on the bridge in front of us. Coming from an imp, the statement was even more condemning. There were dozens of them, armed and armored. Like all the shapes below, there was no sign of what struck them down. They just lay there, their final act reduced to simply dying. It was the wingless imps, small in stature but apparently fearless. Not that it had done them any good. "The Khorne aren't gods, Dix," I said quietly. "They can die. Sayla said so." She shook her head.
Close enough. You can see the result. Might as well be gods.
I swallowed and turned back to Tim. His former eagerness was more subdued now that he'd let us take in the mystery for ourselves. "So now we know."
Yes, we do,
he answered.
For whatever reason, the minions decided to rise up against Bektos, and they paid the ultimate price. The question remains, what do we do about it?
I think we might need to do a Karen. Or even space screwed up.
What is that?
Who is that, rather? I smiled and answered my own question. It's somebody best avoided. In this case, though, it means that we demand to talk to the manager. "Bektos, we need to talk." My mental message was aimed right at the statue. It was really insane. If I hadn't felt firsthand how he was in there, I'd have believed for sure that this was some manual creation and not a living thing. The Khorne even looked slightly faded around the edges, like a statue left outside for decades inevitably would. There was no response, not even an acknowledgement that he'd heard me. "Bektos, this is important. I know you've decided you're retired or something, but your presence is required." I listened to everything around me, letting my senses try to catch any nuance of emotion, any sign he was there. Nothing. No fury, no condemnation, not even a tinge of annoyance. "Damn," I sent to the others. "We'll have to go full Karen." Tim looked askance at me.
"But you never go full Karen."
"There's a time and a place, Tim. And it's time to go from a minor annoyance to a goddamn pest. You do not have permission to access this place. Any attempts to open this door may result in punitive measures. Bektos!" I was back on the bridge leading to the peak of the tower, trying to avoid stepping on the corpses of the small wingless imps. I tapped on the door, watching the notification float up and dismissing it right away. "I'm not trying to open this door, but we need you. Dayra needs you. This is not a damn drill." Still nothing. I touched the door again. Again. "You do not have permission to access this place. Bektos! You do not have permission. Bektos, damn it! You do not. Bektos, we need to talk. I'm serious. I'll go full Girl Scout on you if I have to. I am not fucking going away." Now it did feel like there was some sort of reaction, like the lurch in your stomach when you're on a roller coaster, right when the big drop commences. Something was about to happen. "You!" 1 second, I was tapping the door, surrounded by corpses with my friends a ways behind me in the creepy corridor. The next, an overwhelming avalanche of fury pounded straight at my frontal lobe. I could feel the headache threatening to turn into a debilitating migraine. I did not relent, just composed my message. "Cut that out! Please! We need to talk. I need to get in touch with you." For the first time, the onslaught of emotions translated into something that could almost be construed as communication. An overwhelming pressure along with a sense of ominous threat added to the desire to back off. I mentally translated it into, "Stay the fuck away or else." "Sorry, Bektos. I need to talk to you. I'm going to have to be an absolute annoyance until it happens." The threat loomed even larger, threatening death and destruction. "Sorry, mate. I really am. But I choose to believe that you wouldn't kill us all just because we need to have a civil conversation." A desire to kill, to rend. Then, resignation. Finally, a voice appeared straight into my head. "I could break your fragile minds, but I will not act against Dayra's will again." The voice arrived as a mental hurricane, making my mind hide and scatter before the mental strength. I knew I could hide nothing, no intentions, no fragment of my emotions. Behind me, the others lay prostrate on the floor. Tim was spread eagle mid-air, frozen. I tried to find concentration, struggling against the woolen layer of shock that had draped itself across my faculties. "Thank you. Good. That is... good." I shook my head, annoyed with myself. Damn it, I needed my wits about me, not struggling to find simple words like back when I was trying to impress Kate for the first time. "We really need to talk, Bektos. We don't believe that we could really act against you, nor would we. However, we do think that we should start working together with you, all for the good of Dayra." He started to laugh then. Or, well, it started like laughter. Then it spilled over into a lunatic's crock-pot of emotions. Resentment, hate, fervent longing, love, all mixed up into one long, simmering dish. I shot a glance behind me to see that Moivin and Dix had dozed off into unconsciousness, but they were still alive and unhurt from what I could tell. At long last, the onslaught resided with a shuddering whine that was closer to a howl than laughter. After seconds of silence, his voice returned, self-recriminating, mocking, filled with scorn. "For the good of Dayra, you say?
Don't you get it? Dara has turned her back on me. For several minutes, I didn't know what to say. I moved back to the platform in order to face Bektos as we spoke. The others flew down to join me, Moivin and Dix carrying Kraziel awkwardly between them. Then I did what I've always done. Said what I believed, regardless of what it might cost. Kate would insist that's one of my worst personal traits, but at this point, I'd own it. It could very well lead to my demise right this instance, but I was too damn old to change it, even if I cared to. I just laid it out there, no hiding. I looked at the core and then addressed the near-divine being. Listen, mate, I won't try to claim that I understand what you're going through. I'm probably not even smart enough to catch half the nuances. I'll just say this. Whatever else has happened around here, it seems like you tried very hard to do the right thing. Do what Dara wants. Well, that's exactly what we're trying to do as well. But we're in a bit of a bind, and we could use some help. So please, talk to us. I stood right in front of his frozen features with my neck bowed, trying to convey my earnestness to him. 1 minute passed, then another with no response. Then, finally, he moved. With the speed of a glacier trying to cover a hated plain before the coming of spring, his head turned to face mine. There was so much emotion packed within that single glance. Sorrow, self-hatred, loss. Finally, something complex I couldn't decipher. Surrender, perhaps. I have nothing left to give, but I will tell you what has happened. At least that way, when I go to my grave, somebody will know exactly how Dara has deserted us all. His body unfroze. Until this point, I'd been unaware if he could even move. Yet now his body came alive. Half so, at least. When he moved, it was deliberate and felt almost exaggerated. When he stood still, not a single muscle moved and he didn't breathe, like he'd left physical necessities behind ages ago. So much has been lost, despite my efforts. So many dead. Yet at least the foundation should still remain. So, that part I will not have to explain, right? I glanced at the others. No reaction. Kraziel just shrugged. Possibly? What exactly does it refer to? A heavy-handed force forced itself into my head and roamed around, as if searching. I couldn't defend myself, reeling with pain and helplessness. Now Bektos's eyes were doubly fixed on mine. You hear her voice, but there is no foundation. Have Dragonkind finally broken the last of the commandments? Is there nothing left? A wave of something rushed toward me. I didn't know what it was, but it did not feel benevolent. Whoa there! I am not a dragon, and I've broken nothing. The onslaught didn't waver. I had a sudden notion about what he meant. Bektos! Take a look at the Talpi and the Imp. Then the fucking ghost! I know what's wrong. The energy wavered right before me, like a tsunami inexplicably frozen at its peak. Moments later, it slowly faded, not disappearing entirely, but halting at a lower peak. I don't understand. There is too much to see. But you aren't lying. Typical. I finally find the near-divine creature who can explain everything to me, and it's fucking broken. I'm not from this world. Neither is Timothy the ghost. We were brought here from another world. Somehow that made us miss the usual introduction all races seem to get. He didn't breathe, but I got the sense that he exhaled in relief anyway. Not all is ruined then, it would seem. The force reintroduced itself and rummaged around inside me. And you have not acted like a typical dragon either. Good. He seemed to come to a conclusion. When his mental voice resumed, it was not stronger, but more composed, detached. Once Dara was the world, and the world was Dara.
She shared her blessings with all and sundry, letting every drop of water, every plant, hold a tiny bit of her essence. Nobody would ever need to starve or remain small should they so wish. The catalyst for growth and change was right there, and it was but a question of partaking of her gifts, for her followers to gain powers, to grow in any number of ways.
He let his head fall, sadness permeating his ugly features.
The dragons of that time craved more. In a betrayal unmatched in all of history, they decided they should have more. Instead of the slow, steady growth they could earn through the gifts that Dara allowed them, they discovered the powers they could take for themselves by consuming the flesh of those who had already partaken.
He shook his head.
Dara did not abandon this world at first. Perhaps she should have.
The scorn was evident.
She was shocked, dismayed at the betrayal of the dragons. In a world built to house all, to let everybody partake of her splendor to the best of their ability and desire, she did not expect that any would try to take it all for themselves. She almost removed dragons from the world entirely, seeing them as a mistake. The dragons were growing strong, and she had the power to ruin them. Instead, she chose to do something different. She introduced the Foundation.
Live, fight, thrive? I asked.
He nodded. Just so. When she could have destroyed the dragons, for some ineffable reason, she decided instead to abandon those closest to her.
His grimace was painful enough I had to turn my head away.
As she removed herself from the world, we were set to toil in her name. She couldn't, she insisted, remain down here, or it would lead to her ruination. So it was all down to us. We had to represent her, had to lead her precious races to return to her presence, restore the equilibrium. She said that if we only prepared the path for her, she would be able to step in once more and help with the guidance. Create a new path.
Oh, I could see where this was heading.
That's exactly it. Oh, we did everything that could be asked of us. The Corran gave it our all. We helped the fledgling races, all those who would and dared to stand up against the dragons. We built the blessings as she had asked, raised them all up, helped them grow stronger so they could face the treacherous behemoths and return Dara to her rightful place. Except when the dragons fell, the other species refused to give up the power they had gained.
I could definitely see it. Different species, working together, fighting together with a clear-cut goal. Kill off the dragons. Except, when they succeeded, they found themselves lured in by the exact same thing the dragons had fallen for. Power. They rose up against the Corran?
Yes. Oh, there were many excuses and explanations for what they did. Some feared the remaining dragons. Others were feeling threatened by the other humanoid races that were now growing in power. He sneered. A good deal of them feared us, claiming that we were just a new kind of tyrants who tried to dominate them and keep them down.
He vacillated between rage and sadness, then seemed to settle somewhere in the middle.
In the end, the reasons don't even matter. They rose up against us, and we were not vigilant. We did not expect it.
Graziel spoke up finally, his tiny mental voice filled with awe.
But how could they even hurt you? You are sent from Dara herself. You are—
He waved a paw up and down to indicate the Corran's form.
Powerful enough that nobody would dare face you.
That almost broke Bektos.
Oh, we thought so ourselves. And this is not the form we had back before everything broke. Then our shape reflected our power. We were beautiful, graceful, very convinced of our own power and worth. His gaze darkened, eyes fixed on somewhere on the horizon. We were ignorant and naive. Our bodies are powerful, yet we were still mortal. And we rested safely, knowing that we had done as she commanded, and were about to be returned to her side. Such fools we. A number of us succumbed to poison. Others were struck down by those who had defeated the mightiest of dragons and gained powers beyond even us. Alchemical concoctions. Spells so massive it's hard to fathom. But in the end, we brought the downfall on ourselves. His ugly face was twisted now, torn into a grimace of grief and bereavement. We were sent here to guide them, to help and protect them. When some of us were attacked and struck back against the humanoids, Dara turned her back on us. Oh, that was downright heartbreaking. Some of us kept our belief in her for longer than others. Even in this broken, distasteful shape, I kept my loyalty. I did the work she asked us to, worked to re-establish an equilibrium. The few faithful fled instead of striking back, kept loyal underlings among us and debated. Oh, we debated endlessly. Not one had a certain solution for what was happening. Lots of us wanted to plead with Dara to take us back. Others had the same idea but were more prideful and wanted to demand our restitution. A few of us wanted to stick to our task, remaining faithful even after hundreds of years. We did not agree on the methods, however. Some wanted to build armies and stand up to the world. Others wanted to create a thriving haven for all races, let the growth benefit all equally, and recreate our former world of plenty. Eventually, we each went to our own, created our separate blessings in order to shape the world as we wanted to, hoping to make our dreams come true. Most died. Some have receded, as I did, hoping to fade away and leave this world in all but the body. What was your plan? I asked him quietly. Initially, I mean. He jumped, blinking as if he'd forgotten I was even there. I wanted to share the knowledge we held. I know, it was idealistic, stupid, silly even. But I honestly believe that if I created a place where we shared all the knowledge we had gathered among us or been granted from Dara, we could gather the peoples of the world among us, lift us up, and build a world where we would all work together. But I was mistaken. His tone grew darker and hatred oozed from him. We did everything we could, risked our lives, abandoned our rightful place at her side. But the races of the world saw it differently. They only focused on how we wanted to decide everything, how we were yet another kind of tyrant. In the end, they decided to rise up against us. And when we defended ourselves, we were cast aside, discarded like something found to be defective. There. I had my answer now. I knew exactly what had happened with the people of this place. I didn't need to know the specifics. I just needed to convince him that perhaps everything was not lost. I am sorry. That has to have been horrible. Everything, I mean, not just the end of it, but having to leave her side in the first place. Bektas suddenly seemed to realize where he was and who he was talking to. I could practically see him closing up. He sneered. I could see it coming a long time before. The more I tried to show them the path we had to take, the more defensive they became. More and more of my minions refused to stick to my commandments. I don't even know when I became the enemy. I just know that when they attacked me, I struck back against them. That was when I lost my connection to Dara. Wait, what? What does that even mean? He smiled. It was lopsided and heartbroken and had nothing at all to do with a real smile. That somehow made it all the sadder. Dara takes care of us, Corin. Took care of us. But when she pulled away from this world, we feared that she was abandoning us altogether. So she kept up a connection with all of us, let us sometimes talk among ourselves, even at a distance. Sent messages. Love. Yet it cost her. Knowing that it cost her only strengthened my belief that we were doing the right thing. He hesitated, then pressed on. Above all, however, she gave us all a piece of the divine. She gave us her blessing. I waited to hear him explain. When he didn't, I shook my head in confusion. Then it struck me. Wait, that's not a metaphorical blessing you're talking about. You're being literal. He nodded. Wherever we moved, we'd be able to connect to her fount of powers, erect a blessing for ourselves, or for whomever we deemed worthy. We could mold the power, too, make the blessing reflect what we wanted in life. Some of us, in the early days, gave those blessings to the lesser races, only to see them twisted, used for selfish reasons, to strike back against us. Finally, there were only 4 of us left. We, the final 4, agreed that wherever we established blessings, we would leave up maps so we could find each other. I swallowed. We found a ruin to the west of here, 2 days of travel by flight. It showed a map with 4 functional blessings. The Scoured Mountain, Calaveram or something, I believe it was called. The ruins, this place, and a blessing farther to the east than here. He hung his head. Calaveram was the Corn running the place, too. I never thought he'd make it. Holding yourself up in a mountain and going on the defensive? It will never do. Not in a world as hostile as this. They will always outgrow you. He spat the final words, then calmed down. The ruins were named after Hessel, meaning to the growth of all. I always liked Hessel. She was a hopeless idealist with little grounding, but she burned with fervor. Her believers protected her to the last, tried to keep the enemies from taking her down, even as they swarmed over the place. The final blessing you saw belonged to Lekos. He didn't even have minions. He believed in hiding, waiting for a better time. I cannot be sure, but I believe he's dead. He hadn't been replying for a long time before I lost my way and my connection. He looked me in the eye. His face was ugly, but it was nothing compared to the sensation of hurting pouring from his expression. So you can see it's no good. Regardless of what you'd want me to do, I can't. I won't. I have no powers anymore beyond this blessing. It's all lost. Chapter 20. Lost. That fucking word reverberated around me. It was the one common denominator for everything I'd experienced since coming to this fucking world. I'd lost the chance to get my affairs in order back on Earth. I'd lost Jacinth, Lore, Mordial, Aelus. Too many to count at this point. I'd become little more than a slave when the goddamn soul carver came charging in. Lost the chance of deciding my own fate when Salus chained me down as her successor. Finally, I'd lost the chance of living in peace when the damn humans came roaring in. Now I'd lost the one chance we might have had of creating the perfect blessing of our own, before I even knew it was a possibility. Rage poured through me, exacerbated by helplessness and the desire to strike back, strike out, do something. I pushed it down hard. I'd be the first to admit that I wasn't the brightest bulb. However, there was one thing I'd learned by now. You needed a cool head, or else you'd mess up. Bektos had frozen again. His gaze faded away into the distance, his eyes sunken and disturbed. I furiously thought, okay, so there were no new blessings. That didn't diminish the fact that, in theory, we might have an opportunity here that was as impressive as, or even better than what we'd come looking for. There was only one real obstacle. Bektas himself. And he did not exactly feel stable. Bektas, we need your help. He just looked at me. The emotion in his eyes was indiscernible. Pity? Dark humor? I'm serious. I expanded with a front leg at the tower spreading out below us. You've had a rough go of it. I won't try to belittle that. Hell, if it were me, I'd have probably broken already. But you're still standing. One side of his lips curled up in distaste. Survival isn't all it's cracked up to be. It is when you still got a chance to do what you set out to do, I insisted. You can reach into my mind and feel my sincerity. Well, listen to this. You haven't failed yet. My people, the ones I left behind back in Hessel, they are working on bringing about exactly what Dara wanted, what you wanted. Lies. Nobody is dedicated to Dara's cause anymore. Why would they be? His denial didn't even hold any energy. It was more an offhand rejection. They don't do it for Dara. They do it because they're learning. Because little by little, they're realizing it's the right thing to do and the way to grow a truly strong civilization. But that's all backward. I couldn't help myself. I snorted. Mate, if there's one thing I've learned in a lifetime of wrangling workers and trying to build something, it's this. Intentions are all well and good, but if nobody gets their ass down to do the work, it ain't gonna be done on time. And I've been working every fucking second since I came into this world. The disbelief was still front and center in his gaze. However, there was also something else there. A hint of curiosity. Explain. So I did. I told him all about my story, about the races I'd slowly been gathering around me since day one, and the kind of place we wanted to create. I explained how, little by little, we'd taken on more responsibility, garnered more followers, and the battles we'd fought along the way to ensure that it was a society worth living in. I left nothing out, not even the horrible mistakes I'd made, the people I'd trusted where I shouldn't have. Bektas was appalled. You've been betrayed how many times now? And still you are here, having left Hessel's blessing in the hands of those who might stab you in the back? I smiled. Yeah, that's the long and short of it. You don't build trust without actually taking a chance on people. And every time I do it, more people realize that I mean what I say and will back it up. I scratched my neck. Yeah, there are a couple back in Hessel who I suspect of harboring bad intentions, but I believe there are enough by now who believe in our dream to stop them from trying anything stupid. He looked at me for a long while. I didn't feel him trying to intrude into my head to see if I was lying or anything, though. Rather, it felt like he was trying to stare through me, see into my soul or something. This isn't what Dara has ordained. I'll be completely honest with you, Bektas. I don't much care about what Dara believes. Whatever she is, I'm not going to spend a lot of time wondering if she would have done it differently, or what exactly her feelings are on the subject. But I will say that what we are trying to do here in this world is probably the closest you'll come to Dara's plan, without starting over entirely somewhere with a new blessing, possibly a new continent. What do you ask of me, then? Grant us all full access to your blessing. Let me build a place for all of us here. Let my people do what they can to make a life of their own, despite the humanoids trying to end them all and taking the world for their own. We'll live to build a better world for all of us. We'll fight only when necessary for our survival, and where it's necessary to not be pushed back into a corner. And Dara willing, we will thrive to the point where we can turn this world around and build a place worth living in, not just one for surviving. What about the power then? What if you succeed and actually build an unassailable fortress for your people? I smirked. That one was easy. We'd already debated that one to infinity. Oh, I'd give it up in a heartbeat. Honestly, the moment we're safe, I'm retired. Already planned the takeover. I've earned a century or two of relaxing and growing fat while I'm overseeing funny construction projects. Now he did enter my head. With full force, his presence slammed into my brain, tearing through the processes and memories as he saw fit. I didn't resist, just stood there, facing him. Eventually, he backed out, shell-shocked. You actually mean it, don't you? Yep. I didn't push. Didn't say any more. I knew when somebody was making up their mind. Just waited for him to convince himself. I didn't expect the notification that arrived, though. You have been offered to take over a domain. However, you already own a domain. Cede access to the existing domain to a vassal or refuse offer. Cede access? Refuse. Are you goddamn serious? I asked Bektos. That's not what I was asking for at all. I just wanted to let my people in, to have a safe place where we could hide and rebuild. A sad smile spread over his ugly face. I can offer a place. Safety, however, is beyond me. But your shield, the defenses here. He shook his head. The shield is powerful. It also only works outside the tower once a day. It's been enough to teach the local beasts to stay away over time, but against an army, it will not hold. He held up a massive hand, forestalling further questions. I knew my time here was limited. My energy is about spent, and if it weren't for your insistence, I might have faded away entirely. This doesn't change anything. However, if me stepping back gives you a small chance, I don't mind that. I bowed low. Not just a nod. I placed my head on the ground as reverently and respectfully as I could. This wasn't an honor to Dayra or something like that. This guy was sacrificing his life's work and handing it over. That demanded respect. I will honor what you've done, but I will ask one thing of you. More? I could feel the tiredness from him, just from that single word. Yes. However, I don't think you'll mind this one. My one request is this. Please don't fade away. I have somebody here who has been trying to do what you have, build a system based around knowledge and make it available to everybody. And I know for sure he'd absolutely hate it if he couldn't siphon all the knowledge from you to continue and improve upon your project with the repository here. I nodded with my head at Timothy. He stood stock still behind me, eyes wide with shock as he realized what might be at stake. He managed to croak, Yes, please don't. Bektos squinted at both of us. Then he frowned. I cannot promise anything. My time in this place is limited. I've done what I wanted to do. Now I just want to rest. Of course, and we'll respect whatever you want. I'll just ask you to listen to Timothy. He is rather enthusiastic about the sharing of knowledge. Their gazes met, and some emotion moved across Bektos's face. We'll see. I will not commit to anything. I almost laughed. Yeah, sure. He was trapped now. Bunch of nerds like them would lose themselves in the project and never let go. We'll appreciate anything you can help us with. For now, I'd probably better accept this domain. That brought me to a kind of difficult decision, though. I pulled up the notification. In order to accept this domain, I'd have to cede access to the domain and the blessing back in Hessel to one of my vassals. Oof. Not exactly the nicest of choices. That was capital V vassals. I couldn't just cede control to Arthur and be done with it. It had to be a vassal who at some point had accepted my authority along with a big enough following of their own. I had 3 vassals, Azel, the white dragon, currently enchanting items and fighting humans back in the mountain. Slither, the evolved stickkin, doing the exact same thing, only with no enchanting and more backstabbing. And then there was Sigil, the viperkin leader of the secondary. She wasn't the oversharing type. She stuck to her own people quite a lot. And for all that I meant that I trusted my people to stick to the path, she would be in the exact position to take advantage of it if I gave up the domain in Hessel to her. I took a deep breath. Then I put my money where my mouth was. You have ceded access of your old domain to Sigil. For all that I didn't know her as well as my other vassals or the rest of my followers, I liked what I saw. What we were doing, trying to create a society across the boundaries of different species, she'd been doing for years. Sure, hers was a warrior society, with all the weirdness that entailed, and there was a definite us versus them mentality when it came to the secondary against the rest of the world. Even so, she got it. She didn't need explaining when I talked about making the most of the strengths of different species to shore up the shortcomings of others. Also, she ached for freedom from slavery more than anybody else. I would take my chances with her and hope for the best. I could only hope the notification Sigil received did not leave her believing that I had died. It was just, I believed we couldn't spare the time to send somebody to inform her. There was so much happening, and so little time. The new notification arrived. You have been granted mastery over a new domain forming a connection with Daira. Your current domain size, 25 mana domes. Huge. Grants you the following. Maximum population size, 4,000. 8,000 with the blessing of Daira. Current population, 6. Domain size, 30,000 foot radius. Domain detection range, 100 miles. Domains within range, 0. Mana regeneration rate is increased by 2,500%. Total current regeneration rate increase equals 5,000%. The material manipulation capabilities are increased. Markedly fewer materials will be utilized for creation. The connection and benefits will remain for as long as your domain is active. Criteria to upgrade domain. Create 30 mana domes. Create one of each construction. That was a lot to take in. I didn't have a horde anymore? No, of course I didn't. This hadn't been created by a dragon, but another race who handled their domains and blessings in other ways. It was time to dig through everything, figure out what the differences were and what I even had to work with here. First, however, I needed to talk to Bektos. I spoke softly to him. I cannot say just how much I appreciate what you've done here. I can't claim I understand everything you've gone through. However, you'll always have a place here for as long as we survive. I snorted. Of course, that might just mean for a couple of weeks, but I mean it. His eyes were lidded, looking like he was about to keel over. His body slumped too, as if the transition had taken something out of him. The future will show. I am in no hurry. The end will arrive as it chooses. Now, I am content to wait and see what happens. He placed himself back upon the plinth, almost faded into his old position again. Then he remembered himself. Should your friend need a hand with the collectors, I will not mind sharing. With that, his face went emotionless, and once again he resembled a statue. Tim wanted to wake him up straight away and get into figuring out the knowledge system. I dissuaded him from it, pointing to exactly how spent the corn had looked. Then I told him that there were more important things to look into now. We came here looking for a safe place. Now we've liberated an entirely different domain. That comes with new rules and possibilities. We may have to alter our battle plan entirely, but that all depends on what the hell we have available here, and I need you and the others to help me understand that. All right, but you best believe I'm staying here to figure out how to make these collectors mine afterward. You're such a nerd. Bektos and you are going to be besties within the day. Now, Moivin, please come over here and bring the knots. We need to see what the hell we have to work with. It was a lot to take in. Since we didn't depend on the mana crystals anymore, but mana domes, we couldn't be entirely sure if the domain was larger than mine back in Hessel. Overall, my guess was that it was. Population size was doubled. Mana regeneration was through the friggin' roof. The domain size was a bit smaller, as was the domain detection size. The ability to have magic items improve inside the Horde was gone, and was replaced by the ability to manipulate material. Timothy mused.
I bet it's got something to do with creating these mana domes and everything. Being able to build something like that doesn't sound feasible without magic to support it. We'll just have to figure out exactly how it's done.
Hard to disagree with that. Also, since the domain only upgraded if I created more of these mana domes, there would necessarily have to be some sort of method available to... My neck slowly twisted until I looked straight at the almost invisible place in the air above us. My gaze snapped back down to Tim. If we want to figure it out, what the hell are we doing down here? Shouldn't we be racing for the blessing? Less than a minute later, the previously closed door to the blessing slid open to my touch as if on perfectly greased hinges. It revealed a huge open space beyond, shaped like the inside of a carved-out moon rocket. Timothy and I slowly walked in side by side, taking in the area. There were the maps, lovingly portrayed on all sides of the circular space, as expected from the agreement between the Corran. Everything was bathed in the warm living glow of the blessing, making the images stand out and appear warm and loving. The liquid swirled in a raised pool in the center of the room, dragging me in. I glanced at Tim. You think I should ask for permission to...
He's seated at all, mate. That includes the super juice. Go right ahead.
I didn't need any further encouragement, slowly inching forward, beckoned by the moving colors of the liquid. Then I lost myself in the splendor of the taste until I drained it all.
You have partaken of the blessing of Daira. The blessing expands your connection with Daira, allowing you to approach the utilization of the maximal capabilities of your species to think, to use your capability for magic, wonder, and creation. Your mind expands, further enabling you to invent wonderful creations for the honor of Daira. Mental power and mental control doubled. Material manipulation enabled. Additional constructions available. Time remaining, 71 hours, 59 minutes.
Jesus! I came to as the sensation slowly receded, leaving behind a sensation of wonder, of being somehow better, being more. My mind felt, not faster, but more focused, less settled down with distractions.
You know Kung Fu?
Timothy asked. I laughed. No, but I might be able to twist metal with my mind. Not even a joke. It was like a faucet had been turned on, and I knew that a flex of my mental powers would allow me to stretch, expand, or wrangle materials using only my mind and my mana. I still have no clue how the bastard created whatever these mana domes are made of, but if I unlock it and obtain the material to work with, I'm sure I'd be able to shape it. Timothy hummed.
The list of questions I'll need to ask Bektos is going to be insane. I can tell.
Completely agree here. Ready to see which constructions we have access to?
Am I ever? Hit me, Dragon Daddy.
I think I need to see if I can come up with some mental bleach for that one. We had the same basic instructions available to us here, along with everything I had from being a shadow dragon. Habitats, training and sorcery chambers, growth and animal boosts, no surprises there. I had all the same defensive productions too. Stone and shadow doors, shadow towers and traps, outposts and horde defenses. My good old illusion chamber was waiting right there for me too. No fire towers or anything like in the mountain, nor the communication zone or life field of Hessel. There were two creations, however, that stood right out.
Concentration zone. This construction can be created as many times as you want within the breadth of your domain. Once created, it shapes and sends a mental field in a 120-foot radius around its circumference, which amplifies the mental power and mental control of any followers within, helping them concentrate and focus their mental capabilities. Boosts mental attributes by plus 25%. Effect lingers for 20 minutes after leaving the concentration zone. Mana cost, 500. Creation time, 36 hours.
That was amazing. The boost it gave would definitely translate into a way easier time of things when we tried to swim the sea of knowledge on the shelves around the domain. It would also be a game changer for combat purposes. Being able to boost my shamans and mages and myself with an additional 25% firepower? Yeah, that wasn't nothing. What was more, since there were no limits to their number, this could eventually become the default state of the entire friggin' domain. The other construction was different. Also, it was honestly insane. All-seeing eye. When Deira walked among us, she could see everything should she turn her gaze on it. While her presence is forever lost, the all-seeing eye restores part of that divine ability, letting a single occupant stretch their eyes toward the horizon and explore wherever they desire. The speed and scope of their vision depends on their mental power. The clarity depends on their mental control. Can only be created once. Mana cost, 2,000. Creation time, 168 hours. Jesus, that was exactly what we needed. That would have to be our very first construction. I couldn't wait to get it done. We'd be able to see and counter whatever the Nephrin Empire threw at us. There was one final notification, however, that dwarfed the importance of the others. I hissed just to see it. Timothy! What the hell? Timothy! What? Ability unlocked. One of your vassals holds a domain of their own. This unlocks the following. Inter-domain communication. Inter-domain communication. Deira is a strong proponent of cooperation. Once a day, you can talk with any of your vassals who hold a domain of their own. As long as you are both inside your respective domains, you can communicate mentally for up to 15 minutes a day, with no mana cost and no delay. Mana cost? 600. Tim floated down to the floor and onto it, like a beach volleyball slowly deflating. Wow. Yeah, that's a game changer. Now we just need to figure out how to abuse it.
Chapter 21. You met me at a very strange time in my life. Edward Norton, Fight Club. Yes. I am Sirius Sigil. You're the leader now. No, I am not taking it back. Yes, I think you've earned it fully. Timothy and I went back to the others in the tower and spent a while updating them on what had changed. Then we had a good long chat about what that meant about our situation before I grabbed the bull by the horns and tried to use my new ability. The ease with which the ability activated, granting me an instant no-delay mental connection with a very confused Sigil, was outright uncanny. Unfortunately, the ability did not grant me the skill to calm her down instantly. That took the first 10 minutes, leaving us with just a few minutes remaining. So you mean you haven't even told anybody about the fact that you're in charge of the domain yet? I asked. She responded quickly, exacerbated. Yes. Of course I haven't. The information just said I'd been granted mastery over the domain. What was I supposed to guess from that? That you were dying? None of the others said anything about changes, though. I was waiting for evening, where I'd be able to experiment a bit in peace. Huh. Yeah, okay, that would freak me out too. In case there's no doubt here, I'm not dead. In military terms, this is just a promotion. So congratulations, you now have further responsibilities. The sneer came through the message with complete clarity. Thank you so much. That's exactly what I needed. I smiled. In all honesty, I think you'll do just fine. So, have you noticed any other changes? Like, have you checked over the constructions and the horde itself to see how they've changed? No, but I will go through it tonight. We have a copy of the Kipu stuff somewhere, right? And somebody who can explain it? Then I can compare the changes, and we can talk tomorrow. Also, I will try to consider the ramifications on the power balance here with me in charge. Please do, I asked. For now, there are only two important things. First, I need to know if anything new has happened on your end. Next, I want you to talk to the council, explain the new situation to them.
Then we need you to prepare to send any prospective scholars to us.
Scholars? Like spellcasters?
No. Well, only if we let them leave without weakening our situation in Hessel. We want people interested in learning, preferably those who aren't completely needed. Really all those who are keen on learning for learning's sake. We can make use of them here. She mulled it over for a moment.
Okay. I guess we can find some of those. So we'll talk tomorrow at the same time?
Yeah. And by then I want you to have the council on standby on your end so we can agree to our new course. I looked at Timothy, who was studying the maps of the blessing from up close. We'll be busy here as well, but tomorrow we should have a better idea of how best to handle things. We closed the connection and got to work. I'd piled quite a lot of responsibility onto the poor Viperkin, but that didn't mean we didn't have shit to do. We really needed to take stock of our surroundings, learn what we had to work with, which materials, stores, and constructions we had, and go from there to create a short-term plan that would work with our people back in Hessel. This could end up becoming the exact stroke of luck we'd hoped for. Or, if we mishandled things, it could end up becoming a sink on our resources that meant we ended up dividing our attention and weakening our chances to resist the damn humans. The day flew by. Knowing there were no hidden monsters or ugly surprises inside the tower waiting to take us out was a nice discovery. But it also meant that we were 5 people attempting to take stock of a construction that had once held thousands. Whatever we ended up with, it would likely be inaccurate as hell. But we'd just have to do the best we could. I flew down with Krasil in tow to look at the mining situation. As soon as I got down there, I let him jump off my back as I lost myself inside the domain map, trying to get a general idea of which constructions were readily available throughout the tower. Meanwhile, Timothy engaged with Bektos to learn as much as he could, while Moivin and Dix investigated the farmers and the crafters respectively, trying to see which materials and stores might be recuperated for our own purposes. We met up again, back up on the brick platform a short while before we were supposed to meet with Sigil. Moivin and Dix looked exhausted, ready to fall over before even delivering their report. Krasil was fired up, eagerness reflected in his wide grin. Tim looked manic. His control over his looks shifted on and off like the antenna of his personal transmission was losing connection every other second. Moivin first. What have you got for us? I asked. Then you can go take a decent nap.
Boring. Again. Boring, boring, boring. Next time, I stay home. This trip has been dull. Except for fighting that bird. That was fun.
Dix flicked his ear with a claw.
Focus. Then sleep.
He grumbled, then relented.
Farmers were strong. Many. They left a lot of tools for farming. Much has rusted down near plants. Not good quality, I think. Some left that can be used. Houses up higher are good. Can be used right away. But distance is stupid. Walk for hours to start farming? Stupid.
After a while, he finished.
Plenty of spaces for stores on second level. Both goods and items. Those still work just fine.
Insults notwithstanding, that's a decent start, especially knowing that we can just move in and the rooms are right there for us to use. I scratched my leg. Even if the construction of the place might be more idealistic than practical. You think we could repurpose some buildings on the second level into rooms for farmers?
Sure. Toss out furniture, some are big enough. No problem.
Moivin yawned, showing his short, sharp teeth. I nodded. Thanks, Moivin. We've made do without too many tools so far. Still, it's good to know that we'd need either some shamans or some new tools to get things back up to spec here. And the plants? He blinked.
They were everywhere. All 4 ground levels. Very green. Some other colors. What do you want to know?
I considered it, then waved him off. Nothing. We'll need to get Krasil down there for a better overview of how many plants can actually be used. Krasil piped in.
I did take a look earlier. It may vary in the different areas, but it's not horrible. Harvesting is going to be a bit of a mess, but there are enough edible plants among the weeds that we'd likely be able to support a good deal of people and replant the entire area with the seeds on top.
He paused, then finished.
I doubt it would be enough for everybody back in the other blessing, though.
I sighed in relief. That's a great start. Thank you. Dix, what did it look like with the crafters?
Items. So many items. Everywhere. Some rusted. Most usable. Lots of items made of the reeds from the fields. Those are all still good.
Can you be more specific? Items for what? For storage? For crafting? Tools? Which would be sufficient for us, and where would we have to bring more? She seemed annoyed at the question, or at her lack of ability to describe everything properly. Eventually, she settled on,
Enough. For all.
I blinked. That went beyond my wettest dreams. Regardless of what we're talking about? She nodded. Damn. Damn! I smiled. Crizio cleared his throat.
Sorry I have to be the one to bring the bad news then. The mining operations? They're looking bad.
My mood sank. Oh, that sucks. Bad how? Have they emptied the reserves? Did they dig too deep? Tim giggled. Crizio looked back and forth between Timothy and me, confused.
No. Well, I suppose they did dig rather deep. What I mean is that there were no stores. Whatever they unearthed that they didn't use for crafting directly, they brought right up here.
He pointed at where the blessing was. Oh, those were the couple of piles next to the walls up there? So they'd create the material that Bektos would use to turn it into the materials he needed to build those mana domes and the connecting tunnels and all? It sounded like they kept on crafting throughout, though. Sounds a bit weird that there'd be no stores, don't you think?
I can explain that,
Timothy said.
Had a good long chat with Bektos about that and other things. Turns out there is a process needed in order to prepare the material for manipulation into what he's created here.
He looked apologetic.
Sorry, dude, but at some point, the merch, the species who handled the mining and smithing, simply stopped thinking beyond their own needs.
I grimaced. Meaning any stores hidden away will be regular materials for their own use only. I exhaled in annoyance, then moved on. Okay, that's annoying, but still, at least we know. Crizio, are the mines still open? Would we be able to continue mining there soon? At that, he smiled.
Oh, yes. A few tunnels have flooded, but a few shamans, a crew of workers, and a few weeks should have everything shored up and safe. And there are a lot of metals and stone untouched down there.
Tim continued.
Yes, that was the main reason for his choosing this exact place for the blessing. Out of the way with huge ore and stone deposits. Oh, and before you ask, yes, I know where to find the cube describing how to handle the material in order to make it malleable. Also, it should be doable by some of our people. I asked.
I rubbed my front claws together. Excellent. So we won't be able to make extra mana domes or build huge defensive walls around the entire tower right away, but if we get enough people back here and put them to work, eventually we will. I gathered my thoughts, then pressed on. I've spent the time going over the constructions that Bektos created here. This is different. Nothing we've taken over so far has had a full slew of constructions. The ruins, Hessel, as well as the Soul Carver's old domain were both defunct, with no construction still there.
Except for my prison,
Timothy added. Yeah, except for that. Sorry, mate. I sent him an apologetic glance. This place is different. Regardless of how Bektos was ready to fade away into the background, the blessing and his domain were still fully active. That meant that every single construction he made remains active. And say whatever you want about Bektos and how he handled everything here, he built to last. Every single housing unit has a habitat. The playground and what were likely sports areas on the 5th level have training chambers. The workstations down on the 3rd level have sorcery chambers. The fields are awash in growth boosts. Everything was built to maximize the attributes of everybody here and make full use of Daira's magic.
Everything?
Crizio asked. Actually, yes. As far as I can tell, Bektos really has put in an insane level of effort in order to make everything here as optimized and well protected as he could for his minions. There are a few weird choices, though, Timothy added.
Yeah, that came up when I talked to him. He didn't say it outright, but from what I could judge, He was very focused on staying away from attention. That's why he built his tower right in the middle of nothing and went to an extra effort to make everything immaterial so you wouldn't be able to see it from a distance.
I frowned. Wouldn't it have made more sense to create it underground then?
Yeah, probably. I won't say that I understand his thoughts all the time, but apparently he really wanted to just stay away from the rest of the world, create a place where he and his chosen minions could thrive and lead a good life. Well, of course, saving all the knowledge in this world that was worth saving.
Grandiose yet reclusive, I snorted. That does sound like the theme for him. That might also explain why he never constructed the all-seeing eye. He didn't care what was out there. Timothy perked up.
You've started constructing it now, though, haven't you?
You bet your blue ass. A spying platform that works everywhere, even outside our borders? That's going to be invaluable. Now we just have to wait until it's done. I groaned. A full week, though.
All right, Timothy said. We'll have to suffer through that. As for Bektos, though, I doubt we can count on him fully. He's been through a lot. Sometimes he just fades out of the conversation for minutes and more. Sometimes he refuses to answer for no apparent reason. Also, he's not going to lift a finger to defend us. He made that very clear. But I do believe he'll help us understand the system he's put in place for the collectors. That's what he calls the cubes.
Okay. That is likely better than what we could expect, to be honest. So, what has he been able to explain to you so far?
Timothy beamed. I've got a basic gist of the pictogram system.
Nice. What else?
What else? What else?
Yeah, I mean, you've been talking to him for hours, right? You must have something more to show for it.
You say it's not enough that I'll be able to point anybody in the right direction when they're looking for something? That we now have the map that's needed for anybody when they're trying to find some specific tidbit of knowledge? That won't do it for you.
His rant trailed off as he saw my shit-eating grin.
And you're messing with me. You're such an ass.
I do my best. He harumphed.
Okay. The key takeaway here is that Bektos didn't manage to accumulate the wealth of knowledge that he wanted to. That's not to say that there isn't a lot, just that it's nowhere as comprehensive as he set out to create. Also, it may be somewhat esoteric in nature. Esoteric? What is that? Can you eat it?
Moivin interrupted. I snorted. No clue. It does sound delicious.
Specialized, you ignorant cretins! Not all the knowledge here will be something that our people can use. The species who created most of the collectors were very interested in magic, hence a lot of the cubes will revolve around that.
Ah, I got it.
I considered the situation.
Also, since we don't know exactly what we have to work with, it'll be a matter of trial and error to figure out what lies in store for us, I'm guessing. Tim pointed at me.
Now you're getting it. Massive initial workload, massive eventual payout. However, we will be able to call upon Bektos if we stumble into any roadblocks. He isn't interested in this project dying on him.
He intended for it to be his legacy to the world? I kind of got that vibe.
Yes, exactly.
Timothy wiped a bit of imaginary dust off his shoulders.
Which is why I've already been able to confirm the most important part for myself. Yes, we can use the system and adapt our own meager recordings into the system and make the end result exponentially better.
I looked at Moivin and the others. The lack of comprehension was as clear with them as it was with me. Dude, nobody asked for that. You've already revamped your little knot system, what, twice? Saying that you'll start from scratch is not a good thing. Timothy held a hand to his throat.
Heathens! All of you! Knowing that I'll be able to build a new system that incorporates all the good things of these collectors and the comprehensive and intuitive approach our Kipu efforts have used, that is a good thing.
I rolled my eyes. If you say so, mate. Just remember that we're looking more for wins we can take home right now, not 20 years and 6 iterations from now.
Yeah, okay. I can concede that much. This is a game changer, but it won't give any results anytime soon. Even the low-hanging fruit is likely to be that collector Kraziel found.
Something that'll only give results after a good deal of experimentation and practice. He perked up, eyes shining. But when it does, the world had better watch out. When I established the connection the next day, Sigil responded straight away. Her usual professional tone was strained today, clearly sensed through the mental connection. The past day had clearly taken its toll on her.
Can you take over control again?
Whoa, that was fast. What brought that on? Are you under attack or anything?
No, that would be preferable. After word spread that I'm suddenly in charge of the blessing, everybody's decided that I'm the person to talk to for anything, really.
I winced. That was to be expected. Still bloody annoying. Yeah, I can definitely see that happening.
What do you recommend I should do?
I frowned. The Viperkin had no issues telling people where to stick it when she knew where she fitted inside the command structure. Maybe... 2 options. Either you own it and accept responsibility.
Not happening. Not anytime soon, at least. I know combat and tactics. Organization and administration are not for me.
All right. In that case, then you go with the second option. Tell them it's still the council taking all the decisions and nothing's changed. After a couple of days of pestering, they should be off your back. Her relief was evident through the connection.
Yes, I'll do that.
Only consider it. If you want to step up and help the non-humans in the Nephrin Empire long-term, you learning about the other sides of being a leader will be a necessity. You can always take on the responsibilities a little at a time, and I will be there for you to discuss any larger decisions. I could practically feel the wheels grinding inside her head. Truth be told, it did a lot to alleviate a bit of the uncertainty I held whether she might abuse the power. Her reticence clearly showed that she was not in it for the power.
Okay, I will consider it.
Good to hear. Now, have you got the rest of them there? The others stood behind me as well, ready in case they needed to supply me with some information I didn't have ready at hand.
Yes, the council is all here.
Good. What's the status then? Her tone was back to normal now. No nonsense and straightforward. This was something she could control.
We have not met with any humanoid scouts beyond the first group. Due to this, we are staying course and keeping to the projected timeline. Some of the Talpi have had enough success with making mushrooms grow underground that we have agreed to create a number of additional growth boosts underground. We expect that this will speed up food production enough that we will turn more of our workers toward defensive measures in the next week.
Excellent. That's a wonderful surprise. How about training? The response was instant.
Good and bad, according to Roth and Arthur. Increases from the new mass exercises have slowed down compared to the old exercises, both for fighters and spellcasters. However, they insist the overall progress is good, especially considering what we're learning on the strategic side.
After a moment of silence, she added,
I will have a discussion with the two. What I've seen there really isn't impressive.
I smiled. They might not appreciate it straight away, but I do. You have years more experience with large-scale combat than they do. If they refuse to listen, tell them,
No need. I will make them listen.
I fought to keep the laughter from showing in my mental voice. She might say she wasn't ready for leadership, but she sure didn't shy from it. Good to hear. Anything else?
Certain surrounding monsters have started realizing that the old rulers of the city are gone, and have started encroaching on the outskirts.
You could hear the smirk.
Grex has taken that as a challenge. We have no issues fending away any nearby monsters so far.
That's excellent. What else? What's the word from Emus about the monster breeding?
Just a moment.
I waited as she apparently conferred with those in the background.
He hates it, but he says he has nothing official to complain about. Yet.
I barked a laugh at that. Emus was a good one. He was outspoken and no nonsense. If he didn't have anything to hold against the elitist cauldron in charge of the project, it meant that he was being a pest but delivering what he was supposed to. That was likely to be as good as we'd possibly get from that side. That brings us to the most important topic of the day, The new blessing. I'll tell you what we've learned since yesterday. Then I would like to hear the thoughts of the council. I continued to highlight what we'd learned, making sure to keep it basic. We would soon enough delve down into the nitty-gritty of it. Sigil confirmed having understood it, then spent a while telling the council everything. The minutes ticked by, and I started frowning to myself. I'd hate having to wait until the next day again to make any decisions because we couldn't get it done in time. Then her mental presence reappeared. The grimace in her thoughts told it all.
They've heard it. They understandably have a lot of questions, but understand why they can't have them all answered right now.
Their general opinion?
It's a mess. Also, it's rather difficult to oversee what it actually means for us. Could you sum up your thoughts for us?
Conscious about the remaining minutes ticking by, I launched right into it. Yes, long story short, this place is a godsend. However, it won't give us anything right away. A year from now, it might become a haven. Right now, it's 1,000 promises, possibilities, and dead ends all wrapped up in one.
So we need to ignore it?
No. First off, this decision I'd let be up to the council. Second, I believe that we need to make use of it. But we have to do it in a way that doesn't weaken our position in Hessel, and it needs to be on top of what we're already committing to in the battle in the mountain. I know we will be spreading ourselves thin, but the payoff here promises to be worth it. In short, we take whatever scholars and spellcasters you found who might be interested and bring them to the tower. But we only bring a few fighters, workers, and farmers. Only what is needed to establish a minimal presence in the tower. Anything else, and we'd be sacrificing our possibility to strengthen and hold our blessing in Hessel for something that might not pay off in time, and limiting our plans to take back the mountain.
How about yourself and the others who are already there?
I am not sure. We will have to talk. I don't have all the answers yet, but I foresee myself spending a week traveling back and forth with people, materials, and the like. Because, and I cannot stress this enough, while I believe the tower could be a time sink and a trap, there is no denying the possibilities at stake here. The connection went silent. A minute went by. Then 5. I thought the connection was about to run out when Sigil's mental voice reappeared. Her message was simple.
Come back. We will have the first group ready for transportation.
Chapter 22. This time around, I traveled by myself. There was no way I was going to drag Timothy and Krasil away from the library here, and Moivin would help Tim with the new system. Dix really wanted to follow along, but I asked her to stay in the tower and help the others instead. I wasn't going to say anything, but I wanted to move fast. Before I left, I made sure Timothy got control of the domain, just to make sure he could build something if he had the chance, and so he could contact us if need be. He wouldn't let the power go to his head, right? I didn't sleep, only took short breaks and didn't slow down for anything. Within a day and a bit, I was approaching Hessel, taking in what had happened while I was away. I hadn't even spent a full week away. En route, I dove to take in the impressive changes, batting my wings at the field workers who greeted me with happy shouts. All the fields were growing green with crops. Sure, they weren't fully covered, but what crops had been planted seemed to thrive explosively. It was nothing compared to what had happened with the beasts, however. The south of the city still held a lot of smaller enclosures, but now the entirety of the facade before the western defenses had been turned into a huge enclosure. Large monsters galloped back and forth, seemingly patrolling the area. Yeah, that was new. I didn't make it fully back to the center of the city, though. A challenging shout from below announced the presence of some of our troops, and I dove to greet them. They were the secondary, and they were out in number. As I landed and looked around at the large number of non-humans patrolling just outside the ruins, I had to hand it to them. They had improved. It wasn't just the levels. Sure, those and the attributes gained from dragon meat had caused an amazing transformation in them physically. The fighters had filled out, swapped patchy fur for healthy fur and growling stomachs for hulking muscle. What mere months ago had been a ragtag bunch of non-humans fighting over the scraps from the humans' table, disheartedly trying to survive, had been turned into proper fighters. Cat beasts flowed across the ground like water, ranged weapons held confidently at the ready. Large werebeasts were bedecked in heavy armor, naturally forming the center of approaching formations. A few Viper King commanded from behind, ensuring that every movement was planned. These had been turned from surplus auxiliary into veteran soldiers, and I realized to my surprise there were really a lot of them here. Like, a lot. I spotted 100 secondary in the near vicinity, and more were streaming in every second. Then I saw Sigil. Every sensation I'd felt from her just 2 days earlier, where she shied from leadership, had been blasted away. This creature embraced her leadership, reveled in it. Where she glided forward in a smooth, regal movement, the troops parted and reformed around her. She was damn impressive. And I might be in trouble. What I'd said to Bektos was entirely true. I did expect them to have my back, but there was so much more to it. The secondary still had their kin back home, with the humans in charge. They might be susceptible to blackmail with their family at risk. Hell, Sigil had even alluded to that at some point way back. I prepared for flight, ready to slam a mass of magical shadows down on the area to cover my retreat.
Onyx, she greeted me. Having access to the domain really is a boon. The domain map especially. I cannot imagine letting go of that again. Being able to see every bit that moves from the center, it is so useful.
She flung out a hand wide as her lower body curled up under her, raising her higher.
You can see that we took the chance to be able to greet you before the others.
Yeah, I kinda noticed, I answered noncommittally. My legs tensed, ready for anything. The tall, strong Viper King grabbed her tall spear. Then she prostrated herself before me, holding the spear in front of her. Around us, the rest of the encroaching secondary did the same, kneeling, bowing, or prostrating themselves in a wide circle. I blinked. I'd been ready for a lot of different developments. Not this. What the hell, Sigil?
I wanted to thank you. We wanted to thank you. All our lives, we've been held down, knowingly wasted and decimated. You lift us up instead, encouraged us to be more than we thought. So we will make it clear. Ensuring the safety and strength of our kin will be the work of a lifetime. But we have a debt here, and we will not forget it. We are yours.
I bowed my neck and met her eyes straight on. Let me make this entirely clear. There is no debt. I didn't try to help your people in order to hold that over your head, trying to twist your arm to do my bidding for the future. I knelt in return, letting my neck turn to take in all the kneeling non-humans surrounding me. I appreciate the gesture, and I'll accept it in the spirit it's offered. I will take your loyalty and your aid going forward. Should you ever need my help, you know but to ask. At some point, I hope to earn your friendship. Sigil blinked, taking in my smiling refusal. The corner of her tight lips curled up ever so slightly.
I am not too sure about that. Ever-dying loyalty is one thing, but friendship with a dragon?
Oh, come on. We both have scales and all.
I'll have to think about it.
She tapped her lip. Yep. Now she was definitely smiling. My stomach growled. I'd run out of food. This thinking of yours. Can I come? Will there be a meal?
We might figure something out. Come. I will tell you what the situation is as we walk. There is much for us to handle.
She turned in a tight circle and started traversing the ground, indicating with a graceful gesture for me to join her in the walk. There really was a lot to take in. Emus had managed a miracle. One species we'd saved, the saber-toothed tiger-like felines, actually ended up being susceptible to pack mentality, and they'd accepted his superiority. Somehow, given that they were the most numerous of the less powerful monsters we'd managed to down and save, being able to turn them loose inside an enclosure before our defenses added an extra level of security to the city we hadn't anticipated, and freed a lot of resources that were otherwise taken up with safeguarding the beasts. I didn't quite believe it, but Emus insisted that, as long as we fed them, the felines would likely stay and breed in captivity. Lars even agreed. On top of that, we'd gotten access to an additional construction after combining forces. Sigil only realized that after our latest chat, and the construction was already coming alive. Dome of Life. This construction blankets your entire domain with a life-giving energy field. Every single non-hostile creature inside the construction will be imbued with a sense of health and wellness. They will also be easier to revitalize, regenerating health and mana at a faster rate, and be less prone to irrational violence. On top of this, it increases the chance of the birth of evolved creatures. The regenerating part of the description were nice by themselves, like a habitat, but in addition to the benefits of the habitats and covering the entire domain? Hell yes. The evolutionary parts were lovely as well, yet another nice long-term effect if only we aren't killed before then. What really caught Sigil's eye, though, was the change regarding violence. She insisted that it'd likely help us properly handle the rest of the meat animals that weren't still insanely violent. I agreed with her, applauding her call to build it straight away. She dumped the real news on me as we were approaching the center of the city.
They know we're coming, and I apologize.
What for? I frowned. From what I can see so far, you haven't misstepped even once. She pointed at the building holding the blessing. I marveled at the changes that had been made since I'd been there last. It and the surrounding buildings had undergone a full cleaning process and now shone with the rich gleam of clean marble. Somebody had even started adding ornamental painting touches here and there, imbuing the buildings with an arcane mystic sensation. That wasn't what Sigil was intimating, however. The place was packed. I shrugged. What? It's just people. I can handle people. And I did expect a bit of chaos since a bunch of us are leaving for the tower. Or are we taking more people than I expected? She shook her head.
That's not it. We were ready for that. No. The aberrants have sent messengers from the mountain. They have been fighting, and they're getting pushed back slowly. Sorry to send you straight into a bad situation.
Minutes later, we had rushed through the heartfelt greetings from all sides, and Demodius pushed half the throng out onto the street to create something resembling a manageable crowd inside the blessing. The entire council was there, along with the small formation from the aberrants. I realized I recognized them and bowed my head in greeting. Redfang, Leva, good to see you. They were the first two aberrants I'd ever met. An unlikely couple, the Yeti-like fur-covered Redfang and the lithe Ethium worked together like they'd known each other their entire lives. Redfang was the one who responded first, a wide smile on his scary face. Ah, Onyx. So glad they haven't eaten you yet. Now you can perhaps help save us from certain doom. That is what you do, right? I snorted. More and more these days feels like. Tell me what's going on. Then we'll figure out how to turn it around. Liva took over, her business-like tone laying out the details.
We knew that our situation was tenuous from the start. You told us when you fled about the first feast. But Slither believed that he'd be able to match the humans strength for strength as long as we set the scene and chose our battles.
She grimaced.
Turns out the humans weren't as stupid as we expected them to be. Either they heard about the armies before them or they're just that much smarter, because they decided to take it slow and expand little by little.
So they haven't expanded from Fire Peak? I asked.
Yes, they have, but that's the bad news. They take over the surroundings bit by bit, move in force, then reinforce their positions and erect defensive structures.
I cursed. Damn. We'd expected them to go in hard and make room for traps and ambushes. No luck at all there? Red Fang grumbled. Some traps catch them. Sometimes they overextend, make mistakes, even miss openings that let us hit them hard. A few times Slither has used his shadow walking to create an opening for our troops. But the first shield and his companions come along whenever they push out, and they are too powerful for us. Then, when they have their defenses up, we keep them stressed with ranged attacks and ambushes, but we rarely make it through to make a difference.
God damn it. That is bad news. How far have we been pushed back? Liva didn't smile.
Far. They've taken over almost the entirety of the second level by now. That means once they're done, they'll eventually move on down to where we live.
Redfang grinned.
I'd like to see it when they enter our home, though. Sure, they've taken on our traps, but there's traps, and then there's traps.
Liva shook her head.
No, it'll be costly, but it won't be enough.
I looked her right in the eye. You seem pretty confident about that. What am I missing?
We expected Azel to help attack them. That hasn't happened so far. Still, that's not the important factor. The reinforcements are.
She grimaced, then continued.
Whatever else you've done, you've killed off a huge part of their wing forces. However, what remains must be working full-time transporting troops back to Firepeak. Slither estimates they're keeping a certain number of troops constantly in the city to be secure there, and only moving out whenever they get enough reinforcements in from the outside.
God's fucking damn it, I said. That. Of course they're doing that. We should have seen it coming, too. If we'd left a contingent of imps behind. Sigil interrupted me.
They might have been killed off by some other flyers or by human spellcasters. The humans aren't toothless by any means. What matters isn't what's happened so far, but how we react right now.
I took the admonishment as it was meant and addressed the aberrants. Do you agree? Can we turn this around? Redfang beamed a doubtful smile.
I hope so. We're not beaten. We just need a solution.
Liva gave a curt nod.
We haven't had much success, but Slither knows his ambushes. He only commits when he knows there's a good chance of success, meaning we haven't lost many people yet.
I blinked. Then I felt a grin building on my face. The tension lifted slightly as my counsel watched my reaction. So you're telling me that they're spread all throughout the first two levels. They believe that their defenses keep them safe, and the first shield is keeping my old fortress warm for me, unless he's out to carve out a new chunk of terrain for himself? Redfang glanced at me, mouth opened in confusion.
Why are you so happy about this?
Because he's setting himself up for the surprise of a lifetime. Okay, Council, I need numbers. I need information. Provisions, weapons, everything. What have we got if we need to leave within a day from now and we can't leave this place entirely defenseless? We talked for almost 6 hours straight. People constantly trickled in and out as they were sent with messages or tasks, were called upon to answer questions or sent off to prepare. Finally, however, we were down to just 4 people. Arthur, Sigil, Roth, and Demodius. Everybody else already were at ease with their tasks or had been called on to help elsewhere. Sigil was not happy.
I just told you that we are yours, Onyx. This is how you treat us? Leave us behind like second-class citizens?
I shook my head. No, and you know it. I leave you behind because somebody needs to act as the leader here, and I am needed elsewhere. Demodius is an administrator, but he's not a leader.
I really am not,
Demodius added, entirely at ease with the verdict. Besides, I added, you have already sent a lot of people to try to help your kin back in the Empire. Somebody needs to handle that properly should they start fleeing for your lands. Are you telling me that anybody else could handle that as well as yourself? She gritted her teeth and glared at me.
You don't have to be so damn happy about it.
I'm not, I said. But I won't lie when I say I feel decent about the situation. If your people are forced to take on enemies out in the wastes, that's what they're best at. Cramped confines inside the mountain? I bared my teeth. That's my kind of battle.
She subsided into an unhappy silence. Roth took over, drawling, swinging his huge sword in lazy half circles. As long as you're not planning to leave without me. Really? You have somebody to handle the training in your place? He rested his paws on the pommel. Please. Like I haven't been toiling to get rid of all that responsibility ever since you gave it to me in the first place. That's not exactly how I remember it. His furry eyebrows wagged. Well, Timothy keeps mentioning how you are getting old and forgetful. Regardless, I've got so many assistant trainers I'm not even needed anymore. On top of that, they are spending so much time on tactics, not my game. He held up the sword and pointed it at me. Besides, you are taking a lot of Talpi. There's no way I'd let you go and let them fend for themselves. I observed him for a moment more, realizing that there'd be no backing down for him. Then I nodded. Perish the thought. Just make sure the new trainers are ready for the task. We leave in 2 hours. Chapter 23. Delays and disappointments are often only detours on the journey of life. Amelia Rose. Of course, our people didn't leave 2 hours later. No world was built like that. It would take at least half a day for everything to be ready for a large-scale departure. I left 2 hours later, though, with 24 volunteers on my back. They were the scholars, the thinkers, and the few spellcasters who weren't truly needed in Hessel. All of those who, once they heard about the possibilities, decided that their minds might make a difference in the tower. Quite a few details had changed from the original plan. Originally, we'd planned to take our time and walk the distance to the tower, bringing in big enough numbers that we'd have somebody to really start working on the tower, whatever was needed. Not anymore. There were only 2 Talpus workers with us, all-around laborers with a bit of experience working the fields. We couldn't spare any additional time to add more to our party, so they could live in comfort in the tower. Everybody here knew they might have to pitch in themselves for all the manual labor. We brought no equipment with us, no weapons, just a bunch of foodstuffs, as much as we could safely strap onto my back. They'd have to slum it and try to build up the place from scratch. They didn't like it, but those who'd come along took that as a fair cost for the chance of digging into the treasure of the Tower of Knowledge. The final change was a person. Gert sat deep in thought, tied safely down. According to Demodius, she'd been the first one to volunteer once the news about the tower spread. Her reasoning was simple. If she were to ever change the direction of her people and help them expand their mental gifts instead of growing strong, tough, and stupid with age, this was the chance of a lifetime. She would test the possibilities on her own, then she would help her people choose a direction. We didn't converse much during the flight. Most of the others were people I didn't know, and their interests were scholarly in nature. Not exactly my clique. Gert, not the chattiest person to begin with, retreated inside her head a lot, and I didn't intrude too much. She had a lot on her mind. It took more than the full 2 days this time. Though there were no large species among the travelers, I was not used to the kind of weight I had on my back, and I had to take frequent rests. Apart from the added exercise, nothing special happened, and from one moment to the other, the tower seemed to erupt from the ground like a Fata Morgana, fading into existence from a vague shimmer. When I touched down on the upper platform, my arrival had been anticipated. Tim and Krasil were waiting for me, along with Dix. Krasil and Dix helped the people get untied and get down and then start unloading the provisions that were also strapped to me. You knew I was coming. That means you've also been talking to Hessel and know what's going on? I asked him. He was floating about, directing people to get out of the way. Then he stopped and faced me. Yes, we do. I also have several ideas for how to hit 'em hard. I cocked my head to the side. Does that mean you're coming? I figured with the collectors and all— Please, he interrupted. Don't insult me. Learning is all well and good, but I don't abandon my people. Like Belichick used to say, you were doing so well. Then you had to bring up football and ruin the mood. I couldn't keep from smiling, though. My eyes skirted to the tiny Talpus, who was getting more in the way of people than he was actually helping. Krasil coming too? Yep, he insisted. Dix too. Moivin's staying, though. Tim didn't face me, just looked toward the horizon. Somebody needs to explain this system to the newcomers. Uh-huh. Good of him. I didn't challenge Tim with it. He'd already lost one helper who'd gotten close to his heart. If he insisted that the imp should stay behind to avoid that happening again, I sure as hell wasn't going to blame him. When are we leaving, then?
Soon as you've rested a bit and eaten, I'll spend the time getting these people introduced to how things work here.
It was pretty damn heartwarming, really. Learning that Krasil and Tim were ready to dump the investigative discovery of a lifetime just to come help save our collective behinds. That couldn't have been an easy decision. Meanwhile, I had a decision to make as well, but that one wasn't hard. I looked over to the short, squat Crawl. She sat on the platform, rubbing her legs. Suddenly, she blinked and leapt to her feet, looking at me in surprise.
Onyx?
Gert? I have something to ask of you. Something important. I need you to handle the domain while I am trying to win back the mountain. Do you think you can do that? Her eyes widened. I met them with a smile. Don't worry, it's temporary. As long as I don't die, obviously. She blinked.
But...
Then she gathered herself and stopped what she was going to say.
I can handle this. We aren't that many, and this is the exact kind of task I want to work on. It won't be an issue. Just... don't die. Please?
Her motion said so much more. There was gratitude, hope, a fear of abandonment that lay deeper than what I wanted to look into. Do you wish to grant Gert mastery over your domain? Please note that while outside the domain, you cannot verify her construction choices. Attention! Only one person at a time can be granted mastery over your domain. If you proceed, Timothy will lose his access. Yes or no? I accepted and watched her eyes grow distant from the notification. I'll try. You just make the best of this place for our people in the meantime, okay? If we return directly to the tower, we may have to come running, with enemies at our heels. Oh, and do remember to check in with Hessel on a daily basis. She nodded, looked away, and suddenly sprinted forward. I almost tried to dodge her. The movement was too unexpected and abrupt. Then I looked down at the tiny critter hanging there, hugging my leg. Oh. We left a couple hours later. When I took off, I felt a burden releasing from me. Having just Krasil on my back, along with a few small, for my size, packs of meat, didn't weigh me down at all. There was also a metaphorical weight suddenly lifting from my shoulders. There were many reasons why I'd never been promoted beyond foreman. My tendency to say what I meant being front and center among those. My refusal to suck up to superiors definitely also played a part. But if I were to be honest, I'd have to admit that there was also a certain degree of choice there. At a few select times over the years, I knew that, if I were to have a quiet chat with the right persons, I might just see the path to promotion opened before me. But I'd never taken that step. It was a choice on my part. Probably not the most thoughtful of choices, but I had made it. I didn't enjoy the added burden of being responsible for huge projects or groups. There. It was silly and simplistic, but there it was. Having a smaller group of people, say a dozen, 20, 30 even, no problem at all. You knew your people, you knew your responsibilities, and there was a simplicity to it. You could personally handle conflicts and guide them in the right direction. Give a hand where needed. Once it grew from there, things got confused. You had to step further and further back. The guesswork and estimates increased. You started talking about doing rather than just doing. Here in this world, I'd seen the scope of my responsibilities change again and again. More people, large decisions to be made, decisions that would inevitably lead to losses. Not only that, but we were walking blind. On several occasions, I'd chosen a certain direction because I believed it made sense at the time, only for unknown outside influences showing up to make my decision wrong or inconsequential. Now, things just got simpler again. Sure, I'd still be in charge of large operations, but it would be combat. Simple kill-or-die combat, and I'd be in the center of things. No stepping back and just watching the results of my decisions blindside those I cared about. No, I'd fucking take charge and I'd reap the consequences. As I flew, listening to Tim talk about tactics and possible approaches, my mood improved by the minute. Yes, this was what I'd become. Not some emperor ruling from up high, just a shadow dragon hiding his minions under his wing, ready to swoop in and attack. Not simplistic, but simple. I'd missed that. It took us 2.5 days to catch up to the flyers from Hessel. They appeared as low-hanging dots on the horizon, moving in a tight, ever-changing formation. They spotted us about the same time as we noticed them, judging from the stirring movement within the formation. Then they returned to flying in the same direction, allowing us to catch up on our own. An hour later, we did just that, diving among them to a welcome of whoops, shouts, and cackles. The imps. Grex was leading the group of a dozen flying troublemakers, all headed straight toward the Scoured Mountain, which was already starting to appear in the distance. At his shouted order, 2 of the imps, clearly weary with the pace they'd set, put down on my back for a breather. There was also a mixed bag of Cauldron and other flyers from Firepeak, and a few from the secondary, those who'd managed to obtain the green light from Sigil to join us on our mission. I didn't know most of them. At least I knew their levels and attitudes were acceptable if Sigil had given them the go-ahead. Finally, we included 2 mounts. The surviving 2 cat-like flyers, mounted by Dwergen carrying long lances. Another cooler presence dove in to fly next to me.
Onyx?
Firth's greeting was as dispassionate as ever. Her diplomacy still left something to be desired, though at least it felt like the outright hostility was gone. With a mental flex, I expanded the illusion I'd maintained around myself to cover all the flyers. Firth frowned, then looked around her before nodding in acknowledgement.
Good. That should keep us hidden from most airborne ambushes. We have been scouting and circumventing enemies so far. Did everything go according to plan at the tower?
Yes. You can see Tim and Kraziel decided to come. She ignored Kraziel, but nodded at Tim almost warmly. Huh. A spot of favoritism for flyers? Or was it just because his stun would be a huge factor in what was to come? Shaking my head, I pressed on. What's the status of our other group?
They set off right after us. I saw them on the horizon behind me.
She grimaced.
I don't like it. We had to stretch our scouts very thin in order to accommodate them, Hessel, and our group. There is a risk that we will miss something crucial in the days to come.
I turned my head to give her a serious nod. I agree. Still, if we do nothing, we lose the mountain, and if the humans were to push the aberrants out of their home, we'd be in a much weaker position when we try to push them back. I smiled at her. Besides, we might have much stronger scouting capabilities once the construction on that all-seeing eye finishes, but we just don't know how effective it will be. So, waiting for it seemed like a bad call. She didn't say anything, just kept her gaze straight ahead. I felt the grudging agreement from her. Which you already agree with. She kept flying silently, then asked,
What are your thoughts about our mission? I think that it would be best if I scout ahead now that you're back. You all might miss spotting something crucial, but with your powers, you should be able to hide or protect the group from most threats around here.
I couldn't keep my smile hidden. You know, I like you a lot better like this. You voice your complaints, but you don't try to make everything into a fight. You even threw in a backhanded compliment. That's what we back on Earth call progress. She sneered, showing her sharp fangs. Didn't respond, though. Anyway, yes, I agree. You should scout ahead. Just give me a quick recap of any monsters or threats I should be on the lookout for in this area. That turned out to take quite a while. The wastes were nothing if not full of surprises. The biggest surprise to me was a natural phenomenon where the groups of local non-flying fire beetles would use geysers to shoot into the air and attack flyers. Apparently, it wasn't a regular occurrence, but common enough that it needed explaining. Eventually, though, I watched her scaled form disappear into the distance ahead of us. Firth could really put on speed when she wanted to. It took us 2 additional days to reach the lower slopes of the mountain. The imps had been pressing on rather hard and needed the breaks I could provide them. I also pushed everybody as hard as I dared, fearing that we might be coming too late. I'd forgotten just how big that damn thing was, The Scoured Mountain obscured everything else, towering into the air. Back on Earth, its mere presence would cause an outright influx of climbers and daredevils who had to brave its heights, just because it was there. Maniacs, one and all. Eventually, we camped out between a large ring of monoliths that provided a natural shelter from the wind and hid anybody trying to peek in from above. We were low on rations. We agreed back in Hessel that I'd carry food for everybody in order to increase our speed. That was coming back to nip us in the bud now that we realized the rations were very much on the low side, estimated for survival and not an iota more. It was enough that after a sparse meal, most of the flyers settled down to sleep, while the rest of us gathered in a small half-circle to talk. Firth had returned too a bit later and was just now catching up on food. Grex decided I provided a perfect pillow, settling down in the crook where the nape of my neck met my back. He wedged himself in and settled his wings against two of the horns of my ridge with a satisfied sigh. He asked,
"What are we fighting then?"
I was about to respond when Tim did so instead.
Seriously? You've gotten all this way and you don't even know what you're fighting? How the fuck are you still alive?
I felt a spot of warmth on my back. Turning my neck all the way around to see, I observed the ugly imp sporting a massive grin, holding a huge fireball between his clawed hands.
"This is how. Enough fire, you don't need other answers."
But you... Ugh.
Tim growled, flying around the enclosure in annoyance. A laugh escaped me. Settle down, Cupcake. He's half joking. That wasn't a lie. Grex definitely was impulsive to the point of suicidal was probably the nicest way I could put it. However, he was attentive and awake, and he wasn't stupid. He knows what's going on, more or less. He just doesn't spend time thinking about the details when others can do it for him. On my back, Grex yawned and patted me.
Good, Master. Just so.
To answer your question, Grex, we don't know yet either. Not entirely. We're here to ruin the day for the humans. We already know that we've done some serious damage to their ranks of flyers. This time around, we hope to make it terminal. So, while the rest of our people are marching to enter the mountain, reconnect with Azel and the Aberrants, and prepare for our strike, we will be waiting up here to try to catch their winged reinforcements out and destroy them. Indicated Firth, who was scarfing down a large bite of dried meat. It all depends on what Firth has found, though. If there are any defenses set up to take us out. Any number of factors, really. Grex yawned again, louder this time.
See? Ghost. No reason to worry. They think, we move. Until then, we sleep.
A number of subtle movements indicated that he was settling in to do just that on my back. The nerve. Firth walked over to join us. Her large wings settled in behind her, and she sat down.
We will get more than enough chances to sleep, it looks like. There are no flyers in sight, but the humans have taken over and gotten the domain functional. The scout tower on the edge of the crater is manned, and the scouts are high level. Even though I approached from the opposite side, they might have caught me had I not decided to cross the edge on foot.
Competence. My old enemy. Damn. Are there many? She shook her head.
Just 3.
Amused over the situation. Then we need to ensure that we spot it when the flyers arrive. And we need to make sure it's worth it. We'll only get one shot at a real ambush. If there's just a few flyers trickling in, we might have to let them arrive. The Draggingling huffed.
Exactly. Also, we should kill the scouts as well. If they're allowed to join their forces later, they will be trouble for us.
I agree. We want them to be as blind as possible, reacting to our actions instead of anticipating them. Anything else? She grimaced.
Yes. I spotted a small group of flyers down in Fire Peak. A couple of the terrors and 3 of the faster ones. Whenever we move on them, we need to act fast, because we can expect reinforcements from below as soon as they realize we're attacking.
Good job, Firth. That means we not only know where they are, but also likely how they'll react. Now, let's consider how best to anticipate and outthink them.